QueenCityPodcastNetwork.com.
Yo, what's cracking, Panther Nation? What's good with y'all? Let's get it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it 24 hours, but it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna be up here all day long tracking these cuts, tracking these cut downs. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking tired. Yeah, I'm tired already. I volunteered at the Green Day concert last night. Shout out to Green Day. Dope concert, by the way. Shout out to the old school 90s rock. You know what I mean? It was fun. It was fun. So shout out to Green Day. So I got home late last night. Yeah, I mean, but we here. We here. Got my coffee. Grab your coffee too. My man, so you gonna regret doing this. It's all good, bro. It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. Grab your coffee. You know what I mean? Lock in with your boy. And we're gonna tap in. Regret or not, we're gonna make this thing happen. All right. Let me just do a couple things real quick. But while I'm doing that, man, make sure you hit that like button and that subscribe button. Do I like Green Day? Back in the day, yeah. I mean, I'm an old school. You know what I mean? Oh, back in the day, when I used to live in upstate New York, I used to be a Green Day fan. You know what I mean, but I'm not. It's been a long time, bro. But they got some classics. They got some classics. Yeah, I mean, so shout out to Green Day. I was volunteering at the concert last night. So I am a little bit tired. So whoever said that I look tired, yeah, for sure. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's take a few minutes to kind of get familiar with how this is gonna work. All right. I gotta set some ground rules. First of all, yeah. Yeah. So really quick, let's take care of some ground rules real quick. First of all, shout out to my new camera. Yeah, I mean, it should be more crisp. The camera should be more crisp. I got new headphones. My headphone game is crazy. My new mic is on the way to be here Thursday. So next show, yeah, I mean, next Tuesday, I should have my new mic, all my new mic set up, my new audio. So that should be dope. So let me know if something wrong with my audio. If it starts clipping, anything like that, y'all let me know. I will try to fix it. Usually it's just a loose cable. So if my cable is loose, my audio start jacking up. So please let me know. So don't let me go the whole stream with my audio jacked up. If there's anything wrong with the stream, please let me know. I am, experimenting on some things. So just, you know what I mean? Bear with me. My guy in 4K, not quite 4K. I couldn't get 4K to work. I could not get 4K to work on the stream. Shot the StreamYard. I did get 1080p. I got 1080p to work, but I had this camera the whole time. I'm using a mirrorless joint. I had this camera, but I could never get it to work. But I finally got it to work, tweaking some settings, and I could have did this a long time ago. I could have had this set up a long time ago, just never did it. So my apologies, y'all. A shot with time is a dangerous shot. I be so busy, bro, that I have no time to really tinker like that. But this weekend I had a little bit of time to figure it out. So appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. All right, so let's set some ground rules right quick as we go through this. This is gonna be a long day. So lock in with your boy. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. If you all see something go down, okay, if you see a cut on Twitter or you get an alert, I need y'all to light it up with the alert emoji to let me know. Now, I'm watching too. I'm watching X. I'm watching all the different places where I can consume the data. However, don't send me no JML football, ML football. Don't send me no rumor BS. Okay? Do not send me no rumor crap. Don't send me no mods. Yes, I do mean that. Knucklehead K. Yes, I do mean that. The alert emoji. Light it up. But don't send me no ML football. Don't send me no what's my Dom Killman. Don't send me none of that BS, okay? You might have to get blocked if you start doing that. Okay, send me that alert. I'm watching too, but I can't see everything, especially when I'm live streaming. I'm gonna miss something. Also, we're gonna keep track of a few things. Let me get this thing going to get this set up here. Let me just show y'all what we got. I put together a real quick spreadsheet. Y'all know I'm spreadsheet king. Put together a real quick spreadsheet to go over. Why do I do this? A little bit better. Let's see. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Let me see. Shout out to Mangum Code, man. Appreciate that. My man said drop the cash app for the snacks. Yes. Yes. Shout out to my man. My man Carlo said, Carlo, he got me on the text. He gonna text me. Listen, we're gonna be on it. We're gonna be on it. Shout out to look at Dave. Jack Anderson cut already. Let's see how this is gonna work out. They're saying Jack Anderson. Shout out to listen, I like this. Dave knows the deal. Dave knows that I don't trust everybody. So per Joe Person, Jack Anderson has been released. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. So we got our first cut of the day. Let's go down this thing right here. And let's do this. Let's find Jack Anderson. All right. And we're going to put cut. And he's out of here. And that's how it's going to work. That's how it's going to work. Jack Anderson is cut. First cut. And what this is going to do is this is going to update our current count. So we have 86 players on the roster, and it does not include the injured reserve, practice squad, etc. So there are some guys listed on the Panthers website, or a guy listed on the Panthers website as practice squad. So don't shoot the messenger. That's not me. That's on the Panthers website. The Panthers website has my man down here, Junior Oho, as practice squad. And I think he's the international guy. He's the international player that we designated, so he automatically is protected on the practice squad, allowing us to keep an extra guy. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But this is how it's going to work out. Am I going to invite people to join live? Yeah. At some point, we're going to have some people come on. We're going to have some people come on as I get tired. My voice gets a little drained because I'm going to be on here all day long. I'm going to be on this stream all day, tracking the cuts, giving my opinion and thoughts on all the cuts. Okay. So again, this is how the tracker is going to work. We're down to 86. Once we get to 53, we're straight. Okay. Once we get down to 53, we're good to go. And there's some guys that we can put on injured reserve. They could get cut as well. As of the roster right now, we have Jake Luton and Anthony Brown on injured reserve. They could get released. And we're going to go through all this. Okay. We're going to go through all this. Just hang tight. Let me pull it up so y'all can see I got more graphics. I'm the graphic king too. Excel and graphic king. Let's get it. Y'all think I was just going to come up here and cap? Nah, we got a lot of content to get through. Okay. So bear with me. Let's see here. All right. So that is the tracker. Again, make sure you put that alert sign up so it gets my attention in the chat. Okay. If you see anything else. My man said, put the Cash App up. Shout out to my man, Preston, Mangum Co. This is the cat. Again, other people told me to do this. Y'all know me. I'm not that type of person. I don't really be asking for money like that, but I am up here all day long. I would appreciate some food. You know what I mean? I would appreciate a good lunch. You know what I mean? I'm a DoorDash something. So I appreciate anything that's donated towards the food and snack fund. But I ain't, you know what I mean? I'm cool. Are these cuts real? Yeah, everything that I talk about is going to be real. I don't know what you're seeing in the chat, but if I discuss it and it goes on the stream, it will be real. We're only doing verified news here. That's it. No ML football, no J. What's my man? No Dom. None of them dudes. We chilling. Only verified information here. Yes. What's up, Shad? My boy kept his promise up here early with the coffee. Yeah. Shout out to King Rook. We in here. Got the Starbucks, you know what I mean? All right. So let's go over a few things because I think we need to clarify a couple of rules here. Oh, not rules, but some definitions. Because I think this is the reason why PMP was created was to also educate, right? Like I'm not one of these dudes that know everything, but as I learn, I want you all to learn too. So we need to make sure that we're all on the same page as these cuts come through. Okay. And so there's some designations that we can have and how I think we can stash a few guys. Okay. So I want to go over a couple things here and just help educate the folks on how this could work. Okay. Let me take this banner off. I know I'm doing a lot here. All right. So injured reserve. What does injured reserve mean, bruh? What you eat? What does injured reserve mean? Okay. So this is injured reserve. It's when they have a football related injury and need to miss at least a few weeks. Players on IR do not count against the active roster, but their salaries count against the cap. If a player is placed on IR on this list, on the IR list, before the regular season begins, he could miss the entire season unless, per a rules adjustment this year, they are designated to return during the roster cutdown to 53 after training camp. Teams can designate up to 2 players to return. Now, we just talked about that. Jake Luton and I forgot the other person that was on Anthony Brown. Those guys are the current guys on IR. However, those guys can be released, and we can designate 2 other players on IR. Now, again, they got to miss at least, I believe it's 4 games if they go on IR. A few games. It says at least a few games, right? So you can assign somebody designated to return. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. And we'll go, as we go through this, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a couple candidates up there. Guys, we'll talk about it in just a second. So physically unable to return. Physically unable to return. Players put on the active physically unable to perform list or the PUP at the start of training camp have football related injuries like those on IR, but count against the active roster. A player cannot be placed on the PUP list after he has practiced or played a preseason game. So we're talking about guys that have not practiced or played in a preseason game. Physically unable to perform. Guys like Amari Barno, DJ Wanham. We have not seen these guys at all. No, this is not the Jonathan Brooks list. This is why we're educating. This is not the Jonathan Brooks list. Let me be clear. This is not the Jonathan Brooks list. Players on the active /PUP list could be moved to the reserve PUP list during the roster cutdowns. If placed on a reserve PUP list, a player wouldn't count against the active roster and must sit out the first 4 games. If a player is placed on the reserve PUP list before final cutdowns, he will miss the entire season. Hang with me, folks. Hang with me. We already talked about Jack Anderson. If you're coming on talking about Jack Anderson, you're a little late. We got Jack Anderson already. We updated it. We updated already. Okay. What does it mean? Non-football injury list. Non-football injury list. Now, this is the Jonathan Brooks list. Players can be placed on this list if they are injured outside of football, perhaps working out in the offseason or doing a recreational activity, or have a long-term illness not associated with playing. Underline, highlight, whatever. Rookies still recovering from injuries suffered in college are often replaced on the active NFI list to start their pro careers. This sounds familiar. And look, and we just talked about it. Per Schefter, Carolina is leaving rookie Jonathan Brooks on the PUP NFI list. There you go. So again, either way, guess what that means? Either way, he is not going to count towards the roster number. He is not going to count towards the 53-man roster. That's very important. He is not going to be counted towards the 53. Let me repeat that. Jonathan Brooks will not count towards the 53-man roster, which means you can stash a guy. There's another guy that's going to now make the roster in lieu of Jonathan Brooks. Okay? So again, let me just reiterate. If a player remains on the NFI list after roster cutdowns, they can be replaced on the reserve NFI list and will sit out at least 4 games. They do not count against the 53-man roster limit. So no, y'all talking about Mike Boone. Y'all are talking about Mike Boone. Yes, that could be the case. It could be Mike Boone, or it could be another receiver. It could be a 7th receiver. You see how that works? He's probably going to miss 4 to 6 games. That's what they've been saying. So you see, we're not just talking about another running back. That's the easy answer. We could also keep 3 running backs and stash another wide receiver or edge rusher or cornerback. You know what I mean? So that makes it a little bit more tough. So I'll update the roster in just a second. What does it mean? Reserve suspended. So players with less than 4 seasons of accrued NFL time are waived, meaning they're subject to waivers and can be claimed by other teams. If they go unclaimed after the 24-hour waiver period, they become a free agent. Okay. Players with 4 or more seasons accrued, are considered vested veterans and are not subject to waivers. They can immediately become free agents when they are released. This is the case until the NFL trade deadline in October, when all players, regardless of their veteran status, are subject to waivers. Okay, so players can also be waived injured, which means they can be claimed by another team or revert to their original team's IR list after the claiming period. Okay, so that's just what happens if somebody gets injured or suspended. So yes, Jonathan Brooks missing the first 4 games. Got that alert. We're going to update that. Okay. Practice squad. Again, we can have up to 17 players on the practice squad. That includes the international players. Okay. So the international player pathway program, we talked about Oho earlier. He's the guy that was already designated to be on the practice squad. He is on the international player pathway list. Okay. And while most players on the practice squad are rookies or have limited playing experience, 6 of the 17 can be veterans with no limit on the amount of seasons they have accrued. Okay. All right. So that's that. Let me update this. We'll get back to that in just a second. Let me update this roster. Find Brooks here. We'll do NFI. We knew this already. Shout out to NFL Kid. We knew this. We knew this coming into the season. Just updating the dashboard really quick. Give me 1 second. Update my tracker. Update. I gotta add a new formula because I forgot to put pup. No problem for the Excel guru here. We got it all in control. Don't worry about it. All right, there we go. There we go. Now the roster tracker's updated. I see the Mechie chatter. I see the Mechie chatter, man. Um, I mean, it's tough because then you could get Bryce somebody he's familiar with going back to Alabama. So I can see the benefit of bringing in a Mechie. Absolutely. It will increase the talent in the wide receiver core. But I don't know the status of his. I don't know where I have to take a deeper look into it. I had to take I know he's good. I mean, he was good in college, and Bryce has that connection with him. So it completely makes sense to bring a Mechie in, but I don't know where he stands from a contract standpoint. Let me look it up real quick. I'm looking up Mechie contract, and I don't know if they're gonna cut him. They would be kind of dumb to cut him, but it just depends um, where he stands on his rookie contract and all that stuff too. Okay, so he is in the final. No, he's got 2 more years. So yeah, I would take a swing at Mechie. He's got 2024 and 2025 left on his deal. I would claim if we did claim him, we would assume that contract, which means it would be basically nothing because he's still on a rookie deal. So yeah, I would take a look at Mechie for sure. So the Texans fans has chimed in. He says, "Nah, we're not doing that." Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to trade him, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't make. I mean, yeah, you could trade him. I don't know that I can't speak on Texans business because I'm not a Texas Potter. I don't follow them to say, oh yeah, they can do this or do that. I don't know the situation. I don't know their roster, so I'm not gonna sit up here and cap like I do. Um, my man said, "Can we please cut Ian Thomas?" Tim Patrick from the Broncos. I'm cool on that. I'm cool. I want to see us develop our own guys, and that's why I'm a big fan of Coker. Okay, this is one to watch. Terrell Edmonds. This is one to watch. I also saw Randy Gregory got cut too. He's another interesting one that could come. But we need some edge rusher help. He has a connection, I believe, to Evero, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that's an interesting one to keep an eye on. Let me pull PFF up and take a look. Edmonds is a guy to keep an eye on. I like also, please, if you see other um cuts out there, please let me know. We want to see other cuts as well. Okay, Randy Gregory is set to retire. My bad. My bad. Carlo got me. He said Randy Gregory is about to retire. Yeah, that makes sense then. Appreciate that. I did not know that. All right. Adam Pap says, what do you think would be a big surprise today? I think the biggest thing that could surprise me today is us doing something with Terrace Marshall other than keep him on the roster. If he gets traded or something like that, I'd be surprised. If he gets cut, I'd be very surprised. I think Terrace Marshall is going to be the key. It's gonna a lot of dominoes are gonna fall after Terrace Marshall. If we move on from Terrace Marshall, there'll be a lot of dominoes to fall after that. Yeah, I saw this kid too. Shout out to What's Up Doug. Uh, the 6'3" DB from the Bucks. Yeah, I haven't watched this game like that, but I did see him. I did see him out there. I did see him out there. I have to take a look. I don't really know too much about him, but let me see. There's a couple other names out there that are surprising that could be cut. Just looking at the see guys like Kadarius Toney could be moved on from. There's a couple guys. Couple of guys. So far, here's where we are. So far, we've made 2 roster moves. Jonathan Brooks on the NFI/PUP, and then you've got Jack Anderson who was cut. So we're down to 85 according to my count, as you can see right here. 85. So let's see. Yeah, DJ Johnson ain't going nowhere, bro. Let me see here. They're saying here's a couple of names that could be thrown out there. This is from a Bleacher Report article. David Bell, which is a wide receiver from Cleveland. James Bradberry. Now let's stop. Let's pause right here for a second. Let's pause right here for just a second, and let's talk about James Bradberry for a second before I get to the 6'3" DB from the Bucks. Hang tight. Hang tight on that. I missed the super chat. Let me get this real quick. The game guy says whoever's going to start opposite of Clowney is currently not on the roster. I do agree with that. I agree with that. I do think we're going to bring in another edge rusher. And let's just say this too. The roster at the end of the day, once we set our 53-man roster, that is not going to be the end all be all. There are going to be other guys cut after that. We're going to still continue to make moves. As you sign guys, you're going to have to cut guys. So I know we're going to be excited about the 53-man roster announced, but that ain't going to be the end. There's going to be other guys, especially as we cherry pick from that waiver wire. As you pick up guys from the waiver wire, you have to release somebody else. So it's not all set in stone once the 53-man roster is announced. Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. All right. So let me see. Ken says, Ken88 says, love the content. I gotta get to work, I believe is what he's trying to say. Appreciate that, Ken. Appreciate that. All right. So let's talk about James Bradberry for just a second. James Bradberry. All right. So the Eagles, they picked up a lot of guys. They got Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, Eli Ricks, Keely Ringo. They drafted Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. All right. So it's a lot happening in that Eagles secondary. They got younger. And so James Bradberry, who I know a lot of y'all love James Bradberry and would like to have him back. I think he's lost a step. He ain't that same guy. I think he was even thinking about moving to safety. I happened to see an interview with him during Eagles camp, and he was talking about potentially moving to safety just to find a here we go. Ian Rappaport. Man, they put standout edge. Stand where? He stood where? Where he stand at? Where he stand at? Where he been standing at? I don't know where he. Just saying. All right. We'll put Wanham. We'll move Wanham to the pup. He was already on the pup, so we already good there. We already got Wanham on the pup, so we're good. So again, that's one player on the pup, one on the NFI. So we're good there. We got one more that we can put on the pup. All right. So let's back to my James Bradbury discussion. Thank you guys. This is what I want to see per Rappaport. All right. That's the last piece of news that we got. We got Brooks on the NFI already. We got that. We got Brooks on the NFI. We got Jack Anderson cut. We got DJ Wanham on the pup. We're still at 85 guys on the roster. So we still got a long way to go. We got a long way to go. Again, we talked about this too. Releasing Terrell Edmonds. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm gonna look him up in just a second. But back to my James Bradbury discussion in the Eagles. Sorry. Well, they have to officially announce it though. They have to officially announce these guys can still be released. On cut down day, they have to announce whether they're gonna go to the pup or be cut. So this isn't just having him on the pup now isn't enough. They've got to officially put him on the pup as we go into the season. All right. Bradbury. Yeah, I think the ship is sailed, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Bradbury ship is sailed. I know some of y'all like. I don't like the fact that anytime, somebody gets released, we got to automatically jump and say he's got to be a Panther. Like that ship is sailed, bro. We got to get younger and we got to get better. I think Bradbury does not fit either one of those. He's older, and he's talking about moving to safety, bro. Like I think he's done, bro. Salute to James Bradbury, bro. Salute to James Bradbury, but I think it might be over here. Not career wise. He can still find a role somewhere as a safety. I'm assuming, but yeah, we're good, bro. Younger and better. We don't have to jump. It's like we so thirsty. We just talking anything. We talking to ones. Can we talk to some dimes? Like we just jumping at anything, bro. We so thirsty. I saw somebody get anytime somebody name get meant. Tim Patrick, we really thirsting over Tim Patrick, bro. With all due respect, Tim Patrick had some nice seasons, bro, or a nice season or two. But is that what we thirsting over? We ain't got to thirst to everything, bro. We're better than that, man. We're better than that. We deserve better, bro. We don't got to thirst to everything. Can we at least start at sevens? Let's start at sevens and work our way up. Not just work tens and just twos, ones and twos. We good, bro. Like we ain't got to thirst to everything. I'm like, bro, what are we doing? We ain't got to thirst over everything, bro. We're better than that, man. We treat yourself better than that. We're better than that, bro. Our self-esteem got to be picked up a little bit. And here's another one. Name chasing. Yes, a lot of name chasing, bro. Can we get? And this is why I love. And I started to say this earlier, but this is why I love Jalen Coker so much. I want to see us develop. When is the last time we developed a guy and kept him around? When is the last time we said, "All right, we're gonna stick with a guy," i.e., Derek Brown? Development sometimes pays off. If you sometimes you got to go through those struggles. Guys can develop. Man, I appreciate this, man. B. Amos, I appreciate that for the lunch fund. I appreciate that. I think Wingstop is going to be on deck, but we'll see. Yeah, Chuba. I want to see again. Chuba is another good one, but we need to develop guys, bro. Let's develop some talent. That's why we end up in these cap situations that we're in. Is because we don't allow guys. We cut guys before we develop them. We got to develop somebody, bruh. And I'm hopeful that Canellis and Dan Morgan get on the same page and allow that to happen, bro. Oops, sorry. The Browns have waived Jalen Darden. Man, I remember Jalen Darden. I remember doing a video on him. I liked him a lot. Return specialist. If that ISM injury is worse than we initially thought, could be just keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that. Oh yeah, we pointed this out, man. Shout out to JT. I seen development in Jack Plummer. Yo, Jack Plummer, bro, his development from the first day of training camp to the end of the preseason, bro, it's like, bro, it was day and night. It was day and night, bro. It was day and night. My man, my shout out to Knucklehead K. My people's Knucklehead K said 590 people in here. Can y'all hit that like button that look like this? Thank you. I appreciate it, Knucklehead K. My homie. That's my homie, Knucklehead K. All right. Isaiah Hodgins, is getting released from the New York Football Giants. Isaiah Hodgins. Appreciate that. Appreciate the super sticker, man. Appreciate that a lot. Appreciate that. Tim Missa, drop a bell for David Bell. We're good on that. Yeah, but just going back to Coker, bro. Like this is why I like Jalen Coker so much. I want to see him develop. I think he has a lot of potential. And when you play in that wide receiver game, which is going to be very interesting, we're going to have the answers today. What are they going to do with the wide receivers? Right? What are they going to do with Terrace Marshall? Right? Terrace Marshall, final year of his deal. It's a couple of guys. They're looking at regarding like long-term deals next year potentially. Terrace Marshall, Deontay Johnson, both have to get extended. Are they going to sink that much money? Are you going to be all in on Deontay? If you're all in on paying Deontay, you still got Mingo on a rookie deal. You got Xavier Legette on a rookie deal. How much money is Terrace Marshall going to command? You got a lot of money sunk into the offensive line. Can you afford to pay another receiver outside of Deontay Johnson if they go that route? So if you don't, then why even delay the inevitable is my point. If he's not going to be a part of the long-term plan, and you have to play that balance, because I tweeted this yesterday, is that you got to play the balance of long-term and also keeping weapons around Bryce Young. You can't take away weapons from Bryce Young. Injuries happen. So what if Mingo goes down? You could probably use a Terrace Marshall to step in there. So I see a lot of different ways to do this. My man Spence says, wouldn't it make more sense to move TMJ or even Thielen to keep Coker? Who would be better, cheaper option for the same skill set? So here's the problem. Yeah, it sounds good in theory to trade those guys. You're not trading Thielen. The problem with trading Thielen, and I saw this on X, bro. Some of the narratives I see on X just had me scratching my head sometimes. Bro, you cannot take away Adam Thielen from Bryce Young. You can't do that. You cannot take Adam Thielen away from Bryce. Adam Thielen was a 1,000-yard receiver last year. He was the only one that Bryce trusted. He was the only one. He's going to be Mr. Third Down. Guys like Cotchery, that veteran presence that when you need a big third down, I know I can get the Thielen in the slot. You need that, bro. You can't get rid of that for the sake of getting rid of that. And Spence, I'm not turning up on you. I'm not directing my energy towards you. I'm just saying that I see that a lot on X. Yes, in theory that sounds nice, but you have to think about the X's and O's and the contract ramifications. I don't even think Thielen is cuttable right now. Oh, Trey Flowers is getting cut. That's interesting. Trey Flowers is getting cut per Tom. Oh no, Jeremy Fowler. Excuse me. Trey Flowers is interesting. Let me check. Now, I don't want to name chase. I don't want to be guilty of what I just did. Now I don't want to name chase. He was okay. He was okay. He's had just mid seasons, but probably I probably take a flyer on Michael Jackson. Oh, Mike Jack. I'm cool. I'm cool on Trey Flowers, but thank you for that, Carlo. I'm cool on Trey Flowers. Why let TMJ and Deontay walk when next year we'll be back in the same situation trying to find offensive talent? Yeah. So nobody's saying let Deontay walk. Well, I'm saying re-sign Deontay. TMJ, on the other hand, again, it comes to the money investment. You can't pay everybody. Right? You have to make tough decisions. You got to make tough decisions. And sometimes those tough decisions include moving on from guys like TMJ. But that's why you protected yourself by going out and getting a Coker. And listen, all my bias is laid out, bro. I'm a Coker fan. I'm a Coker fan, so I'm just going to put that out there. I let my biases be known up front. But see, here's the thing: when you talk about trading for Mechie, like I don't think we're in a situation where we want to trade away draft picks. I think we're looking to acquire draft picks. I don't know where Mechie would fit. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bro. And that's why this conversation regarding TMJ is so difficult. It's difficult, right? Like I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do regarding TMJ. Ideally, I think the ideal circumstance, and I said this a million times, the ideal circumstance would be to trade TMJ. But obviously, they tried that last year. If everybody knows that you don't want him a part of your long-term plan, they're gonna wait for you to cut him. Nobody's gonna give up anything if they know he already tried to be he already tried to get out of here last year. So everybody in the world already knows that he wants out. Then why trade for him when I know they're just gonna probably release him anyway? So that's why I think he could stick around. They have until week 6 or the trade, whenever the trade deadline is, to potentially move him. But I don't know, bro. Slick Vic, and this could be true. He says I think TMJ under this coaching staff will be a different player. That could be true. But even if he is a different player, hypothetically, when you talk about the future, are you going to pay him and Deontay Johnson? That's the question mark. When you just invested capital in Xavier Legette, you have Mingo on the roster, right? So like, there's a balance. There's a balance, bro. That's the problem. That's the problem with it, and that's where people don't look at it from both perspectives. You have to look at it from a X's and O standpoint, right? Is he talented? Is the talent there? And then you have to look at the contract perspective. Does it make sense from a team building standpoint? And from a team building standpoint, it doesn't make sense to keep he's not. I don't think the talent is so high that it is making me pay both of him and Deontay Johnson, if that makes sense. This is interesting. Bills releasing safety Kareem Jackson, per source. The 15-year vet spent most of the last 5 years with Denver. Denver Evero, and sign with Buffalo in July. That could be a connection. That could be a connection. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as we peruse the waiver wire. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 929 as we approach the first hour. We are approaching the first hour of this stream. It's now 8:48. Hit that like button and subscribe button. We have almost 1,000 people viewing between X and YouTube. Let's run these likes up. Hit that subscribe button for your boy. I appreciate it. We got a long way to go. As it stands right now, we are 85 folks on the roster. The moves include cutting Jack Anderson out of here. We moved Jonathan Brooks to the NFI, non-football injury list. We have DJ Wanham on the PUP. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as we peruse here. I got a couple more things to update. Let me update my actual roster here. Let's go to where my offensive lineman at. Where's my red X? There's a couple things we need to do. I haven't even shown y'all the roster yet. I haven't even shown y'all the roster, the other roster, the graphical roster. Yes, DJ Wanham is on the PUP. Yeah, we knew that, bro. We knew that. Some of y'all are disappointed in like guys going to the PUP in the NFI, bro. You ain't been watching. we told y'all this was gonna happen a long time ago, especially with Jonathan Brooks. We told y'all that was happening. I tried to warn y'all, and that's why I didn't like the pick initially. I'm warming up to it because I think it's more of a future play. It's okay. I think he's talented, so I like Jonathan Brooks. I understand now why they did that. But that's why I initially didn't like the pick, is because we're not going to see him until midway, or not midway, probably a quarter way through the season. So it's just a wait. We got to be patient. We got to be patient, including myself. I am not immune. I got to be patient too. All right, let me get this up. Just 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to. Oops. All right. Amari Barno is on the injured reserve and PUP list to begin the season, meaning he will be ineligible to play for the first 4 games. So Barno, surprisingly, is still on the roster. We are not cutting him. We're not cutting him. That's interesting. Haven't seen him. That could be that additional pass rusher. But shout out to my man Carlo. Carlo has said, and this is per Jordan Schultz, so a verified source, Barno is officially on the PUP again. You have to announce it, and it has been announced. So he's already there. I already had him on that list, but he is officially now on the PUP. So Mario Barno is on that list. All right. Shout out to my man Dylan for Panthers fans only. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Rashad for grinding all day for us. Yes, all day. All day long, we're going to be on this thing. Ronnie Boyd says, why not keep him? Let both contracts play out and see who has the better output, TMJ or Deontay. Make it a competition instead of letting talent walk. Now, Ronnie, I would agree with you, but the talent between Deontay and TMJ is not comparable. That ain't. It's already been said that Deontay is wide receiver 1. They're going to feed him and feed him well. It's already been said. Canales has said it. So we already know that. I mean, we already, from a talent perspective, we already know what time it is. Deontay's the one. The question is TMJ worth letting go of other talented wide receivers that you have? Because if TMJ is not going to be here next year, you could potentially lose other guys on the roster. I don't know, bro. I'm just saying. I don't think TMJ is trash by any means, but the talent is not comparable, bro. Here we go. Let's see. Acash says, I'm here for a marathon stream. Here's a few bucks for the coffee shop. Appreciate that. Coffee on deck already. Appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for sure. Y'all locking in, man. I really appreciate that. Oh man. Why Big George says, I'll be back. I gotta go take a TMJ. That is funny, bro. That's funny. Okay, yeah. D'Angelo, TMJ definitely better than Mingo. That might be true, but Mingo's also a second year receiver. And has 3 years left on his contract. TMJ is at the end of his contract, right? So there's again, when you talk about talent, it goes past the talent. It goes into the team building standpoint. It's not always just about talent, but I won't disagree that TMJ is better than Mingo. I believe that is the case too, but that doesn't mean anything to me from a team builder standpoint. Mark, man, I appreciate this. He says, bro, I'm sure I'm speaking for the whole chat when I say I feel like you're showing some real commitment to what you do for the fans, and we appreciate you. Man, I appreciate you. I appreciate it for sure. I appreciate it, man. Let me update my other roster. Let's see. DJ Wanham on the pup. And then pup. So let me see. Let me move him over. Shoot. I got 2 rosters I'm working with. Y'all give me a second. Let's see. Running backs, NFI. All right. So let me show y'all this other roster that I have. Yo, Thielen ain't going nowhere unless he wants to be traded. That's the only way I don't see us flipping Thielen. Bryce needs Thielen, bro. That's why I keep saying you have to play that delicate balance of team building and keeping talent for Bryce. Bryce, you can't take away weapon. You can't take away from Bryce at this point. That's from offensive line, tight end, or wide receiver talent. You can't take away. You have to add. That's not how math works. Bryce math is addition, not subtraction. This is Bryce math we're talking about here. All right, here's my other. Oh, let me stop this and share this other one. My apologies. Well, I need my stream deck bad, bruh, so I can just hit this button. That's what I got coming to, a stream deck. If you know, you know. All right, let's just do the entire screen. Here we go. All right, so here is because I don't like the bottom. 1 second, y'all. Uh-oh, did I freeze up? Window. Can y'all still hear me? Sam Pinckney has been waived. Sam Pinckney has been waived. Give me 1 second. My camera cut off. Give me 1 second. One second, y'all. All right, I'm back. My bad. All right, Sam Pinckney has been waived. I got it. All right, so here is what we're going to be looking at from a roster standpoint. Sheesh. My camera keeps cutting off. I might have to go back to my old school joint in a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Y'all can still hear me? I think we're good. Let's see here. Let me update this other roster real quick. Fucking Excel go. Oh, here we go. 1 second. Sam Pinckney. Cut. All right, so here we go. We're down to 84. 84 guys. That's Sam Pinckney's second time being waived. He was waived earlier in the season. Then they brought him back during camp, and now he got waived again. One second, y'all. My bad. All right. We got some alerts here. Sorry, y'all. Rudy Ford cut. Thank you, guys. Rudy Ford has been cut. Let's update this. Rudy Ford has been cut. All right, here we go. We're moving here, guys. We're moving. Down to 83 guys. 83 guys at this point. No real surprises yet. I'm ready for the fun to start, man. When is the fun going to start? Let me update this. I shouldn't be insensitive. It's never fun for guys to get cut, man. This is a sad day for a lot of people. A lot of dreams ending today for at least the short term. My man said the TMJ news will kick it off. Yeah, it will. It will for sure. Let's go through these positions and kind of see what y'all think. What y'all think is going to happen. That's not what I meant to do. What do y'all think is going to happen with the running backs? Do y'all think we keep Mike Boone? You think Blackshear's a lock? What y'all think? Yeah, we got Sam Pinckney cut. Sam Pinckney and Rudy Ford were the latest cuts. Y'all trying to get Miles up out of here. They said Blackshear is gone. I doubt it. Blackshear is the only other capable returner outside of ISM. He's not going anywhere. I think you see this little PS right there. I think Jaden Sheridan goes to the practice squad. I hope he comes back. I think he comes. He's gonna clear and come back. We already cut him once. I think he's talented. He'll be back. I think Blackshear is about as close as a lock as possible, but just for the sake of drama, I put him on the bubble side because I know a lot of y'all don't think he is gonna make it. But yeah, I think Blackshear, because his return ability, is definitely gonna be on the roster for sure. All right, tight ends. I think it's gonna be interesting what happens with Ian Thomas. I think Ian Thomas could be on that injured reserve list with designation to return. That could be very interesting. That could be very interesting. Keep an eye on that, which may allow us to keep multiple tight ends. I think Jordan Matthews is close to a lock. I think he's right in between this line between a lock and a bubble. But Jordan Matthews, I think, is the one that stays. Keep an eye on Horsted. Horsted had a good last game against the Bills. Hollister has the connection to TMJ, or excuse me, to Canales. Let me see. Got another. Okay, Stephen Gilmore, Lions. I saw that. Lions releasing Stephen Gilmore. I'm cool on that. I'm cool. I think it's, I mean, I think we just love the fact that that's Stephon Gilmore's brother, but I think we're cool on that. But this could be interesting with the tight ends. Tight ends is interesting. Again, Tommy Tremble last year, his deal. Jatavion's been balling, playing pretty well. Interior offensive lineman. So this is what the interior offensive line looks like so far. I think it could be very interesting. I think Andrew Ram is played very well as a backup center. I think he may be a solid lock because I think we need a backup center. Cade Mays is a swing guy. He's hurt right now. So I think Andrew Ram is a guy that could definitely make this roster for sure. Mason Brooks also interesting as well, but I think Ram is definitely going to stay for sure. Just my opinion. And that's a future play too, like you all were saying. He's a center of the future. Austin Corbett is on the final year of his deal. So it's going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Here's the tackles. I think it's going to be very interesting with Ricky Lee. Y'all know as an Aggie, he's the homie. But I don't know. I think Nijman staying around, being healthy. He's a swing guy, can play on both sides. I think it's gonna be interesting for Ricky Lee, bro. I think he could probably hang around the short term, but in the long term, they may decide to move on. I'm not sure. It's gonna be interesting for him. It's gonna be interesting for him for sure. This is the receivers. Again, this is where Ish is gonna get real. This is where Ish is gonna get real with the wide receivers. I can make an argument to move ISM over to lock, but because of I want to add some drama to this. You know what I mean? I want to add some drama. I know how y'all feel about ISM. A lot of y'all trying to get ISM up out of here, which makes no sense to me. That's another narrative I saw on X yesterday. People are saying that ISM is gonna potentially get cut. Guys, I don't know why my camera keeps freezing up. I might have to go back to my old school shindig, but I'm still here. Smith Marset is going to be a lock, should be a lock due to his returnability. His returnability should keep him on for sure. He should be a lock for sure. Why y'all trying to get rid of him? I have no idea. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it one bit. Yep, I'm seeing Mike Strawn while I'm on this page. Shout out to Carlo. Tom Brasillo has announced that Mike Strawn is out of here. So let me go ahead and update this. Mike Strawn. Okay, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. With this, a little bit of drama being added to this. A little bit of drama. Mike Strawn is up out of here. Carlo got me locked in on the chat. Or on the text. Up out of here. It's getting crazy. It's getting close. Anybody else nervous in here? It's 9:00 in the morning. And we got 1,060 people in the building. This is dope. Appreciate y'all for jumping on. Hit that like button and subscribe button as you come in. We appreciate that. We appreciate that for sure. Let me see. There we go. Not sure why my camera keeps cutting off, but we'll have to address that. May have to get my webcam back on here because camera keep tripping. All right, let me exit out and update this. Let me update the other Joan. So we got rid of Pinkney. Nope, we got Pinkney. Here we go. Strawn. It's cut. Jaguars released a lot of corners, ain't they? A lot of corners is up out of here. A lot of corners are gone. My man said TMJ is a lock. We'll see. We're down to 82, according to my numbers. Strawn is out of here. We're down to 82 guys. We got a long way to go. Long way to go, bro. Shout out to Wesley. Says per Adam Schefter, Jaguars release Amani Oruwariye. Butchered that name. Killed it. And not in a good way. Yeah, Rudy Ford gone. We don't say my apologies. Who's on the practice squad? So this is an interesting question we addressed earlier. Our international player through the international pathway program, I think Junior Oho, I believe that's who it is. He's on the practice squad. He's our international player, so we can add 16 more players to this list. But we won't know the practice squad. It won't be announced until tomorrow. Everybody has to clear waivers, and then they get added to the practice squad. So we won't know for sure. Yep, we got Rudy Ford already. We got Rudy Ford. Z Spoon, appreciate that, bro. We got Rudy Ford already. Make sure I got him here. Yep, we got him already. Cut. Out of here. Finito. We on it. We on all the cuts, bro. We locked in. So if you come in 5 minutes late, like we already locked in, bro. But I appreciate that super chat. We locked in. Yep, we got the Kareem Jackson cut already. We talked about that. 15-year vet. We want to get younger. We want to get younger, bro, not older. So this is where we stand as of right now. Yeah, a lot of these guys that we cut are coming back. Don't get it twisted. A lot of these guys we cut are gonna come back, but as of right now, they got to clear waivers. Yep, we got Barno. We got Barno and want him on the pup. We got that already. We locked in. Appreciate it. We got it. We got it locked in, bro. If somebody wants to keep a running list of everything, by all means, Too busy? What up? Obviously, you're not too busy to come pop in and say what's up. Too busy is not too busy to come say what's up to PNP. We appreciate that. Yep, we got the Stephen Gilmore cut. We got that joint. There we go. Here's the running list. Waivers and cuts so far: Jack Anderson, Sam Pinckney, and Rudy Ford. Yes. Gold on wheels with the summary. Love it. Love it. Love it. Great question, Jordan Higgins. No, excuse me. Great question, Mark Burks. How long is a player available to be picked up off of waivers before they can be signed to a practice squad? So you have to go for 24 hours. We won't know the practice squad until 4:00 tomorrow. They have to. It's a 24-hour waiver period. That's when all the teams put their bids in. And then after that, if a player gets picked up off of waivers, they're no longer eligible to be put on our practice squad, obviously. And then they revert to an open pool. That's when guys can start signing their practice squad guys. They can choose. And again, what's interesting is that they can choose. They can go wherever. Like they don't have to come back to Carolina. Obviously, the familiarity would be dope. It would make sense, especially if you like it here. But they don't have. They can go sign somewhere else if they want to. All right, my bad, man. I'm supposed to talk about this. Bradley Barber, man, appreciate this. He says, what do you think about Keenan Isaac, corner from Tampa, due to 6'3" and 91 PFF grade in preseason? Preseason, yeah, I got to take a look at him, to be honest with you. I got to take a look. Akash says, with Wanham and Barno on the pup, I hope some decent edge guys get on the waiver wire for sure. Also, we better keep Damani Richardson. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Damani. It's gonna be tough for Damani. Let me see. Let me check that guy out that y'all talking about, the cornerback, Keenan Isaac. Because that's the second time he's come up. And I do think we need some corner help, but we're not gonna be looking for guys that are veteran corner help. That's just my opinion. Which is why we went out there and got Mike Jackson. That's why we went out there and got Mike Jackson, bro. Crap. Sorry, I'm trying to look up this other kid. Yep, we got Mike Strachan already. We already got Mike Strachan. We're good to go. We got Rudy Ford already too. If you're coming in late, it's a good chance we already got it. Just real quick, going through the rest of these guys. We had stopped at the wide receivers, right at Mike Strachan when he got cut. Defensive ends, I think LeBron Ray's gonna make that last spot, and I think we're set there. And then we got defensive tackles. Defensive tackles is going to be interesting. I think TJ Smith has made a name for himself this preseason. Crumity's injured. It's going to be interesting to see what we do with him. It's going to be very interesting to see what we do with Crumity. And Aho, he's the guy that we're talking about with the International Pathways program. So he's already on the practice squad. Linebackers, I'm thinking Shirless. Shirless is a guy that has played very, very well. You can make an argument for Wooten, Gill. The linebackers are all right, but I'm rooting for Shirless. I'm not sure that he's going to make it. We'll see. I think Shirless has played very well. HBCU guy. I'm rooting for him. We'll see. Outside linebackers. I don't know why I put Chase on the bubble. I think I did that for y'all because y'all be hating. But I think Chase on, Leota, I think both of those guys are probably going to end up making it. Might be everybody on this list, to be honest with you, by just as the war of attrition at this point. But I think somebody else, again, is going to end up. Somebody not on this roster right now is going to end up getting picked up. Somebody, hopefully, a good veteran cut, so we can pick him up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Camera tripping. There we go. Hopefully that little change fixes it. All right. Yeah, I think one of these edge rushers is not like the other. Yeah, I think that I think it just might be by default, man. Everybody might make it, bro, because we ain't got nobody else. So it's tough. It's tough. Here's a good question. Rashad, isn't Lamar Jackson and a few other players that were injured waived on the IR? No. They're actually out there and available to be picked up by teams. They're not on our roster. Lamar Jackson, not on our roster anymore. My man said my camera keeps folding. The lights are too bright. Yeah, I might have to go back to my my webcam if it keeps messing up. I don't know if it's getting hot. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. New setup, so just bear with me. Here are the cornerbacks. This is another one where it could get interesting. Anthony Brown, we don't know what the deal is with him, but kind of could be an injured reserve candidate. Not sure. It depends how we use the other ones. I think we could definitely Dane Jackson. I forgot about Dane Jackson as well. Another injured reserve guy potentially. It could be very, very interesting. Very interesting what happens. I don't know what they're gonna do with Dane. And I think this is another situation where this could be a guy we not listed here that's on another roster somewhere that gets cut. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. Could be very interesting. Safeties. Yep, we got Rudy Ford up out of here. Jamie Robinson, he's closed out the preseason strong, but started off a little rocky. It started off a little rocky, but he's been locked in recently. Nick Scott, who's been balling. Damani Richardson's been balling. It's gonna be interesting. We'll see what happens with Sam Franklin as well. We'll see what happens with Sam Franklin. And then, kind of like skip. Y'all boys funny. And then here's special teams. We already know, even though I know y'all want to put Panero in the bubble, chances are he's likely a lock. So it is what it is there. My man said, cut all the DBs and bring somebody else in. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Somebody got to stay. So here's where we are from the roster standpoint, down to 82. 82 guys. 82 guys currently. A reserve kicker? Nah, it's not happening. You're wasting a practice squad spot. We're good, man. Just if you don't like Panero, cut him and bring somebody else in. No need to keep a quote unquote reserve kicker, bro. So here's where we stand right now. Here is we'll just take a look at these guys. Here is the practice or injured reserve. So these guys are currently designated as injured reserve to return. Remember, we talked about this earlier. If Luton is cut and Anthony Brown are cut, that means they no longer are the injured reserve designations, right? Injured reserve means you're going to miss 4 games. And as long as you've been designated to return, you can come back. So I look for guys like maybe Dane Jackson to be on injured reserve with designation to return. But you can only do 2. Probably Dane Jackson and Sam Franklin, if my guesses are going to be correct. All right, here we go. Oh, wow. Luigi, we just talked about Luigi. Luigi Villain looks like he's getting cut. Very interesting. Shout out to my man Carlos. Like everything happens at one time. Nah, man, you fouled for that. You fouled for that, Carlo. My man said, "Mamma mia, foul, foul." So Luigi is out of here, down to 81. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. 81. Let me update the other Joan. Luigi is out of here. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta respond to this. One second. Yeah, we already got Mike Strawn already. Give me 1 second, y'all. My bad. I gotta respond to this text. That's what happens when you go live 20 for a few hours. My favorite sports movie. I don't know. It's a good question. Nah, your phone didn't freeze. I'm good. I'm still here. I just got to respond to this text real quick. Give me a second. Yeah. All right. I know, man. My bad. My bad. My bad. I had to send a text out. My fault. This is if I'm live, bro. I'm gonna be live like all day. So I need to handle some business sometimes too. So my bad. My bad. Give me a second. I'm good now. All right. So let me see here. What's going on? What's going on? Again, we have recapped everything, so we're good. We're good. We've recapped everything. Y'all be name chasing, bro. I think we're probably good on Stephen Gilmore, bro. We're probably good. We probably want some veteran cornerback help. I know y'all like. We just talked about it earlier about the name chasing. Y'all last name chasing now. I'm cool with a first name chase, but y'all here last name chasing now. Yeah, so we're down to 81 players again. Just to kind of summarize, yes, Jonathan Brooks has went to the NFI, non-football / pup. He's gonna miss 4 games at least. Um, and this is not a surprise. Yeah, I know some of y'all are jumping in like y'all surprised. We haven't seen him all training camp, and he's still recovering from that ACL. And that's just the reality. We won't see him until midway through the season, and that was probably bound to happen. And we've been saying that since day one. That's okay. Not a big thing. Not a big deal. We still got Miles Sanders. You still got Chuba. So running back room is going to be okay without Jonathan Brooks. When we do get him, I'm sure it's going to be exciting. Can he practice during this? I don't think that's a good question. I don't know. I think he can. There's one where you can't, and I can't recall whether he can practice or not. But it's interesting. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, he's gonna have fresh legs for sure, and he doesn't have a lot of tread. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of wear on his legs. He doesn't have a lot of burn from Texas because he was playing behind Bijan. So he's got a lot left in the tank for sure. He's got a lot left in the tank. Yep, Minnesota's they waived Matt Corral, Dwayne McBride, Reyes, Mo Abraham. I like Mo Abraham out of college. Went to Minnesota. Jalen Williams, Neil Johnson. I don't know who some of these other guys are, but Matt Corral's interesting. Y'all want Matt Corral back? Y'all want Matt Corral back? Mike Boone. Mike Boone is solid. I like Mike Boone. I like Mike Boone. Yeah, this is a great question. Lyrical Bullfrog says, if Brooks wasn't injured, would he have gone first round? Probably. He probably would have went. He probably would have went first round for sure. Which is why you got to take him in a second. I think they felt like they had to take him. You know what I mean? So it's all good. I mean, I think it'll pay off. I think it'll pay off in the future. It's just one we gotta be patient for and wait. We gotta wait. We just gotta wait for it. And that's okay. Again, we're not anticipated to win the Super Bowl this year, so let's just relax. With significant depth and talent at wide receiver, the Broncos are moving on from Tim Patrick. per source. I'm cool. I'm cool on Tim Patrick. Packers are waiving Caleb Jones. Packers are waiving Caleb Jones. Let me see what Caleb talking about, man. See what Caleb talking about. Wow. 6'9", 370. Caleb Jones. Undrafted guy. He's a massive human being, bro. Caleb Jones, 6'9", 370 pounds. Massive individual. But I don't, yeah, he's yeah, I'm cool. I'll just leave it that way. Sorry, I just sent another text. My bad. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just wait slowly but surely to cut. I think lunchtime, around lunch, I think it'll really pick up. So we're just in here watching, seeing how it plays out. No real surprises from the Carolina Panthers just yet. We're just taking it as the information comes. Nothing real. It's kind of slow. Kind of slow. Everybody's falling in love with Keenan Isaac. Everybody loves Keenan Isaac. Again, I don't. We'll see. We'll see what happens. 6'3", big cornerback. HBCU guy too. Went to Alabama State. Undrafted free agent last year. So everybody's falling in love with Keenan Isaac right now. He's like the guy everybody wants. Thoughts on the Mechie situation? I mean, there's really no thoughts on it, to be honest with you, until they make a determination on what they're gonna do. Should we trade for him? I don't know. I I understand the I understand why everybody kind of is talking about it. The Bryce connection, you know what I mean? Went to Alabama together, good stuff. I see it, I understand, but that's just rumors. We had a Texan fan come in here earlier and said, "Hey, look, you know what I mean? That's this situation overblown. That's not gonna happen. We're not gonna trade him. We're not going anywhere. So it's all good." So it's all speculation at this point. I understand why people want him, but I think we have some talent on wide receiver room. Let's see what we got. You got you got Mingo. You got Xavier Leggett. Let's develop some guys, man. My man said West Coast teams are still asleep. Nah, they up now. They probably getting up now. Yeah, man. My man said West Coast team's been up since 4 a.m. Yeah, you got to get up. You got to get after it. Got to get after it. My man, Chief Chief Michael says they looking at the measurables, not the film when it comes to Isaac. Yeah, I can't. I haven't seen him. So I can't really speculate. I haven't really sat down and watched him, so I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself because I haven't done the analysis. I haven't done the full analysis, so I'm cool. I'm cool. Yes, I did see this. I did see the quarterback school. I did see the quarterback school. It was pretty good. It's pretty good, man. JT O'Sullivan. I respect his thought process. Called out a lot of issues with the Carolina Panthers last year, including play calling, including protection. He was excited about Bryce. Had a couple of things, couple little suggestions. Had a couple suggestions. But it all made sense. Everything made sense. Called out Zavala, who we don't anticipate starting. Called him out for kind of blowing up some things on that. I believe it was the fourth down play. My man hates Adam Thielen for some reason. I'm not sure why he hates Adam Thielen. I don't know what Adam Thielen did. Did he, taught his baby moms or something? I don't know. I don't know what he did, but him and Adam Thielen definitely got beef. There's definitely some beef going on with Adam Thielen and JT O'Sullivan. I'm not sure. But he definitely shades him and barely likes to give him props when he does something well. So, but yeah, man. Again, I like it. I like Adam Thielen. He's a savvy veteran. You need a guy like Adam Thielen around. You need a guy like Adam Thielen around. He's going to help out Bryce Young a lot. So I love it. I love it. I mean, yeah, he's slow, but that don't mean he ain't good though. He be disrespecting Adam Thielen like he just trash. Like he don't want to give him no props. You gotta give my man Thielen some props, bro. He is slow, especially when he called out, I believe it was Mingo that was next to him, and how quick Mingo got out his break, and then compared to how slow Adam Thielen was. I mean, he definitely called it out, bro. It was a good, very very good breakdown though. I like JT O'Sullivan. He breaks it down to where it's easy to understand. If you're not an X's and O's guy like that, it's easy to understand. He rationalizes a lot of stuff. But yeah, man, it was good stuff. It was good stuff. Good stuff for sure. My man said, "Can Carlo?" I don't know if Carlo. I don't know if Carlo's available. Let me see if Carlo's available to jump on the stream. Let me see if Carlo's outside. I'll see. I'll open it up at 10 o'clock. Do I ever let people call in? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I let people jump in sometimes. I'll let people jump on the stream for sure today because I can't talk for 20 hours straight. So I'll obviously gonna let some people jump in here and talk and give their opinions for sure. for sure. Anders Carlson. Kicker change. Breaking news. Kicker change. Kicker change. We're gonna have a kicker change. It could happen. It could still happen. We could still bring in someone else. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it, but you never know. Never know. 81 people. 81 people on the Panthers roster right now. 28 more to go. I believe that's what was said. All right, here we go. Steelers are releasing outside linebacker Kyron Johnson per league source, and he is expected to have interest from other NFL teams. Kyron Johnson or Kyron Johnson. I don't know how you pronounce it. We gotta look him up. I'm not familiar with his game. Not familiar with his game. Let's get it. Let's see what he about. Former Eagle as well. Didn't play much last year. Let's see. Let's see what he talking about. Only played in week 18 last year. He did play in 2022 with Philly. 21 total snaps. Let me see what see if they got a preseason up here. Played in one preseason game for the Steelers. 55 defensive grade. I mean, yeah. I don't know, bro. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see what Knucklehead K talking about. I don't check my IG like that. Let me see. See what Knucklehead K talking about. See what Knucklehead K talking about. All right, Knucklehead K, I got you. That's love right there. Shout to Knucklehead K. That's gonna be dope. My man said, "Do I do this full time?" No, I have a job. I just took the day off. I'm gonna see Knucklehead K. I'm gonna see you my number real quick. Oh wow, I remember Sakai Ika. I remember that's a big individual. That's a big individual. I remember I remember dang it. Yeah, 6'3", 358 from Baylor. Yeah, I remember. I remember back when we had Matt Rule, we was talking about whether we should draft him or not. 3rd round, 99 selection. I remember. I think he had short arms though, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember. 6'3", 359, 5.39 speed. He's been playing okay. We had a terrible year last year. Oh, that was preseason. Hold on, let me check the regular season. Only played in 4 games last year. So some of these guys that are getting released, I'm not really. I mean, these are names. They're cool names, but I ain't really tripping. Did I miss some super chats? Let me go back. Nope. I got them all. I think I got them all. Let me know if I miss any super chats because my brain is all over the place, so I might miss some. My man said, question, picture is more clear. What is the name of the camera you are using? Yes, I appreciate you acknowledging that my camera is more clear because I know I've been working with this trash webcam for years, and I've been trying to figure out how to use I have a Canon M6 Mark II. That's the camera I'm using, but I could never get it to work with my streaming. I finally figured out how to get it to work. Had to get a cam link, all that stuff. But yeah, man. But yeah, it's a Canon M6 Mark II. It's a mirrorless camera, and got some lenses on. I got to get another lens, but this is dope. This is finally got it to work. Finally got it to work, but I appreciate it. And I had to change the USB port on my computer for it to stop cutting out, but it's working right now. So knock on wood. Hopefully it stays that way. Who are needy wide receiver teams that could snag up Coker if he gets cut? It's a great question. I don't know. I don't know of any other teams out there, but I'm sure there are teams always looking for wide receiver help. But most of the time, that's addressed during the draft. What typically happens is, and what you have to worry about, is injuries during the season. Injuries during the season is what really can get after your guys. So hypothetically, if you cut Coker, right, first step will be for him to clear waivers. You got to clear waivers. Then you add him back to the practice squad. Once he's on the practice squad, you can designate 4 guys to be protected, right? So you can protect a guy each week going into a game. If they're not protected, that means anybody can snatch them up during the season. If they're snatched up during the season, that player has to be signed to the active roster, right? So you can protect Coker, but it's crazy. I don't know what they're gonna do. Again, I'm invested. I'm a Coker fan. I like Coker. We had a chance to interview Jalen Coker on the show. I'm a huge fan. I'm gonna be straight up. I broke my own rule. I ain't gonna lie. I broke my own rule. I be trying to tell y'all not to get connected to these players, not to bro. I broke my rule. I'm human. Sue me. I'm human. I'm a fan of Coker, bro. I want to see my man. He's a good kid. After interviewing him, I became even more of a fan. It's a good kid, bro. I like to see the underdog stories. I like the guys that are underdogs, went to Holy Cross, was expected to he went undrafted. I like those stories. I'm rooting for the underdog. Somebody asked me my favorite sports movie. This is my favorite sports movie. Jalen Coker. Watching him go from undrafted to making the team, that is what I want to see. This is my favorite movie. So, I'm sorry. I broke my own rule. I'm human. I'm human. My man said I'm in love with the Coker. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Let me say, can I move my camera to the top left? I could, but unfortunately, I'm not at this moment because I have to redesign everything. but I'm not gonna. It's all good. We'll be able to scroll around it. I actually shouldn't even be on this. Let's go to this view. That's where I should be. The Cokeheads, the Coker crew, self-proclaimed leader of the Coker crew. And I know it's crazy, right? We as soon as we turn our stream off, he scored a touchdown. I promise you, I would have went nuts. Oh wow! The Vikings plan to move on from nose tackle. Is his name Jacqueline? Jacqueline Roy, a 5th-round pick last year per source. He'll be traded or waived by today's deadline. Defensive tackle. Another defensive tackle. Will Robinson, man, says, I want Coker on the 53 as well, man. Yeah, man. We all want it. I will let Mingo go and keep Coker. They're not going to let Mingo go, bro. That's not happening. Mingo's developing. He's a 2 to 3 year guy. That's what it is. Okay, so it's being asked who has been cut. Let's go ahead and get that answer. Who has been cut? Let's get it. Let's see. This is who has been cut so far. Jack Anderson, Rudy Ford, Sam Pinkney, Mike Strawn, and Luigi Villain. Those are the guys that have been cut. Those are guys that have been cut. Sorry, this is gonna bother me because I didn't do my conditional formatting all the way through. It's gonna bother me. My apologies, y'all. That is gonna bother me. Oops. Let's keep doing that. My man said, Big Lou Baby Gaming says, I understand he's a year 3 guy, but Coker is more ready. I don't know that. We don't know that. I'm a Coker fan, but I'm not gonna say that, bro. I'm not gonna say he's better than Mingo. Like he does he have more upside potentially? Maybe, right? But that's what the development is for. That's what the development is for. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that Coker's ready right now, over Mingo or anybody else. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. It's year 2. It's year 2 for Mingo. We not gonna do that, bro. I'm with y'all, understand, but we not gonna do that. We can't let our fandom go too crazy now. I'm with y'all I'm self-proclaimed leader of the Coca crew. Okay, but I'm not gonna go that far. I'm not gonna go that far. We can't go that far. We not gonna go that far, bro. We can't do that. Can't do that. We can't let it go out of control, bro. Can't let it go out of control. Gotta get off that Coker. Yeah, get off the Coker. XL's a 2 to 3 year guy as well. Yeah, I would say that. I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, I agree. Hold on, where's that comment at? Dang it. Shout out to QJ. You're right, man. I like Coker too, but y'all gassing him up too much. Let's have realistic expectations on him. Agree. I agree with you. As self-proclaimed leaders of the Coker crew, we got to relax a little bit. I like them too, but everybody got to relax. We got to relax. Let's see. Oh man, Texas are waving cornerback Troy Pride Jr. A familiar face. A familiar face, Troy Pride. I didn't even know my man was still in the league, to be honest with you. I didn't even know my man was still in the league. I'm gonna be honest with you, just with all due respect. With all due respectfully, I didn't even know Fam was still in the league. Oh, Felipe Franks. Felipe Franks, our good friend Felipe Franks, is cut and probably going to be added to the practice squad. That makes complete sense. I like Felipe, man. He had a decent little, yeah, I mean, he was all right out there. You know, got brought in due to all the injuries we had at tight end. Did the decent job, bro. I'm not mad at Felipe, man. I'm not mad at Felipe. Felipe Franks, out of here. I will update it in just a second. I just got to get my formula straight, man. This is going to irritate me. Oops. That was going to irritate me, dog. Let's see, 81. Let's see here. Man, people keep hitting me up. It's kind of crazy, bro. When I'm doing a live stream, everybody want to hit me up. Dang it. Where Dave at? Dave, he might jump on. I think around lunchtime, Dave might jump on. I said I was gonna go live. I can't lump Dave into this, man. I can't add Dave to my madness sometimes. Dave probably don't have the, you know what I mean, the ability to go live today. We don't know. I mean, during the day. So we got to get Franks up out of here. Moving on from mid. I like it. Carlo got to work too, y'all. Everybody can't just get loose like me. My man said Dave would have slept through it. Don't do my man like that. Don't do my man Dave like that. Although he would have taken a nap for sure. Dave would have definitely taken a nap had he been on live. For sure. He would have definitely taken a nap. Definitely. No doubt about it. Oh man, he watching though. My man Dave said he in meetings most of the day, man. Yeah, man, he got stuff going on. He can't hop on, bro. All right, let's see where we are. 80. 80. It's getting low. It's getting low. I think it's gonna be a flurry of cuts around lunchtime, bro. It's gonna be a flurry of cuts around lunchtime. Flurry of cuts around lunch. Let me update the other graphics. See where we are. Got to get Felipe up out of here. I try to get him with a respectful X. I ain't want to give him no big red A. At least you can see their face. You know what I mean? He said, let me go back. Are you doing other team major cuts as well? Yes. If we see a big name being cut that could potentially rock with us, yeah, we're gonna cover them as well. But some of the names I'm seeing cut so far, y'all just I don't think they are significant enough for us to jump all over them at this time. So I'm sorry. Some of the names I've seen, they ain't it, bro. They ain't it. They ain't it. So that's where we stand right now. Again, just to kind of summarize, let's take a look at all the cuts again. So far, Panthers have cut Jack Anderson, Rudy Ford, Felipe Franks, Sam Pinckney, Mike Strawn, and Luigi Villain. Those are all the guys that we have cut so far. Let me. Let me see. Here we go. This for my man. There we go. There you go. Now I'm out the way. That was for you. Yeah, so this Lamar Jackson has been off this roster. If he's not on the roster, he's already gone. I'm way ahead of the game. If they were cut a week ago or 2 days ago, they're not on the roster anymore. So they don't count as cuts. We have since filled the roster since those guys have been cut. Those guys were replaced. You know what I mean? So that's why they're not on this list. Yep. No, Andrew Ram is not cut, and I don't think he's going. I think Ram makes the 53-man roster. Just my opinion. Yes, we are first in the waiver claim order, but those waivers won't be announced until tomorrow at 4:00. So we won't know anything about practice squads or anything like that until tomorrow. All right. Oh man, nah, not like this. Not like this. Oh man. Old Panther. This is old Panther news. Texans release veteran cornerback and former Jaguars first round CJ Henderson released from the Texans. Well, I'll be damned. Oh man, y'all know how I feel about CJ, bro, but I think it might be over with. My bad. That's on me, y'all. That's my bad. I got that one wrong. That's on me, bro. I take that one. I'll take that one, man. I'll take that one. The train has been derailed, crashed. It's over, bro. It's over. It's over, bro. My man CJ's up out of here, bro. I think he might be done. They did my man CJ dirty, bro. Well, my man said the train wrecked. Ah, man, not like this. Not like that, man. I'm gonna go to this view for a second because there's no real news. My man CJ Henderson is up out of here, unfortunately. Y'all know how I feel about CJ. I like CJ, but never seen the workout for my man CJ Henderson, dog. Damn. Foot Locker, here he comes. Don't do my man dirty like that. Yeah, he's done, bro. It's over. It's over for CJ. Yeah. Yeah, it's my new camera. My new camera. Y'all like it? My man CJ. They did my man CJ dirty, bro. Bust. Yeah, I think you can call it bust. I think you can call it for sure. Look, I gotta call it like I see it. One thing about Shad, hey, when Shad wrong, Shad admits he's wrong. Okay, I was wrong on that one. He is a bust. Gotta call it like I see it. CJ Bust Train. Yep, that's what it is. That's just what it is. Yeah, I did get new headphones as well. Got a whole new setup except for the mic. My mic is gonna be here for those that are just now coming in. My new mic will be here on Thursday. So I'm having a new mic tuned up. I'll be sounding different. We'll be sounding, you know what I mean? We're sounding good. Let me know if something happens with my audio. This mic, sometimes the cable gets loose at the bottom. So if I start peaking, let me know. Start scratching, that scratchy noise. Let me know, please. Please let me know. No, I did not get a Shure. I did not get a Shure mic. I got something less expensive than a Shure. Y'all want to buy me a Shure? I'll take it if y'all want to buy it for me. But I got something that is just as good as a Shure, but less expensive. I decided to go up with the whole ecosystem. So I'm running with one ecosystem. New mic for the pregame. Yeah, it should be. If I can get it set up by then. If I can get it set up by then, we'll see. It is an XLR. Yes, it is an XLR. So we're going to be sounding much better. Don't got to worry about the peaking. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I can see X responses. Yes. Steven, yes, I can see X's. I can see X responses. Keep the X responses coming through. I can see it. I prefer you to come to YouTube, but I get it. If you ain't on YouTube, it's all good. I respect it. I respect it. All right. Okay, here we go. Trying to jump on the stream between work meetings. Got to keep it on the DL. Pause. Can you? I get it. I was just joking. Can you give a quick run through on all cuts so far? Why, sure. Absolutely, I can do that. I got you. Jack Anderson cut, who was a guard. Safety Rudy Ford cut. Tight end Felipe Franks cut. Wide receiver Sam Pinckney cut. Wide receiver Mike Strong cut. Outside linebacker Luigi Villain. Oh, and Jaden Sheridan. Breaking news. Jaden Sheridan. Shout out to Goat on Wheels, man. My man is on it. Goat on Wheels. Shout out to you, my man. Jaden Sheridan cut as well. Let me update this roster. Down to 79. Down to 79. Jaden Sheridan, that's days, man. But I fully expect Jaden Sheridan to be back. I think he's talented. And I think that although he did get cut early on in training camp, we brought him back. Shifty kid. I like him. I like him a lot. Hopefully we bring him back. Hopefully we bring him back. Let me update this spreadsheet real quick. And I will bring it back up so you all can see. Well, maybe not yet. Jaden Sheridan. I knew that was gonna happen. Again, that running back room, it's gonna be interesting. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens with Mike Boone and Raheem Blackshear. But as of right now, Jaden Sheridan has been eliminated from the running back room. Hopefully to be brought back on the practice squad. hopefully Jaden Sheridan is brought back on the practice squad. Yep, I got that one. Yep, I got that one. We good. Shout out to Joe Person releasing the Sheridan news, verifying, I should say. Got to make sure we get our sources right. This ain't no. We don't report what the streets say. We report real sources. Okay. Don't give me no ML football or none of that other BS. I don't want none of that. No rumors, none of that. We want the real news. The real news. All right, let me see here. 79. We are at 79. I need to add one more formula. All right, there we go. 26 more cuts remaining. Let me share my screen again here so y'all can see. Boom. There we go. This is where we stand as of right now. Current roster sits at 79. 7 players cut, 2 on injured reserve, 3 on the PUP NFI list. That could change. The 3 are Amari Barno, DJ Wanham, and Jonathan Brooks. Those are the 3 that are on NFI. Going to miss at least 4 games. Okay. Practice squad is my man Junior Oho, I believe. I can't remember if that's him or not. I believe that's him. He is designated as the international pathway player, so he's on the practice squad already. Cool. We can add 16 more to the practice squad. Here we go. Our cuts so far. Here is our list. That is our list. Hopefully you can see through it. Yeah, that 54, number 54 is going to be tough. That's going to be a tough one. That last guy, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for sure. My man, I can't. My man, why Big Jordan? Why you do that, bro? Don't do my man like don't do my man TMJ like that. He said put TMJ on the IR list. The doc says he has no heart. Man, that is tough, bro. Y'all are tough. Y'all are tough, bro. All right, who Sheridan? Unfortunately, X got to go over Sheridan, bro. Yeah, we'll see if Rob comes in. I'll send the invite to Rob if he wants to come on. He's got to finish his show first. I think his show is done. Matter of fact, let me see if Rob wants to come on, bro. Let me see you the link. What's up, Dig? I just saw it. Let me see you the link real quick. See what the Twitter streets is talking about. Sheridan up out of here. A Barno on the pup. All the stuff we seen already. My man CJ, bro. Put him on a Summer Jam screen. Damn. All right, there we go. Put my man CJ on the Summer Jam screen. He's done. CJ's definitely a bust for sure. Certifiable bust. And as again, it is what it is. That's my guy, but the truth is the truth. Doug, what's up, man?
Man, what's up, Rashad?
How's it going, bro?
Hey, let me give you your kudos. Like I said, they let the cat out the bag on Sunday. This man already told us Rashad was going live again. Like he said, he gonna be live again. Most people aren't gonna do this. I got to give kudos to Rashad and Dave for even giving you guys feedback on these cuts. Now I got to throw a little slight at Rashad. Rashad, if you don't hit that Control F rather than you scrolling, so you can look for these names.
I do, bro. I
Okay,
do hit
okay,
Control F sometimes. I
okay.
got you, bro. I got you.
Okay. I'm like, boy, I said, so let me help
It
my
was
guy
itching.
out.
It was itching, bro. I got you, bro. I got you. My bad. My bad. My bad. What's good, bro? How you feeling so far?
No
Like,
surprise.
no
No
surprises?
surprise. No surprise. For me is more, I think our fan base has to understand this is a new regime. This is not the Dave Gettleman. This is not the Scott Fitterer. Dan Morgan, if you even look at the draft picks that he was able to bring in, people are starting to realize we may have a GM that knows how to draft. Then when you look at it with these cuts, you're already go ahead and cut into people that probably weren't going to make it. Nothing is surprising. And I know some people are saying, "Oh, our DN room or DN slash outside linebacker room is depleted." Not really. Only reason why it's not is because when you had that first dibs at waivers, I really think people have to understand wide receiver and corner may be an area that we address, but I think outside linebacker is going to be that area that we attack first with waivers. And
Yeah.
with the Wanham trade or the Wanham signing, I think that's the only thing that I will give Dan Morgan like a slight eye, like a roll of the eyes. Like when you signed him, there were still some DNs out there that possibly could come in and produce. Did we know that Wanham was hurt? Absolutely not. But when you look at the money that you gave him and then the return now, that's only head scratcher. But I mean, everybody, makes a mistake here and there, but that doesn't still falter how I feel about Dan Morgan being the GM.
Yeah, I think with the Wanham situation, bro, I think they knew he was hurt, right? I think he had been we're still recovering from that. I don't think they knew the
Hmm.
severity
Correct.
of what he was dealing with. So I think that kind of caught him off guard. I agree that if you're gonna be critical, not all GMs are perfect. I think that's the one thing where you could be like, yo, bro, all right, I understand why you went out there and got him. He was an 8 sack guy last year, matched Brian Burns' production. So I thought they thought that they could go out there and
Plug
hey,
and pull, plug and
we
pull.
just we just need you to, you know what I mean? Get us a couple sacks, play opposite of Clowney. Clowney's gonna free you up. You just gotta go eat.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And so I think in theory it makes sense. However, the injury bug got to him. He ain't quite fully recovered. I'm hopeful that we see him this year at some point. But we need him because I agree with what you're saying too. That waiver priority definitely going to be used on the edge rusher. That's the biggest hole right now. I
Biggest.
we did kind of address the cornerback and Mike Jack, but still I would like to see another addition there. Hopefully, but I agree. Outside linebacker, edge rusher, definitely got to bring somebody in ASAP.
Hey, hey, I'm gonna tell you this, and I just wrote it on my Twitter. I think Barno is gone. Give it till tomorrow because it depends
Yeah.
on if we do a trade or
Yep.
with that waiver wire. He is not more valuable than Wanham. Wanham has actually played, produced, got sacks, actually has been in games. Only thing we've seen for Barno is special teams. And that's one thing
Yeah.
I didn't understand with these other coaching staffs. They're they haven't really used him correctly. And one thing that I think as Panther fans, we look at names, but if some of these players aren't scheme fits, you have to look
Yeah.
at the scheme fit first. Because again, everybody's saying these corners, like I asked you the corner. Only reason I just want to hear what you had to say. Yes, size, you can't teach size. But if he does not fit the scheme that everyone wants to run,
Yeah.
what's the use of bringing a player in? And that's
Good
one
point.
thing that our roster is so depleted because we've had three different coaches with three different philosophies. And whenever
Mhm.
you match them up with Dave Canales, they probably don't match the scheme or hindsight going next year into whoever's his new defensive coordinator is going to be. So again, when you look at when we had Matt Rule, then you had Frank Wright. Now you have Dave Canales. Yes, we've had interims, but some of these guys do not fit the scheme of these coaches. So now our roster is kind of depleted because you can't just plug and pull players. Prime example with the whole, is they really get one thing I understand that people look at it. Dave Canales likes that type of wide receiver. Then you look at Jonathan Brooks. You have a running back whenever he is healthy. He can be a workhorse. Then you look at the tight ends that they bring in. I mean, everything they're trying to fix it, but Rome wasn't built in 1 year. So that's where I think fans need to understand with this waiver and with some of these cuts, some of these players that we love, they're just not the scheme fit for the era of Dave Canales.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And it's a couple different philosophies at play, right? You're gonna have some coaches that are gonna be able to work with what they got. There are some guys out there that can. All right, let me take a look at this roster. I'm gonna work with it. But at the end of the day, your point is absolutely correct. Canales needs to get his guys in here, and so you're gonna start to see some of these guys that y'all love get moved on from, right? Case in point, and we keep going back to this conversation. You look at guys like TMJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
TMJ was drafted by a regime years ago, right? The Matt Rule era. That was Matt Rule era.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
Now we're sitting here in the Canales era 2 coaches later, and then Canales brings in a guy like Jalen Coker, right? Canales has a long history of working and keeping undrafted free agents on the roster and developing them.
That's correct.
Right? So that's where you get in that situation. Hey, I might like this guy, but bro, this is what I want. This is what I need. This is the type of guy that I've worked with in the past, and I may want to keep him. So guys we may like, Canales may look at him and be like, it just doesn't fit. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's a great point. Great point, Doug.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I'll even allude to your point that you just said about TMJ. I was not cool with bringing in David Moore, but David Moore has definitely shown up during training camp. It's a different guy, a different player that, it's connections. And again, like we said, he's played underneath him. He coached him, and your offensive coordinator is there as well. So for me, again, we have to pump the brakes as fans. And that's one thing whenever you pull the veil back and you're able to see these players, just don't run, oh, we need to go get this name, we know get this name. Has to fit the scheme.
It's already done happened. We done had some mid names pop up, and we got we got to go at. No, we don't. Yeah, no, we good.
Yeah. So I feel you on that, man. I definitely feel you on that.
Yeah, I feel like, I think I like the way things are going. I think it's gonna pick up around lunchtime. Man, I got to put in my order too.
I heard you. I got you too. So I'm actually with my girl. I'm out of town. So I'm out of town. We just had breakfast. So I'm actually multitasking because I'm working. I had to come shopping with you, and then I got to get ready for the night. So just work. Yeah. Like I said, eat whenever I can. Probably hydrate because
eat whenever I can. Damn, that's
eat
crazy.
Whenever I can, man. It don't bother me, man. Being in the military, whenever you eat, you eat. So it don't bother me, man. It don't bother me at all. But now I got you. Once I get off, I got you. I'm gonna send it to you. And then because that's why
you good, bro. You good.
Now I wanted to see because when you said Wingstop, I said, okay, yeah. That's like a good.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, a good option.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's like a real good option.
Just a quick answer. This quick question: 17 allowed in the practice squad. 16 technically, but with the international pathways, we can keep an additional guy. So technically 17, but 16 is the answer to that.
So go ahead.
Yeah,
my bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say this one thing. I knew the Jonathan Brooks news. I know everybody's gonna be upset about that. I'm not mad at it. One coach, and I'm not going to call his name out, and hopefully Rashad don't say his name. If we had one coach here, there are rush players back, and we've seen it. We definitely seen the coach that rushed players back. This was not a draft a player, throw him right in there. No, it was more of wait and see. I would not be opposed to – I ain't going to give away what we're going to talk about tonight, Rashad, but it's a game in particular that I really think Jonathan Brooks can come back. It's 2 games that I really would love to see. One, I think means a lot to our quarterback, and then the other means a lot to the fan base if Jonathan Brooks is able to come back for either one of those games. And um, one thing Carolina has never had is a three-headed monster. We've always had a two-headed monster, but never a three-headed monster. And whenever Brooks does come back, and if he's healthy and able to produce, I think you will really see a offense that I'm already falling in love with, but not gonna drink all the Kool-Aid with. But if Jonathan
Man,
Brooks comes and
take a
looks
sip,
healthy,
bro. Take a sip of the
look
Kool-Aid.
now,
It's
okay, so
okay, bro. It's
no,
okay.
we're gonna be
It's
look,
okay, man.
look.
Take a
All
sip,
right,
bro.
so look, Rashad. I haven't been on your show. I've been in the chat, but I haven't been able on the panel. Let me tell y'all, me and Rashad almost probably got kicked out of training camp on joint practice day. I'm just gonna tell y'all a real thing.
Facts.
I'm gonna tell y'all a real thing. Me and Rashad was talking. I ain't gonna say we was talking jump, but we were like, it was like Jets fans around us. So when you talk out loud, you kind of like throw jabs at people. And so whenever they scattered, we were like, hey, one person looks this way, one person looks that way. So as soon as they broke, that's when Bryce threw that ball to David Moore. And me and Rashad stood up and looked at each other like, okay, Bryce, like, it's one
Yeah.
throw, but we never seen it. But when I
Yeah.
said we did red zone, I promise you, I thought me and Rashad was gonna have to jump over the fence and we was gonna fall out the
Facts.
bleachers because man,
Facts.
that's when I wanted to drink it, but it was like, Doug, you gotta kind of, you gotta calm down because it is practice. But I honestly think we're heading in the right direction. I think the fan base, I think they just want the energy now. But again, we have to remember Rome was not built in one day. This organization is not built in one day. It has had three terrible empires, and I must say. And I must say the Panthers were an empire needs three different head coaches. And, it is definitely looking for the brighter side. But again, I think having that waiver wire is definitely important, and having that number one spot is really going to help mold this team more than the draft. And I love how Dan Morgan said this is another draft that I can just have first dibs at. So
yeah, and he's brought that up. That's a great point. He brought up approaching the draft or the waiver wire like the draft. Like it essentially is that. You know what I mean? You're gonna have some notable guys. There's some talented teams out there that can't keep everybody. And obviously we're looking to build our talent. And what's important is that to understand how the waiver wire works and what's left on these certain contracts too. Because when you get cut and you picked up off the waiver wire, you assume that contract, right? So you're assuming
correct.
what's left on it minus the bonus money. So you're essentially just taking base salaries, which is dope
Correct.
because you're getting guys for the low. You know what I mean? You're getting guys for really cheap. And case in point, we talked about Mechie earlier. I'm not saying that Mechie's going to get cut, but if he does, right, hypothetically, you're going to have Mechie on a rookie deal, right? Put the waiver claim in, you pick him up off the waivers.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 years left on that deal. He's basically getting paid $1 million for the next 2 years, right? That's easy money. That's how you build a team for the future. That's how you move on from guys that maybe aren't developing and they're not part of the long-term future. That's how you're able to move on. And so we'll see, man. That, again, it's not. I said it earlier today, but the 53 that are announced today are not going to be the 53 that we walk in week 1 with.
That's
not going to be the final. It's going to move. It's going to shuffle. Like we're always going to constantly move guys. You know what I mean?
Hey, you got an alert in the chat. I got you. They said Chandler
it.
Wooten just got cut.
Can we get that verified? Who is that from?
Let me pull my MacBook out. Hold on.
No,
you
good. You good. I see multiple people saying it's
okay.
all good. And I'm sure Carlo going to shoot me a text.
Hey, I must say this too. When you have the brain trust, we have a true brain trust. I'm going to say this while you're updating it. We have a true brain trust in Brandon Tillis. You have a salary cap guy, and then you have a personnel.
They could have just hired me. I would have taken care of it too. I would have handled that. But it's all good. I'm gonna let that slide. It's all good.
Now, I mean, I really think, and I know, how somebody can do so much bad. People are not going to give David Temper much grace, but he's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to do the right thing.
My bad.
So, no, it's hard. It's really hard because again, I was like that. I was like, what is this man doing? We're firing coaches left and right. But really, he hasn't done anything wrong. This whole offseason, he hasn't done anything wrong from the setup of training camp where we didn't know how it was going to look to him not being in the media, him not really being in the cameras. He's done everything that you want an owner to do. Basically, get you the right coach, get you the right GM, and then when I need to step in, I step in. So
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I mean, people, again, from a guy that almost caused an issue.
We talked about it.
Yeah. I almost caused a light kerfuffle at you know what I mean, at the bank. I give him a lot of credit. I've gone on record multiple times saying Tepper has done a decent job. You don't see him, right? That's what we wanted. We printed the step back shirts. That's what we wanted. You know what I mean? And he's been really out of the limelight. I only seen him once at training camp. I saw his wife twice, but on him,
no, his wife, his wife has been there a lot.
He's been out of the way, and he's been letting the cooks cook. You know what I mean? He's not overseeing, he's not overstepping. I like what David Tepper's been doing. I give him props. I give him props from a guy. Again, it takes a lot. I've been the most critical of David Tepper. Nobody's been more critical of David Tepper than me, and I give him props. So I concur. I 100% agree with what you're saying. He's done a good job, done a great job.
Hey, Rashad, I got 2 questions for you. So, how you feel about Chandler Wooten? Yep. Did you see it coming, or you hate to see the guy go, but really bigger fish that you're waiting on?
I like Shirless. I think Shirless has done a great job. I want to see him kept. So I'm okay with Wooten getting cut.
Okay.
So I'm on board with that. I'm on board with that one. I don't have a problem with them cutting Wooten at all.
All right, so I'm a throw because I've seen it and I know people have been talking about it. And this is the reason why I made this comment before I seen the comment about a particular player. Is John Mechie a scheme fit for Dave Canales that you personally feel like?
I don't know.
Based on the receivers that we have.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Because we have a type, right? We have this big. You got Leggett. From a size perspective, not player type, not play type. I'm talking strictly size. Marshall, Mingo, Leggett. These guys are big guys. You know what I mean? So like it, and even Coker. Coker's a bigger receiver. So he has a type. Does Mechie fit that? I don't know. From a scheme perspective, I don't know. I don't know how he's going to integrate. I don't know where he would fit. I'm cool with where we are from a receiver standpoint. Like I understand why you want to bring a Mechie in because he has that connection with Bryce. They go back to Alabama. On paper, that sounds amazing. But again, to your point, I don't know that he is a scheme fit. I don't know if he fits with what we're trying to do. So I don't have an answer to that, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to fit. What are your thoughts on that?
Again, seeing some of these players in person, it's hard for me to just say, oh, go get this particular player just because of a relationship with a player. Yeah. As much as I want John Mechie because of his skill set, I also have to understand who are we taking away and who are we adding. I will throw his name out, but I love what the young man does as well. ISM or John Mechie? John Mechie or David Moore? John Mechie or TMJ? Because all the other names are possibly safe. No, I'm not going to say Jalen Coker because I think the young man is a project or not a project. He's a talent that we need to develop. So out of those 3 names, what does he bring that TMJ, ISM, or David Moore don't bring to the table that he can bring to the Carolina Panthers? That's the way you have to evaluate it.
Yeah, ISM is interesting, man, because everybody's trying to get rid of him. I've seen so many narratives on X. I'm trying to get the ISM is on the blind. Even Davis said it. Like to me, that makes no sense. He's the only viable return option outside of Blackshear that we have. Like we don't have guys that are good. Not just can. I hate when we say, "Oh yeah, David Moore can return." Did you watch David Moore during that last preseason game?
He didn't. He didn't look good.
That was ass. He's not a viable option for a returner. Yes, he can do it, but I want a player that is dangerous at doing it. We've seen ISM return a punt for a touchdown. We've seen even in the preseason game. Look at what ISM did. He moved the football. So
right before he got hurt, he did that drive. Right,
exactly,
I think he returned the ball to the opposite 40, and then
exactly,
that
exactly,
that drive going to he sprained his foot. But I'm actually glad
exactly.
that you said ISM because um when you look at it, and I'm getting triggered by saying his name because if he makes it, I'm gonna be upset because we weren't able to see it. If Blackshear makes it, I need to understand why we didn't see him at practice. I'm just gonna put it out there. I need to
Uh,
understand.
yeah. No, go
I
ahead.
mean, let's keep it a whole thing, Rashad, because we were saying when we were at practice, everybody else sitting around us, we were like, why is Mike Boone getting more reps than Blackshear? And when Mike Boone had opportunity, he was looking good. But then whenever it came to returns, like you just said, you had David Moore, you had Mike Boone, ISM, and it was one other. But Blackshear never returned any kickoffs, any punts, or anything. So
I
I'm
thought
trying to
he
figure
did.
out.
I thought he did early. I thought I saw Blackshear return early in camp. Like we didn't see it towards the latter end, especially in the joint practices. We didn't see it, but I did
Joint
see
practice
him
we
do.
didn't. Yeah,
Yeah, I
the
did
first
see
week
him
he did.
return. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did do some work. But could it be? Well, I don't know. That's because we know ISM could do it too. So that would be an incorrect assumption. What I was about to say. But I don't know, bro. That's a great point. But we know Blackshear can return. We've seen it. Maybe it's because they needed him for reps as a running back. You know, you've got a lot of that. There's a lot of reps to go around that room, and maybe they want to put too much on him from a physical standpoint. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud, but you're right. We didn't see much of him in training camp. We didn't see him in preseason. We didn't see him at all, like really in the preseason. Yeah, I mean, so like I don't know what the deal is with Blackshear, but I know he can return, and I would certainly like to see him be one of those returners. Just my opinion.
So and I agree with you because like I said, we were saying it like when we saw, and I even want to say before Chuba went down with that, thank God it was a health
He
scare.
got smacked.
Mike Boone was in and Raheem Blackshear didn't go in. You remember that?
I don't remember. No, I
So
don't.
so so
I'm gonna be
so
honest.
you remember when Chuba got hurt? It
I
was just
remember when
Miles
Chuba got
Sanders.
smacked.
It was just
Yeah,
Miles Sanders and Mike Boone. Raheem Blackshear didn't go in, and I'm like, hold on, like a running back that was on your active roster and Mike
yeah,
Boone was on your practice squad, you don't put in. But that goes back to the whole we may see something, but Mike
right.
Boone may be a better scheme running back. But
Maybe.
again, Raheem Blackshear does bring a dynamic that you need in this new NFL with kickoffs, and he can take advantage of it. But
Yep.
can I see Mike Boone doing what Blackshear does in a kickoff game? No, I
Nah.
haven't seen it. So I don't know. Like I said, that one right there. If you ask me, Doug,
So
what is one? Go ahead, Rashad.
let me ask you this. So if Mike Boone does make the roster, what does that signal to you? What is that? What is your instant reaction? He's not cut. He makes the roster. Blackshear.
Okay, so can I ask you this? Is this cut before ISM? That's the only reason. If you say yes or no, I can answer that question for you.
ISM and Blackshear both on the roster.
Oh, well, Mike Boone's going to the practice squad if he clears waivers.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious.
No, I mean Mike Boone because again, that means you're gonna have Chuba Miles, and Blackshear, and then when Jonathan Brooks comes, oh, Boodle just got cut.
Yeah,
I'm
we got
reading
another
chat.
cut alert. Another
So
cut
that means
alert.
Jameson. I think Jameson's gonna make it right now, unless another corner, like we just said, the corner for Tampa Bay gets cut and we bring him in. So that's one as well. I'll say this: I'm not surprised he got cut because after that double move on Saturday, I was like, nah, he got to
Oh
go.
yeah, yeah.
He got to go.
Yeah, that was
I didn't
nasty
mean
work.
to. I didn't mean
That
to
was
call the
nasty work,
man
bro.
out. I said, yeah, he got to go, man. He
That
got to
was
go,
nasty
man.
work. All right, let me update this joint.
Bet. So that means we're at 79, or
78.
is okay? Because I've been keeping up with the number that you've been coming out with.
Ooh, and Boodle. All right. It's getting yeah, lunchtime I think it's really gonna pick up, bro. I think
Well,
you're gonna
like
see
see,
a lot more cuts.
it's 9:45
77.
for me. So it's 10:45 back home.
Yep.
So literally maybe 11:30 is when it's gonna kick off. It's really gonna kick off.
Yep. 24 cuts remaining. We're at 77 at the total roster right now. 77. So, and it depends what they do with Lutton, and because Lutton technically still on the roster, it's counting as one of those injured reserve
Mm-hmm.
numbers. Him and Anthony Brown. So Anthony Brown, the other cornerback we brought in, this another one that we got to keep an eye on that we didn't see much of. Brought in and got hurt. How many players was it that got hurt immediately? We brought them in and then they just got hurt instantly. My
Well,
guy,
my bad.
the
Go
edge
ahead.
rusher kid, the edge rusher kid. What's my man name that we brought in? We brought him in after somebody went down and then he got hurt and then we cut him.
Are you talking
It's
about
like,
during
man,
training camp or
yeah,
OTAs?
during training camp.
I can't remember, but I'm saying you remember we started getting injuries in mandatory minicamp. That's when they were cutting people that were just showing up,
Yep.
and then that's when they were bringing people in.
Toure, that's who it was. Kamoko Toure, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Austin. Yeah, we brought him in to replace somebody, and then he got cut, gone. So, or got injured, excuse me. A lot of guys are getting injured. A lot of
What
guys.
about Lamar Jackson? Somebody just posted Lamar Jackson.
He not on the roster. He gone already.
I'm about to say, yeah.
He already been replaced. He's not even on our roster anymore, which is unfortunate because he had a good camp. Good camp for Lamar, for the most part. He's getting cooked at some points, but he had a solid camp and preseason.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm just glad that my expectations aren't too high. They're more realistic, even though I have said I see 8 wins, but I'll say anything 6 or below, I think we did underachieve. And what I mean by underachieve is I think I see 6 possible wins. If it doesn't happen, I need to see why it didn't happen. But 8 wins are definitely doable. And then with all the cap space that we have next year, Dan Morgan can go full swing. If he wants to go get a bit fish, he can go get a bit fish. If he wants to bring more depth in, he can bring more depth in. And that's one thing I think I have kind of been crucial on Dan Morgan is we don't have right depth pieces behind some of these starters. As prime example, as we say, our offensive line. When those twos came in, or when Robert Hunt went down, we were like, get Bryce out of joint practice right away. Right away, it went bad. It went bad. So, again, when you're having top 5 money, you're doing the right thing right now. I think, like I said, we're on the come up, but you have to do it the right way. You don't win just in one offseason.
Yep, I agree with that, and it's going to take some time to even build that depth. And I think it all starts with hitting the draft out the park. That's how you're able to build. The problem with the Panthers, especially from a team builder standpoint, is that we're trying to patch all these holes up with free agents and spending money. That's how we end up with no cap.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we're trying to spend money to overcompensate for the lack of successful drafts.
Correct.
That's the problem. You got to draft well. And right now, bro, if I had to make a bold prediction, it's looking like our draft class from this year is going to be all right. XL's going to come along. Jonathan Brooks probably going to be a problem once he gets healthy and good to go. Did Trevin Wallace? My bad. I mean, damn, my bad, Trevin. Like, that's on me.
I remember. I remember you was upset about it. I remember
I
you
was mad,
upset.
bro. I was upset. So, hey, I'm eating crow because he's cooking right now. If he keeps his trajectory, he gonna be solid. And then you got Jatavion, who's probably gonna be. If we can get those 4, and then not even talking about Shaw Smith-Wade, who probably gonna take over Troy Hill nickel spot down the road. You know what I mean? So if that happens, that allows us, bro. That's depth. That's solid players, solid contributors. Then you're able to continue stack drafts, get more picks. That's why I don't see us. Everybody talking about trading for Mechie, trading for this trade, bro. We're stacked. We're not trading away. we're stacking picks. That's
And,
not the method. That's not
and
the
you want to
method
know
that Dan Morgan's going for. He's not trying to trade
that's
away a bunch. He's trying to acquire more so that we can knock more picks out the park and build the right way. That's the right way to build. Go ahead, my fault.
and no, Rashad, that's what he was going to say because when he did his pre-draft for, he said he was drafting for not just this year but the future and holes that we're going to have down the road. But then when you look at it, I know the man is still here. I will give I would give Evero. I think we're going to lose two coaches on that defensive staff next year. One for a head coach and one for a D coordinator. And you know that's two extra third round picks right there. So you're looking at draft capital when you build a staff, and I do hate that rule, but it does benefit this team
It's real. It's real.
where it's going to help next year. And one thing that we can go get all these fancy new toys or fancy new pieces and free agents, but you really build your teams to the draft. And for Dan Morgan and Dave Canales and Brandon Tillis to do this for their first year, you see some of these pieces already shining and looking great, and it's not even time for them to be starters. They're actually pushing starters to actually get playing time. Like you said, a Trevin Wallace, who a lot of people didn't like. Cha Smith Wade has had some flashes. Cromany was looking good before he hurt himself. JT Sanders is looking like possibly tight end one right now because of injuries. Sure. So when you look at certain pieces,
which is a good thing, by the way, that's a good thing. We thought he was gonna be playing behind Ian Thomas. I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say.
No, Ian Thomas. No, you got it. I'm done.
Ian Thomas and Tommy Tremble, but salute to the to JT, because I think again he got pushed along further quicker because of the injuries. And bro, even with the blocking, like he's getting better. I think the more
that was the one knock. That was the one knock on his blocking, and like you said, the more reps that he gets, the better that he's going to look.
Facts. 100% agree. 100% agree, man. All right. So we giving Dan Morgan a lot of props. I have a question.
What you got for me?
And this is all hindsight, and this is all past. We can move. I know we want to move on, right? But here's my question. Dan been on the staff. Yeah, I mean, where was this input? And I know he wasn't the guy, right? But does anybody have questions about his input and involvement in prior decisions that were made? Why is this all coming about now? Because it looks like we're running a completely different way. And I like it. I'm not complaining. But where was all this a year, 2 years ago?
Rashad, can I ask you a question? And we all work. Like I'm at work right now. I'm doing double work. I'm doing work and I'm on here shopping with you.
You ain't working. You ain't working.
Look, let me see if I can turn this camera around. Boy, when I say I'm working,
That ain't work.
Look, I'm working, man. Working. I'm in that sale, my guy. I'm working. I would say this. We all have been there when we wanted a job. We did our job. We made sure we kept our nose clean. We made sure we were at where we need to be at. When they asked us to do something, I'm there. If you need my input, I'm going to give you my best answer. I'm going to do my job. But outside, like doing extra work or overtime, or you need me to do X, Y, and Z, and it's not my responsibility, it fell on who? The big boss, which was Scott Fitterer. Not saying that he did that, but it was reports that Dan Morgan didn't think like-minded or on the same page as Scott Fitterer. Scott Fitterer had the final say-so, but he never took any of Dan Morgan's advice. And I want to say David Newton and Joe Person said that whenever we first hired, when they had insight of when it came to how that disgruntledness was going on upstairs, when you had people saying, oh, we can hear yelling across the hall, or you can hear, before pressers, things were going on upstairs. So it was a true dumpster fire from the jump. Again, when you have too many Chiefs and not enough Indians, I think I'm more macho man than you are, regardless of what your title is.
Yeah. And I agree. I agree with everything you said. I just wanted to pose that question for Panther Nation to consider, because, like I said, I agree. Everything that Dan Morgan has done, with the exception of Wanda, that's really the only head scratcher, and that's outside his control, dealing with the injuries. I mean, Dan is cooking. Yeah, I mean, and if you seen what Buffalo has done and Seattle, even the way Seattle was built when he was with them, like there is a there's some success to look back on. You know what I mean? So I do think Dan Morgan's doing a great job. I'm happy with the way things are going. We just got to see, man. We got to see for sure. See how the rest of this goes. See how he's going to play the waiver wire. See how the rest of this team is constructed. But so far, so good. The draft, and again, the draft is where it starts. And
That's a
people have to
fact.
understand. The people have to understand that if we start knocking drafts out the park, then you're really going to start to see this team take a turn. We're
I mean,
only one in. We're only one draft in. It's only one draft class in for Dan Morgan. But when you start stacking 2 and 3 draft classes together, that's when it's a problem, and that's when we're gonna start really, really looking good. But I like it. I like it for sure.
Rashad, look at the prime example of the Detroit Lions. Who really thought the Detroit Lions were going to the NFC Championship game last year, regardless of how they finished the year before? Most of their drafts or most of their success came from getting key pieces, and then they had great
Facts.
drafts.
Facts.
And then when you have a coach that believes in your players the same way, which I kind of was like, I don't understand, but Dave Canales is a player's coach. He wants to meet with every player before he lets it be known that they're being cut. And that's a coach. That's a man that has love for another man. And what I mean, I know people are gonna be like, Paul's like, no, that man respects.
I was just about
I
to
know,
pause you, bro.
I know, but you know where I'm getting at. Like he said, he's developed a relationship with these players since he's been in the building, and it's hard to see certain players go because of the relationships that they have built. So one thing that I think it is hard for him to cut people, but again, when you have a coach that builds a culture that believes in his players and has that family, like that family environment, because Dan Campbell definitely is on paper, but you can tell how the players gravitate to him. So like I said, for me, I just think you have the right coaches, and like you said, when you do it through the draft and do it the right way, you just don't throw money out there. Well, we've had GMs throw money out there and bring in the wrong players in here. Then what's going to happen?
Yeah, man, I agree. And I think that listen, we gotta stop falling in love with what other teams are doing too. Like I think, all teams are constructed different personnel making decisions. And
Mm-hmm.
we don't gotta jump at every bro. I tell you, we gotta expect better for ourselves, man. We jump at every single person that comes on the waiver or who gets cut. We're like, oh, it should be a Panther. Oh, should be a Panther. Oh, we settling for all these 2s. Hold on. We got another one. Hold on. I got you, C-Dog. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, the Saints are releasing veteran offensive lineman Jesse Davis. 72 career starts. Interesting. Jesse Davis cut for the Saints. That's a lot of experience. Let me look him up real quick.
I said, well, Rashad, I've been with you all morning. Do you think that we keep Jet Plummer on the 53, or are you gonna put him on the practice squad? I don't know if you talked about that yet.
I have not. I've talked about it in the past, but I have not talked about it on this stream regarding Plummer. Now, I'll say this, man. I've given him a lot of props on this show.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone up here and throughout the training camp practices, especially early, and called this man garbage because he was garbage.
Yeah,
He
I
was
have to admit it. Yeah.
hold on to the football way too long. He didn't look confident some of the throws. He was late on throws. Timing wasn't right. But man, I don't know if he was juiced up because it was the last preseason game, the last opportunity. He got a lot of reps. He played like basically full games because we didn't have Andy Dalton and Bryce available to us, and we brought in Lutton, and Lutton got hurt. This man got a lot of experience, a lot of real life game experience, and he developed, bro. He developed and got better and better, and he looked completely different than what he looked like
from what we saw in person. He looked
bro,
completely different.
Completely different. He didn't look like the same quarter. He was confident. If you go back, turn on the week 1 film a preseason and turn on the week 3 film. That's a completely different quarterback.
Yeah. Completely
Completely
different.
different quarterback. And so what that is development. He developed. He got better and better and better. And that's what you want to see, especially from a, a QB whisperer, a so-called QB whisperer in Canales. Okay, you did it with Baker. You did it with Geno. That's cool. Can you do it with this undrafted guy and Plummer? He did it with him so far. And again, not a full season worth of data, but that small
Correct.
sample size, he did it with him too. You know what I mean? Is that are we gonna see that with Bryce Young? And if you connect all the dots, to me, it appears so.
And so Rashad, I'm glad you brought up Bryce because I wasn't going to say Bryce's name. The one thing for me is the word that I was bringing up to Rashad when we're talking about players and scheme. People have to understand. People can say, "Oh, Bryce is terrible," which we all know that, but we never saw where people want to compare Jack Plummer and Bryce Young. We never saw Jack Plummer underneath Frank Reich's regime. You never see whenever you draft these quarterbacks. Some of these quarterbacks have to fit the scheme of a player. I mean, of a coach. Wide receivers have to fit the scheme of a coach. Corners have to fit. Defense alignment. Again, this is no slight at Shot Tuttle. Shot Tuttle is not a 3-4 interior defense alignment. He's a 4-3 defense interior alignment. So that's where we saw him struggling last year when he had to pull the double and he was getting knocked on his ass or, getting pushed back. So what is the difference when it comes to quarterbacks when you draft a quarterback and they don't fit the scheme of a coach? Now you look at Dave Canales, which he supposedly is a quarterback whisperer, and you look at what he was able to do with Geno, like you said, Russ, Baker. Again, everybody, even Carolina, said Baker was trash. But when Baker got Dave Canales and Dave Canales was able to put his hands on him, what did Baker do last year? Now, when you look at Bryce, whenever you look at his footwork, whenever you look at how he controls the presence in the pocket, and then, like you said, from what Jack Plummer did from week 1 of preseason all the way to week 3, it could just be a scheme and a coach that knows how to actually mold a quarterback. And again, it looks at the scheme that fits that particular quarterback. So,
Yeah, it's just smart football people, bro. That's what it boils down to. Do you got smart football people in the building? And it appears so as of right now. You know what I mean? It appears so. And we gotta let my man Canales cook. Even if it starts slow, man, we gotta give it time, bro. Like I'm just nervous that we got all hype, and this is what I try to. Yeah, I'm gonna get to this. Hold this thought because this is interesting. But I tried not to get too excited over the preseason game, and I tried to put out the
facts.
fact that hey, we can't get too high or too low based off of what we saw. If and I called it a lose-lose situation,
Yep.
right?
You
Playing
did
your
say that.
starters.
You did say that.
I feel like now that we saw Bryce cook, okay, now this is what we expect every week. We got to see this every week, and when we don't, what's gonna happen? Like, are we gonna turn on Canales? Are we gonna turn on Bryce if things start slow? That's why I wanted not to get too high, not to get too low. Stay even.
Even kill.
Stay even. Stay even. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I trust everything that's going on. I'm confident, but don't take that preseason. It looked good. It got everybody breaking the preseason down, all that, and find the good things, find the bad things. At the end of the day, we played against twos.
Yeah.
Our ones played against their twos. It looked great, but can we keep that same energy
We got to see
against
it
the
on
Saints
September
ones?
8th.
We
We
gotta
got to see
see it.
September
Yeah,
8th.
we gotta see it. And so we're gonna see it. Don't get too upset if it don't look like you saw it in the preseason game against the Bills. That's all I'm saying. All right, gotta get to this. Vikings are waiving edge rusher Andre Carter, who came out of Army. I
Army.
remember
I remember
scouting the
him.
kid,
Yep.
big, tall edge rusher. I don't know what he did. Let me check. Hey, Carter. That's the wrong Andre Carter. There's two Andre Carters. Three Andre Carters. 6'6", 256, Army. He got a decent amount of reps last year. Not terrible, not great. Let's see where they played him though, because he was a bit of a tweener. I don't know if he was a outside, more of a defensive. Let me see if I can check his alignments.
So
Check
so
his
so
alignment.
so so
Go
Rashad,
ahead.
when you're looking at that, you remember what I was saying? I don't think Barnell's gonna make it because of a particular outside linebacker or DN possibly being available. Hypothetical, would you sign Andre Carter the second or keep Barno?
Yeah, I don't know because I don't know where Carter's a bit of a he's a bit of a tweener, which is a problem when he came out of Army. He didn't
He
really have a
was.
position.
He
And
didn't. He
so
was very raw. He was very
yeah, and
raw.
he was raw. He was raw too. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out where is, like you said earlier, is he a scheme fit? I don't know. And I'm trying to look into that right now. So give me a
Okay,
second.
bet.
So he is plays on the D line, specifically box. Wait, let me show the detail. There we go. All right. So yeah, he played stand up outside linebacker for the most part. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he is a fit. I don't know, bro. Limited snaps though. He only played.
I mean,
Dang,
but
maybe.
okay, but whoa, because I have a point.
Okay, go ahead.
Guess who he set behind? He came from where?
Minnesota. You're right.
And then
Yeah.
who did we just get?
Wanham. Good point. It's a great point. Great point.
So,
Who's gonna have some insight on him?
oh, that better not be true. That
What
better
happened?
not be true because some people about to get some money. They just said Plumber just got waived.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by that. Let's verify that.
Yeah, we need to verify that. We need to verify that.
We got to verify that. We got, first of all, let me see. Hold on. We got 1,500 people in here watching real quick between X and YouTube. So hit that like button and subscribe button. So go ahead and handle that. We're trying to get to 25,000 subscribers. So we need all subs. All subs matter. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube, search PNP, hit that subscribe button, and then go back to X. We appreciate it. We appreciate that. The raw tweeners get on my nerves. That's funny. There's a lot of them though. Those guys that don't have a role, they kind of neither here nor they're not good at one in particular thing. They're either going to be an outside linebacker or a defensive end, depending on the scheme. Are they a defensive end in a 4-3 or a stand-up outside linebacker in a? So it's a lot. There's guys that that play both sides. Remember, we had that conversation with Burns. Where does he play better? We had him had a hand in the dirt, defensive end in a 4-3. In a 4-3, it didn't work out. Stood up, he got a little bit better. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. Mike Garofalo confirms Jack Plummer, our man, who we was just talking about, is now.
Like we literally just talked about him.
We was just talking about giving him his props. But to me, not surprising. I expected that to happen, and hopefully he clears waivers and comes back. Remember, in order for someone to get cleared, in order for somebody to get signed, they got to get go to the active roster. So somebody's got to really want them. If they and I don't think anybody's going to put their waiver claim out there for a guy like Plummer. He's still developing. So I think Plummer is going to make it back to us.
You think so?
I think so. I think he's going to make it back. I ain't tripping on that. So let me go ahead and check this. Update this view real quick.
I'm gonna ask you a question that I personally feel. You think if Luton was still healthy, you think he'll have opportunity to be the third quarterback?
If Luton was still healthy, I don't think we would have saw as much of Plummer. And I think
Okay.
Canales even admitted that. And Canales admitted that. He said because of the opportunity, he had a lot of opportunity to go out there and show up. And he had a lot of reps. So if Luton was there, Plummer wouldn't have had this much growth. He wouldn't have had this much opportunity to grow. So I think with those guys being out, it kind of accelerated. So yeah, I think with he benefited from some guys getting hurt. And there's nothing wrong with that. He took advantage of his opportunities. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
Update this really quick. $60. Format rules. Jack Plummer is up out of here, bro. Damn.
So we had 77.
76 now.
Okay.
Let me just confirm that. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Here we go. X this out. Let's go back to this view here. Look at the tracker. 76.
Okay.
76 remaining. So we got 23 cuts left. 23 cuts remaining. Let me update this view too. Plummer up out of here. And hopefully we can get him back to the practice squad.
I mean, if it's a better quarterback out there, I don't know about that.
Nah, you got. So here's the thing, though. Who would you deem as a better quarterback? Like because you got Dalton, right? Dalton's your veteran.
Mm-hmm.
You got Bryce. Here's my question. Think about next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Andy Dalton, that's the last year of his deal.
Correct.
Okay. So if Bryce develops the way we expect Bryce to develop,
mm-hmm.
do you still need a veteran backup for Bryce? Or then can you now start to insert a developmental quarterback behind Bryce, i.e. Plummer, right? So you're talking about bringing another guy. Is that necessary? That's my question.
Now, my personal favorite that I hope, but I don't think it's going to happen, I want Milton out of the Patriots.
Oh, that ain't happening. They've cut Zappy. That's not happening, bro. You might
well they did. Yeah. I've seen that because they cut Zappy, so I know he's there. I mean,
he cooked too. He looked good in preseason.
You definitely right.
Yeah, you got this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what people don't think about when it comes to team building, right? You got to think about that. Because I thought about that too.
That's a good point.
Is Andy Dalton going to be necessary next year?
Not next year.
Do we need to keep him around? Because I mean, Bryce should be developed, right? Now we can start to develop behind Bryce instead of trying to have a quarterback to develop Bryce.
Yeah.
All right. What's good? Look at. Oh, my fault. Look at Dave in his professional attire.
Dave came up.
I'm not staying long, guys. Dave. I only got like 15 minutes give and take, but we're gonna see how this thing goes. What's going on, guys?
Shoot. Dave, I'll stay up because I told Rashad I'm gonna get off at 11:30, so I'll be up here then until.
I just wanted to pop in. Pretty good time, and I saw that Mr. Plummer has been released. I think I agree with y'all. I think he gonna make the squad. I don't think nobody's gonna yank him.
So Dave, let me ask you this question. This is the question I just asked. So when it comes to building a roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, because Andy Dalton, this is the last year of his deal, right? He's done after this year.
Yep.
Do you think it's necessary for us to keep a veteran quarterback behind Bryce? Because we anticipate Bryce developing and being nice. So is it necessary next year to have a Dalton, or can we keep a Plummer, right, and develop a Plummer behind Bryce? Does that make sense?
Yeah, here's my thing. It's funny. We had this discussion on Two Fans in the Stands on the weekend too. But I think for me, like I think that discussion was about, do we want to have a second veteran? I was against that. I don't have an issue with them having a veteran presence on the roster. However, we got to see we got to have a vibe of what Dalton's expectations is after the season. If he's like, all right, I'm cool being Bryce's backup, then all right, cool. And then just have a way to develop Plummer. But if you see that development with Plummer, like making more progress, and you like the pace that is going, then, you might be okay taking that type of risk. But I think, and I'll be honest, I think we probably should have some level of a veteran presence, but not necessarily Dalton next year. I think we'll probably bring somebody else in,
So why do you think a veteran presence is necessary behind Bryce? I'm curious. I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
I think, and it's not a threat to his job, right? Like, so I don't want nobody coming in that's like a Jacoby Brissett. Like, I want somebody like that. Like, I don't want somebody that's like a threat to his job. It's more of somebody that's been there that can show him a thing or two. I think that's important for a young quarterback. That's just my opinion.
No.
You don't think so?
Mike Boone just got cut.
Oh,
well,
Blackshear. There it is.
Well, that's Blackshear. That's a Blackshear lock.
That is a Blackshear lock.
Mike Boone.
But it could have been Boone. But you know what the crazy thing is? That's also a potential 7 wide receiver situation too.
Like that absolutely is. That's a great point.
That is a 7 wide receiver situation.
Great point, Dave. Because guess what? Now Sheridan is gone, practice squad. Mike Boone is cut. Now that's only 3 running backs on the active roster. That's what we talked about earlier. That opens up a spot for a 7th wide receiver potentially, or cornerback or edge, depending on how they do it. That's a great point, Dave.
But here's the thing: if Canales thinks that the wide receiver position is the deepest position he has, then it's going to be 7. Like as soon as I saw him make that comment,
bro,
it's going to be 7. I didn't going into it. I didn't think it was possible, but when he made that comment, I was like, oh yeah, it's probably going to be 7. They're going to have to find a way to keep 7 if possible.
All right, Jason, 22 cuts per minute. Go ahead, C-Dub.
Hey, I'm gonna ask y'all this then, because we all said it. Why didn't we see Blackshear again? We only saw him for 1 week. We didn't see him anymore.
Bro, what you got? Bro, what you got against Blackshear, bro?
I don't know. It's no. I need to understand. No, Rashad, I need to understand now, because we were all saying that we wanted to see Raheem Blackshear out there, and we did not see him. Now, now my question is, why did y'all hold him out during training camp? He didn't dress for one game.
Did you need to see him though? Did you need to see him?
They might have thought he was safe. Like there's some folks that probably didn't need to dress because you knew what it was going to be, and he might like. And here's the key for me, man. And I know y'all talked about ISM, but I think Blackshear.
What you got against ISM?
But
Dave?
It doesn't matter now. I think they're gonna keep 7 at this point. I have nothing against ISM. I'm just saying when you're talking, because they already released a special teams guy earlier today, so it's obvious that while special teams is important, they also got to be able to play a position. And is that because you don't like they got rid of they released a special teamer today, so it's obvious that you got to have the ability to play a position. So if you were going to go down to 6 wide receivers or potentially 5, because there was discussions about that too, it gets tight, and Blackshear is more of a safer bet at this point because of that, and because Blackshear can do it, and he's shown that he can do it, and you also know that he can play his position. Like it's not a question that he can like. He's a running back, and he can actually catch passes. So all that stuff matters.
I thought you were going to say he's a runner, he's a track star. My bad.
No. See.
My bad, Dave. My bad, Dave.
See, but that's the thing. So I understand. Folks think I'm trying to slander ISM, and it's not that at all. It's just when you talk about
got something off for ISM, bro.
No, I don't. Like if I'm trying to look, man. If you're gonna go and you're gonna say, all right, this guy's our returner, and then you don't know if you're going to be able to put him at wide receiver like that because you're not impressed as a coaching staff. So you ask the question, can I find somebody else that could do this job that can also play the position that I need?
That's where I was getting at.
That's where Blackshear falls.
Yeah. But, I mean, he made it. So, again, I ain't mad at it. I know what he brings to the table. I just wanted to know why we weren't able to see him during training camp. The chat saying I'm hating on him. I just had when Mike Boone produced, I was like, okay, Mike Boone can play in this system. But there's something that we didn't see where Dave Canals and them, whenever there weren't cameras out there and the media out there, I know they were implementing plays and everything, this and that. So
let's take a walk at the receivers real fast.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a walk at the receivers real fast.
Oh, thought I had him. There we go.
All right. So now we got the
banner off real quick.
All right. Yeah, take the banner off real fast. Now we got the 4 locks. Like the 4 locks is clear. All right. Now we got 3 wide receivers that we can pick at this point out of the final 4 because 2 have already been released. All right. We know that they're trying to push. We know that they're trying to move Marshall. Like there's already been reports out there that they're trying to move Marshall before the cut day. Right. They're trying. Now they might not be successful. Now if they're not successful, you're keeping 3 out of the 4 guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you're gonna go with 7. All right. We're gonna assume 7 right now because I think at this point. The fact that they came through running backs, I'm going to assume 7 at this point, and I could be wrong. So you're keeping 3 of the 4 guys. All right. When you look at the 3 of the 4 guys that you got to keep, David Moore has played in that system. Mm-hmm. But I also think David Moore is definitely going to clear waivers if they let him go.
I thought so too, but there's some folks out there saying that David Moore probably wouldn't clear waivers because he's a special teams guy, experienced guy. But I tend to agree with that. But I do think David Moore, because he knows the system, and he's played okay. That drop in the end zone, well, not drop, when he got the ball batted out of his hands in the end zone against the Bills was egregious. Got to have strong hands. I saw him have some drops in training camp.
Smitty has him as wide receiver 5 too.
Yeah, no, I think that's where he's going to be.
So now you're sitting here, so you know Moore is going to probably make the roster. So now you're down to 2. And you got 1 guy that you know for a fact that's not going to be part of your future. You got another guy that might potentially be part of your future, but at the same time, you can replace that special teams work elsewhere, especially since you've kept David Moore. You don't want to do it, huh?
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you're effective at it.
No, I'm with you.
David Moore can return punts.
But he's not effective.
He's not effective.
I got it. But so now it goes back to the discussion point of, do you want a guy that might not be part of your future, that's connected with the current coaching staff that you have, that you know that understands the system, or do you want a guy that can return better? However, you know, he ain't necessarily doing everything else. And that's why I always said it was David Moore versus ISM for that.
Who ain't doing everything else?
Can I say this, Dave? Because I think I honestly think
the thing about Coker, man, is that I legitimately don't think he's going to clear waivers. I don't. You don't sign him to that type of PFA deal.
That's the reason why I think it's TMJ. I think it's TMJ versus David Moore for that last spot. That's me personally. Thinking about everything that's happened now, I really think that's what it's going to come down to.
I think Marshall's safe. I think TMJ's going to be safe because they're going to think they can get some trade value out of him.
I think so too.
So I think Marshall's going to get on the roster, and then it's going to be Marshall's going to get on the roster. Moore's going to get on the roster because of association, and it's ISM versus Coker. And if it's ISM versus Coker,
it's not. Bro, leave ISM. ISM is more of a lock than David Moore is, in my opinion.
I think so too on that one.
Bro, ISM should not be. I only put him on the bubble side because I know it's controversy with Dave. I know Dave is.
No, it ain't even that. The man just got hurt. The man just got hurt. They're still trying to check that.
Before he was even hurt, you had him on the bubble and out of here, bro. You got something personal against ISM, and keep that same energy when he call you out, Dave, because he gonna call you out. He gonna see this. He gonna just like DJ Moore did.
I don't look, DJ man. No, it wasn't DJ Moore. It was his family members that saw it. All right, like let's not.
Bro, listen. Here's the thing. ISM is a very capable and good returner. He is a lock, bro.
That's a fact.
Unless there's something catastrophic with his injury, which I agree, then that opens up the discussion. Outside of that, ISM is a damn near a lock. The conversation comes down to Terrace Marshall, right? And I agree with Dave. The trade does not have to happen right now, right? The trade doesn't have to happen today. The trade has to happen before
Y'all
the
always
deadline.
gang up. They always gang up on me, man.
But don't do that. Don't do that, Dave.
The trade has to happen before the deadline, which is what, week 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right. So the trade for TMJ doesn't have to happen right now. So he's gonna make the roster if they can't orchestrate something today. It could happen. They could still. I think the ideal circumstance is that Terrace Marshall is traded. You get something back in return. That way you can build your team, like we said, through the draft earlier. That's the ideal circumstance. And then you keep the rest of these guys on the screen.
But the thing is, it's more versus ISM for a myriad of reasons, right? And you got to keep Marshall on the roster if you can't trade him away. Like the best case scenario is they get Marshall traded. They trade Marshall out, then they're going to keep all three. They're going to keep those three.
That's the ideal scenario.
That's the ideal scenario. But if they can't, then that's going to put them in a pickle. And then it's going to put them in a situation about ISM. Because after they figure out what's going on with the injury, because if the injury's a little bit more than they anticipated, they gotta exercise their options with regards to ISM. And it might not be what folks want to hear.
Listen.
Rashad, can I ask him this question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave, answer this for me. Who can do both for you?
Dance.
Who can do both for you?
I'm a good dancer.
David Moore, ISM. Who can do both for you, meaning wide receiver and special teams? Out of both of those two.
I would say Moore probably do more for you on the receiver side. No, I mean, keeping a buck. And no, I'm keeping a buck. And Moore would probably do more for you on the wide receiver side from a dependability standpoint and knowing the system. And ISM would do more for you from the return side. So then the question becomes, can you replace either one of those? And my answer is Blackshear.
But Dave, we never saw ISM in it before you came out. Rashad and I were talking about scheme. ISM never got the opportunity to really play wide receiver. He was the leading wide receiver. He was the leading wide receiver at Kansas City in preseason. That's the reason why we traded for him underneath a new regime. So then when you look at the opportunities that he's had in practice, we say, oh, he needs more reps as a wide receiver. And when he had the reps, he showed it as a wide receiver. And as special teams, you just saw before he went hurt, where Rashad and I just said, whenever he got hurt, the next very play on special teams, he literally took it to the opposite end of the field, crossed the 50. So then when David Moore had it, what happened? David Moore couldn't even get across the 25-yard line.
But now we get back into the discussion point of this. Who brought ISM in? Who brought ISM in? Which regime brought ISM in?
That's a great point.
Which regime brought David Moore in? Which regime signed Jalen Coker? This is where we're at. This is where we're at. Like, I understand. I feel you guys. I got it. But this is where we're at. We go on this show all the time and talk about who brings who in. Marshall was prior to this training camp. Everybody thought Marshall was cooked because who brought who in? We drafted a wide receiver. They're not going to let Mingo slide yet because he just drafted in the previous year. We drafted one this year too. So then Marshall was in trouble because who brought who in? But Marshall earned his spot. But I think if they could trade him.
So is ISM though. I think that I could say the same thing that you're saying for Terrace Marshall. That's what we're trying to say for ISM. But the difference is who's gonna have more trade value? Who, from the perspective, will have more trade value right now, if we can do it? No, between Marshall and ISM. Oh no. There's no question. Terrace Marshall should be
exactly.
Traded. But my conversation.
So if it comes down to so this is where my numbers come in, right? If it boils down to me that we know for a fact that ISM / Terrace Marshall, just hypothetically, right, are not going to be part of the future of this team, that means you have to keep Coker off that. And then you have David Moore sitting here that knows the system, veteran presence. You're going to probably keep him off that.
Okay, so okay, here's great point. Great segue into my next. And you're right. Dave brought a great point.
He did.
Who brought in who? That's a very valid. And we said it earlier, though. We said that earlier in another position group. But it applies here, too. Like, that's important. So here's my question. How much veteran presence do you need?
Oh, I'm with you because you got Thielen there.
That's a question. You got Deontay Johnson, who's a veteran too,
and
Thielen. David Moore, I understand he knows the system. That's
and that's the key. Like that for me, that's the key. Like that's the key. I think when you have that helps the young guys that we have. Darren McClin is out of here.
Derek McClendon. Bro, you expected that to be kept? You said that like
Well, I was no,
he
because
was a
I
lot.
actually like no. Well, he needs to be on the practice squad. I just want him on the practice squad, Rashad. That's all.
He did play well though. I will say
Yeah,
that.
that's the only thing. I like him on.
He
I
did
like him
play
on the
well.
practice squad. But see, I will make this point. I will be more upset if we keep ISM and we cut David Moore and ISM cannot dress week 1. I will have an issue with that because again, your best availability is your best
Ability is availability.
ability. Yes, thank you, Dave.
Your best ability is
Is your
availability.
availability. And the thing I have a problem with is we need players. We can't keep doing what we did in past regimes of having these players just dress or be on this roster and don't do anything for this team.
No, I'm
Because
with you.
again, we don't know the severity of this injury with ISM.
We don't.
And then once we know, like I said, if he can do it, hey, if he comes back, he's able to dress for week 1, I'm all for it. But if he can't dress and he has to go on the PUP list or he's out for 4 weeks, what does that help?
Yep, I'm with you. It's for me. It's a numbers game, right? And I was fascinated when he made that comment about the wide receiver being the deepest. I was like, all right, either he's definitely going to try to keep 7 of these guys, but he's going to probably try to trade somebody away. And I know there were talks about Thielen, and I'm like, nah, you can't do that right now, right? You can't do that right now. I know Thielen said he wanted to go to a contender, but sorry, guy, you're going to have to stay here for a bit. Bryce needs you more right now. But I just think that there are we got some talent in this position group, man. We really do. We got some young talent, we got some potential talent, and we got some veteran talent. And then so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. But I think folks want to keep the best 7. And I said this in the chat earlier today. Sometimes it's not keeping the best 53 players. Sometimes it's about thinking about the future too.
Yeah, you always have to keep the future in mind.
I completely agree, Rashad. But I think some people
I agree
more.
Some people, yeah, I agree with that too.
Some people are about the now, and I understand you guys, and I understand being about the now. But
you can't always be about the now, bro.
Like, you can't. I think the biggest thing that I felt like before Terrace Marshall started balling, I think the biggest thing for him was the fact that he was not in our future plans. That's part of the reason why I didn't have a slot for him until he started showing me till it forced their hand. Like, it's about folks that's going to be in the future plan too. That's why they're trying to. The man wanted to be traded last year. I know y'all talked about it. The man wanted to be traded last year.
He did, but now the new coaches, new system, he might be.
A
little bit more happy. Let me quickly summarize these cuts so far for people that are just jumping in on their lunch breaks. We got 1,600 people in here watching. Hit that like button and subscribe button. Trying to get to 25,000 on YouTube.
Before you go over the cuts, I need to talk Underdog Fantasy for a couple seconds because they got a $1,000 deposit match right now. They're going to be doing specials daily. I will talk about it more. Check out my channel, and I'm going to hop on the PNP channel on Twitter as well to give you some of the details regarding that. But go to underdogfantasy.com if you've never played. Use the promo code PNP. It helps out the channel. $1,000 deposit match. And there's going to be plenty of opportunities within the next week and a half, 2 weeks, going into the NFL season to have a chance to get a free play. So go to underdogfantasy.com and use the promo code PNP when you do.
Shout out to Dave for that. All right. Let's go over these cuts as of 11:34. All right, 11:34 a.m. Here's the cuts. Jack Anderson was the first person cut. Mike Boone, DiCaprio Boodle, Rudy Ford, tight end Felipe Franks, defensive end Derek McClendon, wide receiver Sam Pinckney, quarterback Jack Plummer, running back Jaden Sheridan, wide receiver Mike Strawn, outside linebacker Luigi Villain, and linebacker Chandler Wooten have all been let go so far. Right now, we have 74 on our roster. We have 12 players that have been cut, 2 players technically on injured reserve, 3 players on the PUP/NFI list. So the PUP will be DJ Wanham and Amari Barno. The NFI should be Jonathan Brooks. So 3 of those guys have to miss at least 4 games before they can return. So 4 games, they're gone. Practice squad is Junior Aho. He is on the International Pathway Program, so he's the only player on the practice squad as of right now. And we can add 16 more to that list. We will not know the status of the practice squad until tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow. So keep that in mind. With that said, also we have 21 cuts remaining. Some of them easy, some not so easy. Okay, we can go position by position if y'all want to, but it's getting down to nitty gritty.
Yeah,
nitty gritty. Okay. All right. And Luton he doesn't count towards the roster for those that are looking, but he's on IR, so he doesn't count towards the 90 man. I just answered this question. Tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, excuse me. 4 o'clock.
After 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock tomorrow. All right. Yeah, Luton he's probably going to get cut off of the injured reserve. They'll do some sort of agreement or something like that to get him up out of here. Running backs, I think the running backs are done. I think Raheem Blackshear I could probably just do this right here.
Yeah, he's a lot now.
Yeah, I'm probably just going to go ahead and run this real quick just to. I know, Doug, you might not like this, but
it don't look the same way you give me grief, give it to when you go to that wide receiver room, so Dave can go ahead and bust a blood vessel in their forehead.
Facts.
I hope Sheridan makes it to the practice squad, man. But he should.
I think
he
will. I think he will because he was cut earlier in the season or in training camp, and he cleared and came back to the Panthers. So I definitely think he will be also. All right, Panthers, according to Mike K, are set to release Jacob Hollister. Jacob Hollister is gone. Finito.
Tight end, right?
Yep.
Tight end, Jacob Hollister.
It's looking kind of clean.
So, hold on, Dave. Let me ask you this. He also knows the system coming from Seattle.
Sure.
Does it? We keeping that same energy for him?
Hey, look, man. Obviously,
I'm just asking the question. I'm just asking the question.
Obviously, Ian Thomas is safe, so they got their veteran presence. And I think Jordan Matthews made that expendable, bro. Matthews been playing out of his mind.
He did. Yeah,
Matthews was playing out of his mind. Sometimes it just those are the breaks. Sometimes it's just how it goes. Sometimes, but they're gonna keep 4 tight ends.
Yeah, so they are.
They're definitely keeping 4.
Yeah.
They are.
Now I don't. Well, go back to that list. I don't see a scenario where they keep 5, but they're definitely keeping 5.
Nah, they're not keeping 5. There's no way. With 7 wide receivers, Dave, there's no way you're gonna keep 5 tight ends.
But that's my point. What if they decide
to go before though? We have kept 5 before.
We've kept 5 before.
Matt Rule kept 5, I believe.
But my point is, if they decide to go with 6 wide receivers, they could use that extra slot for the 5th tight end. But I don't think that's worth that. But no. I don't know. I think they're gonna keep 4. So, I mean, they got the extra slot because of the running back. So it's gonna be between some of the others.
That running back move was crucial, bro.
Oh yeah,
that was a crucial move when it comes to this roster build. Crucial.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Rashad and Dave, I'm gonna hop off. Like I said, I gotta.
Yeah, I gotta roll too. I gotta roll too because I gotta get back to work.
Hey, well, guess who not rolling?
Shad ain't rolling.
I'm here.
I said in the chat, Shad got way more leave than I do. All right.
Hey, look, like I said, I'm multitasking. I'm working. I'm really working from home, but I'm working from the room.
And I put in my Wingstop order. Shout out to my man Preston, who dropped the bag.
Mason Brooks might be out here, but let's go per Joe Person according to the tweets. According to the chat.
That is correct. That is correct. Mason
so that's
Brooks.
19 now. That's 19, right?
Lunchtime, it was about to get busy.
Oh, yeah. 4 o'clock is imminent, guys. 4 p.m. is imminent, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, but fellas, I appreciate y'all, Rashad. I definitely appreciate you letting me pop up with you before Dave came on, man.
Absolutely.
All right, Hey, no problem. Like I said, I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna hit you on the Twitter side, and then I'm about to send you something for afternoon lunch. So I appreciate you, man.
All
I
right.
appreciate it,
Y'all
man.
have a good one. I'll be back later.
Yep. So down to 19 cuts. 19 cuts needed to get the roster down to 53. So it looks like the tracking the Texans wide receiver situation. They cut Noah Brown. A couple other notes on the Cowboys released Carl Lawson as well. That's interesting. Very interesting that the Cowboys have released Carl Lawson, who could return to their practice squad, no guarantee money. That could be another guy that we bring in. Obviously, we need some help in the edge area. We did bring him in as a workout player earlier in training camp. Did not sign him. We signed Kimoko Torre over him. Maybe that's somebody we call back. Just really quick about Mike Boone. Mike Boone is a vested veteran, so he is not subject to waivers. Very, very interesting. Mike Boone is not subject to waivers. If the Panthers have more than 2 players they want to return from IR, they need to hold the additional player through the deadline. Cutting a vested veteran to keep that spot open is valuable once those players are notified. All right. So real quick, Marquand McCall, old friend alert. Shout out to Carlo. Carlo got me all in the know. Carlo says, or sent the tweet from Aaron Wilson that says, the Raiders are cutting Marquand McCall. Was in a battle for the 6th defensive tackle spot. Marquand McCall up out of here. We got Dyson already. We got Dyson already. Oh no, we didn't. Did I not get Dyson? I did not get Dyson. Hey, they're coming in hot and heavy, bro. Kenny Dyson, also out of here. My bad. I did not get Dyson yet. Dyson is up out of here. Shout out to LeBron Ray, who I think is a lock, by the way. I think LeBron Ray is going to make the roster. So let's get Kenny Dyson. Dyson is cut out of here. Now we are down. Let's see. 18 more cuts. 18 more cuts. Yep, talked about Carl Lawson a second ago. 18 more cuts to go. It's getting interesting. My man said we need to bring Marquand McCall back. He says we need a true nose tackle. True nose tackle. Got to bring him back. Yeah, man. Lunchtime. Can I show all the cuts, please? Yes, no problem. I will show the cuts. Let's pull all the cuts up. Go through them because they did come in pretty quick here. Oops. Here we go. Here are all the cuts so far. Jack Anderson, Mike Boone, DiCaprio Boodle, Mason Brooks, Kenny Dyson, Rudy Ford, Felipe Franks, Jacob Hollister, Derek McClendon, Sam Pinckney, Jack Plummer, Jaden Sheridan, Mike Strong, Luigi Villain, and Chandler Wooten. We got Mason Brooks already. We got him. We got them all. I think we caught up. We got Brooks cut already. I just need to add the conditional formatting, but we got him cut. I tried to do this earlier, but I didn't get around to doing them all. Yep, I got Kenny Dyson right there too. We got it. We're good. Yep, we got Dyson right here. We got him cut. Just got to add the conditional format. And we're on it, guys. We're on it. Oops. We are on it. We got it all covered. All right, there we go. Yeah, we talked about Bradbury earlier, and the potential for him to get cut, but we're good. We're good on Bradbury. We need to let go of the old work. We ain't going backwards. We got to get younger and better. We got to get better. My man said I thought we would cut Ian Thomas. Ian Thomas isn't going to. The deadline is 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern. So even after 4 p.m., we'll continue to stay live, talk about it, break it down. Marathon stream today. We're staying live all day long, capturing all of this information. Yeah, I think this could be true, Wesley. Do we think the Texans were bluffing on the trade interest in Mechie to get someone to bite? Potentially. I believe that, and it happens all the time. Agents leak information. I think, yeah, absolutely. We were playing a game, or they were playing the game, and there's some folks that kick the tires to see what's up, and obviously they're not going to get what they expected to get, and that's why he's going to stay on that roster. We had a Texan fan come in here and basically say that's not going to happen. They're not going to trade him. So, they know their team better than we do. So it is what it is. All right. Let me see what else. Oh, Martavis Bryant cut. Commanders are releasing Martavis Bryant. He's bounced around the XFL, I believe. Got cut, got him back. He did have a touchdown in the last preseason game. He is now cut. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. So we've been live since 8:00. We're what 3 hours in. I got food on the way. Hopefully, it'll be here in a little bit. Should be between the next 15 to 20 minutes. Shout out to Preston again for sponsoring the lunch because your boy is hungry. And I'm going to destroy. Yeah, 4:30. My apologies. Did I say 4? 4:30. Everybody wants to know what I got to eat. I got Wingstop. Y'all know I'm a Wingstop, bro. Wingstop guy. That's me. I love Wingstop. Yeah, I mean, got some hot honey, some lemon peppers. You know what I mean? Y'all know how that go. $18 cuts remain. I ain't never had the corn on the cob. Their fries are too good for me to pass up. So I don't have any corn on the cob. Never tried it. No trade TMJ for Mechie. I think they're good. I don't think they want to go from. Never mind. I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say. I ain't gonna say what I'm trying to do better, bro. I'm trying to do better. I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. But very, very interesting, conversations about the wide receiver. I think that as passionate as we are about Coker, and I guarantee you these same conversations are happening in the Panthers war room right now. They're having the same debates. Do we go young? Who's the best for our situation? They're having the same conversations, bro. And I think Coker's talented. I think we need to invest in the future and develop them. So we're gonna see. We're gonna find out in the next 4 hours. My man said, I see you, Panther Dog. Panther Dog helping me out on my Excel work. I see you. Keep it coming through. I see what you're saying. I was trying not to copy the formula to all the cells, but I tried to make it work and I couldn't get it to work. I didn't have enough time. Yeah, I need to do that. Let me see if I can get that to work. Shout out to Panther Dog. And I still have your shades, Panther Dog. Let's see what the Twitter streets are talking about real quick. Everybody's tagging me on the Twitter stuff. I don't see it. I'm not actively watching Twitter, but I want to see what else everybody is talking about. Monty says, y'all tell me when it's safe to say we wasted money on DJ Wanham. Yeah. I mean, it's a valid point. Valid point. Just checking the Twitter streets to see what they're talking about. Just seeing what the Twitter streets are talking about. All right. The Jets, let me see. Did I get everybody on this? Yeah, I would agree with this, Mike. We definitely need multiple I think we need multiple edge rushers. I think the edge is not looking too good right now. If we take a look at the cornerbacks, I mean, it depends what happens with Dane, right? What's going to happen with Dane? Is he going to go to IR? Because you got to boot some guys off that IR list. Jake Luton is one of them. If you remove Jake Luton from the IR list and cut him, you can put Dane Jackson on that injured reserve list. Dane Jackson, you can put two players on the injured reserve list. Dane Jackson should be one of them. Anthony Brown could be another one as well. But yeah, JC, Mike, Shaw Smith Wade, Troy Hill. DiCaprio Boodle's probably cut. Oh, he just got cut recently. Willie Drew's probably going to get cut. Jameson is interesting. I know he had a rough go at it in a couple preseason games. Wilcox is going to get cut. Mosley going to get cut. I don't know what's going to happen with Anthony Brown. They could cut him too. But I think the person you could get two cornerbacks here, right? Or keep Dane Jackson and bring in an additional cornerback. But it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly, bro. We need to bring in another cornerback. Yeah, we need some help. We need some help in this cornerback room. And edge rushers, same goes for edges. Oops. Clowney, DJ Johnson, both of these dudes on the pup. Clavon and Iku, that ain't enough. We need some help. We need some milk in the outside linebacker space. We need some milk. My man said CJ Henderson was cut and available. Don't do that. Don't play my man. We already talked about CJ Henderson. He got released by the Texans. We know he's a bust. I'm eating the crow. I got it. Edmonds is a bit older, I want to say. I was looking him up earlier. I'm not really all that familiar with his game. I mean, obviously know who he is, but I'm not all that familiar with Terrell Edmonds' game. And he's more of a safety. I think our safeties are straight. I'm not mad at. I wouldn't be mad at Edmonds. Plays, yeah, it's more of a safety, but safe. If you look at the safeties, I mean, you got Xavier Woods, Jordan Fuller. We know those are the two starters. Nick Scott's been balling. Probably going to keep Jamie Roberts for special teams. We don't know what's going to happen with Damani, but we're going to, again, let me just say this again because we get more people that come in. The 53-man roster that is announced today will not be the same 53-man roster that will be there for week 1. There's going to be a lot of movement from now and week 1. A lot. No, these cuts do not free up any significant space. No, there's not going to be any significant cap applied or cap freed up unless they cut a bigger name. No, there is no. All these are small contracts. You know, these are not going to do much against the cap. Good question though. No, I'm not bringing back James Bradbury. Time to move on from my old work. Any cuts from other teams that appeal to me right now? Let me take a look. Let me take a look at some other cuts real quick. There's a couple of guys out there that I'm looking at that are interesting. All subs matter. Yes, all subs do matter. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. This is the cut tracker so far. I'm trying to think. For me specifically, I'm looking for edge talent and I'm looking for cornerback talent. Those are the two that I'm looking for. So I don't know who this kid is. The cornerbacks that are out there don't really intrigue me for Atlanta. Let me keep looking. Kyron Brown. Nope, nothing there. They need to update this list ASAP. A lot of names have been added to that. This tracker may be a little bit out to date. Johnny Mack says, can't wait to see who we keep at wide receiver. Also, thanks for the stream, putting in the work, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you tuning in. All 1,762 of you. I'm looking at the cuts right now. I'm just looking. Carolina Clark says, I keep hearing rumors that Adam Thielen may be traded. Maybe. I doubt it. I hope you ain't looking at NFLrumors.com or something like that or some janky website. I hope it's from some reliable sources. We don't do ML football and JP, whatever them dudes on X. We don't do those. We don't do Dom and all them. Killman. We don't do the rumor report. We only operate on facts on this channel. I think Carl Lawson being cut from this is out of date. I need one that's a better tracker than this. Carl Lawson is intriguing. Andre Carter is intriguing as well. Andre Carter II from Minnesota is intriguing. Let's see if I can get a better tracker than NFL.com would have a better one, you would think. Yep, there's a little bit more up to date. The Jets they ain't doing nothing. I'm cool on. I like Zappy. I like him. He did get cut, but I'm waiting to see, man. I take the development. It all depends on the coach, right? Who can Canales develop? If they're on a right trajectory with Plummer, why not keep Plummer around? I like Zappy though. I think Zappy is interesting. He's intriguing. Yeah, theirs is a little out to date too because I don't see the Ika. I like Hakeem Butler out of college. I liked him, but I think that ship is kind of sailed. We had him on the roster at one point, I thought, and then cut him. Not this under this regime, under a previous regime. You remember Kalen Barnes? You remember Kalen Barnes, who we drafted a couple years ago? I'm just looking at the other teams' cuts right now, just trying to keep an eye on what's going on. I don't see any crazy names right now that I'm like in love with. Man, I remember Philip Dorsett. Damn. Chiefs probably let some good talent go. Let's got to raid the Chiefs roster. Max Duggan. Giants, just checking out. We're just looking at the other teams, seeing what the others. Will Greer, old friend. Uzoma, I remember when he was announced a couple days ago. I looked him up, looked into him, seeing how interesting that was. Martavis Bryant, might need to let that ship sail. Let me see here. Y'all know the tougher cuts are gonna come towards the around 3 or 4 o'clock. So those are the tough cuts. Those are when the bigger names will start to get let go. As of right now, Carter's probably Andre Carter, the linebacker. He's probably the most intriguing raw talent tweener kind of guy that I'm looking at. Everything else is kind of just kind of bodies. Yep, they are updating ours. Ours is a little out of date here. Yeah, Shane Zylstra is Brandon Zylstra's brother. Yes, that is Brandon Zylstra's brother. But yeah, that's where we are so far, bro. That's where we are so far. Nothing too crazy. I'm not seeing anything out there that I'm dying to get. You know what I mean? I'm cool. I'm cool, bro. Let's see where we are. Let's go back to the spreadsheet. You know what I mean? You can see 71 guys on our roster. We've cut 15 guys so far. We have 18 more to go. 18 more to go. You know what I mean? So we got a long way. Long way to go. You can look at it in this view if you would like. Let's take a look at the wide receivers. The most popular group to talk about right now. We won't do the cut. We'll do all. Here we go. I thought I wanted wide receivers. Here are the wide receivers that we have. We don't know if Damani Richardson is signed yet. He's on the roster. He hasn't been cut yet. We don't know. We don't know if he's been let go, what his status is right now. Damani Richardson is on the roster as of right now. I've seen that question asked a couple of times. He's on the roster. Here are our wide receivers right now: Adam Thielen, ISM, David Moore, Jonathan Mingo, Terrace Marshall, Xavier Legette, Deontay Johnson, and Coker. That's where we are. That's where we are. Shout out to Ireland, man. Northern Ireland in the building. We appreciate that. What time is it over there? Across the pond. Across the pond. Yeah, man. Like I said, again, we definitely got to keep our eyes on what's happening across the league, for sure. Again, the roster as it stands, or as it will stand at 4:30, will not be the roster that we have in week 1. It's going to move around. It's going to shake. So we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time to get this thing figured out. Grandizer says, based off today's cuts, Dan Morgan O-meter. So if those of you who have been around the show for a long time, we used to have this thing with Matt Rule when he was around, the Rule O-meter. That's where we kind of gauged our happiness as a fan base. I would say with Dan, I'm happy, bro. He's at the top. He's in the green. Dan is in the green for sure. Dan Morgan is in the green, bro. We're good. We're good. Stock up alert for Dan Morgan. Any good players to pick up yet, man? There's no big names yet. The big names are going to start dropping later. When it comes to around 3-4 o'clock, that's when the big names will be dropped. As of right now, we're just waiting. Just waiting until more names. It looks like they've taken a lunch break, because I haven't seen any names be dropped in about 30 minutes. It's been a while. It's been a while since they've announced any new names. I want y'all opinion, man. What y'all think? I'm gonna put up a poll. We'll put up a poll about TMJ, because it's a lot of, we're all split, it appears, on TMJ and how we feel about him. It's poll time. It's poll time. Let's put our money where our mouth is here. Also, hit that subscribe button. Gained a few subs. Keep hitting the sub button. We're at 22,594. Let's get to 22.6. We're six subscribers away from 22,600 subscribers. So just hit that subscribe button. Help us cross that threshold. Help us out, man. Help a player. We're trying to get 25,000. We got a long way to go. All subs matter. Let me put this poll up real quick. Poll time. Start a poll. Caleb Farley got cut. Wow. I ain't heard that name in a minute. Wow. That's interesting. Wow. That's a big y'all talk about big names. Let me go. I remember scouting him heavily. Has he been trash? (6'2", 197). Bro, 22nd overall pick. I know there was some injury issues or something when he was drafted. He played, man, hold on. He didn't play any last year. Played a little and was mid in 2021 and 2022. So this essentially was a contract year for him. So this goes back, it's very similar to kind of TMJ in that it's the final year of his deal. They don't see a future with him. Might as well let him go, bro. Yeah, he's only played in 12 games since he drafted. Man, that's a big name, but this doesn't match. The production doesn't match. He might be able to catch a flyer somewhere else. I'm not making a mistake again. Bro. You won't catch me saying we need to bring him in. I use all of that energy I had for CJ Henderson, and that didn't work out too well. So I'm cool on that. Let me see what this poll says. Ooh, wow. I need to add. Sorry. Let me redo my poll. Sorry, I didn't add all the. I'm gonna redo my poll. Disregard that. I didn't add an option I need to add. Give me a second. All right. Rerunning back that poll. My bad. Yep, Caleb Farley's been cut. That's a big name though. I got to be honest with you. Ali Gay, man, that's another one. Ali Gay. Texans are releasing some defensive end. Wow, that's crazy. Let's see. Man, these dudes don't be. These dudes, they just names, bro. They don't be playing. These are all like draft names that be like, ah, man, that was dope back then. And then they don't be doing nothing when it comes to the league. Then teams get tired of it and they move on. Yo, Milton is not getting cut by the Pats. They already cut Zappy, bro. I think they kind of chose. They made that decision. No, that's not the same Andre Carter we drafted. This is Andre Carter the second, the edge rusher. Unless you're talking about somebody else. Jackson Carman. Yeah, I saw he got cut by the Bengals. I think yeah, I'm cool on that. If you can't protect Burrow, then I don't want you protecting my guy. I think he's a bit of a bust. I heard some things about him playing out of position, but I wasn't there to analyze it, so I'm not sure. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the salary cap. Give me 1 second. It's a great question. Let's look at the salary cap situation. Here we go. Ooh, I gotta make this bigger. All right. No, I don't think Plummer's getting picked up anywhere else. So we're at just under $6 million in available cap space going into the season. I'm assuming that that's going to be used for emergency purposes, and just making sure we have enough money to make it through the season. I do think that this also, well, I don't think, I know that this can be rolled over as well. If it's unused money, we can roll this over into 2025. So there may be an idea to kind of keep that money around and roll it over if necessary. You can see 2025. There's a lot of money already pushed into 2025. We've signed a lot of 2-year deals, 3-year deals. Those deals have impacted our future cap. That's just the way it works. But under contract, we have Taylor Moton, Adam Thielen, it's et cetera, et cetera. You can see this this here with Corbett. This is the final year. This year, 2024, is the final year of Austin Corbett's deal. You can see that there's 40 years added to that. This means that he has to be extended in order to stay on the roster. If not, we're going to owe him $7 million in cap space. We're going to owe him $7 million, or he's going to take up $7 million in cap space if we don't pay him. That's all the prorated bonuses accelerated up into this year's cap. So Austin Corbett, ideally, if he plays well, you extend him, you can drop this number down significantly by giving him some sort of extension. Adam Thielen, still under contract. Bryce, easy money there. Tuttle, got a nice little cap number here. I know some of y'all are not Tuttle fans. We could end up cutting him, letting him go if it doesn't work out. Sanders, another place to get some solid money if we need it. So both Sanders and Tuttle, I know how y'all feel about them. We can get some good money back from them if we need to. You got it. J.C. Horn's under contract for next year, but you want to go ahead and see if you can get him extended. That will also drop this number down. Derek Brown's getting paid. Robert Hunt's getting paid. Clowney's getting paid. Andy Dalton last year in his deal. Andy Dalton is also same thing that applies to Austin Corbett applies to Andy Dalton. We've got to get him extended, or we can cut him and owe him that $2.9 million. Damian Lewis getting paid. DJ Wanham getting paid. Haven't seen it yet. Josie Jewell getting paid. But there's some free agents. Let's see if I can find them here. There's some free agents we gotta take a look at going into 2025. Xavier Woods, you gotta pay Xavier Woods, right? He's playing well. I know he's getting up there, but he's still playing well. Deontay Johnson, you would hope an extension would get done there. Same with Jordan Fuller. My food is here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave this cap number up, but my food is here. I'll be right back. All right, what's good, people? We back. We back. Let's see. No alerts yet. Got Wingstop for lunch. About to destroy this joint on stream too. My bad. I'm about to eat. But we still gonna stay on. We're gonna talk a little bit of Panthers football. But I gotta eat, bro. Your boy gotta eat. You know what I mean? Shout out to the Wings. Yeah, Chex Wings is good though. I can't even lie. Chex Wings is good, bro. I got lemon pepper, half hot honey. Now Chex is like that though, for real. Chex is like that. I need to warm my fries up because ain't nothing more mid than cold Wingstop fries. My man said, "Don't be smacking on the mic." Hey, listen, if I smack on the mic, my bad. But I gotta eat. Unless y'all want me to take a 5-minute break and destroy this food. My man said, destroying a Zaxby 5-finger plate. Shout out to the wings and things, bro. My man said, call it ASMR now. That's funny. Y'all want me to take a 5-minute break and eat? No, I might miss something. We might miss something. Y'all can't miss nothing, bro. We can't miss the news. Damn, he's hot, bro. I can eat in 5 minutes if I needed to. All right, I'm a mute, bro. I'm a mute. All right, we back. We are back. Man, it seems like the Panthers are on lunch break too, because we have not seen a cut come through in a little bit. Had a little rush. Now things have slowed down tremendously. Let me send some quick shout outs real quick. Let me do some quick shout outs. Shout out to Craig. Shout out to Craig. I was about to put your whole government out there. Shout out to Craig for sending that Cash App, man. Shout out to Reggie for also sending the Cash App. And then also shout out to my man Preston. Preston basically sponsored lunch. Yeah, I mean, so I appreciate that. Oh, there we go. All right. I mean, said Too Busy said Wing King Cafe. I haven't done Wing King Cafe yet, but my man said, yeah, I don't do like crazy Twitter, bro. Like I'm not a crazy Twitter person. Yeah, I mean, I don't be on here like that or X. I be chilling, bro. Let's go back to the cap because that's what we were looking at. Oh man. I was talking about the free agents. I was talking about Dave was here earlier. You're a little late, bro. Dave was here earlier. He popped in for a second. Dave shot to what's up, Doug. But all of them came in early. We might open it up for some more later. We might check them out a little bit later. See who else wants to pop up during the marathon stream. Let me see here. Let me check something real quick. That's a fact. That's a fact. If I wasn't a content creator, bro, I definitely wouldn't be on there. I wouldn't. If I didn't needed X as a content creator, bro, that's a terrible place sometimes, bro. It's a terrible, terrible place. Dudes be too emotional up there, man. Too much back and forth, Twitter fingers. He asked me what my major was. My major was electronics technology in college. All right, we got another cut. We got another cut coming through. Ike Bogetter is up out of here. That one is not surprising to me. Not surprising at all. Y'all lying. Y'all lying if this is real. Are y'all lying? Y'all lying. Don't play, bro. Don't play. Don't play with me, bro. I need facts. Nah, I need facts, bro. Where my man Carlo at? Bro, that's crazy. Now I need facts. Let me see. Let me go big screen here. That's gonna do it. I want to see if Jeremy Fowler. He's gone, bro. So that answers your question, ladies and gentlemen. Terrace Marshall now cut. I'm assuming what they did was they tried to move him. They tried to move him. They tried. And they couldn't get anything back in return for him. And so they decided to move on. This is all me guessing and speculating. But wow, they actually cut him. That is crazy, bro. I didn't think they would actually outright cut him. But we just talked about it. I don't know if Dave is gonna hop back in. If anybody else was to hop back in the stream, matter of fact, I'm gonna open it up to everybody. Yep, see, Dave, jump back in the stream, bro. With that said, that's gonna do it. I think that was the answer, bro. That was the answer we were waiting for the wide receivers. And watch him get picked up quick because we had no leverage. I said this is that when teams know what you're going to do and they know that he's not going to be part of the long-term plan, they're not going to put a waiver claim in for him, or they're not going to trade any picks for him. They know y'all going to cut him. So why would they give you anything at all for a guy they know you're going to cut anyway? So wow. No leverage. Zero. Doug, jump back in. What's good, bro?
I had to come up. It's facts.
You had to.
It's facts. Let me take this off real quick. Hold on.
I'm trying to update all my stuff. I got rattled for a second. I got a little rattled.
Yeah, look at Dave talking about what I said on the stream. Man, I ain't gonna be up here long, but yeah, it's facts. Wow. It's facts on that one.
So is that gonna be it? Is it gonna be Deontay, Thielen,
there
Mingo, XL, David Moore, Amir Smith-Marset, and Jalen Coker? Is that it? Or are we gonna still cut?
Nah, there it is. Only reason why I said it because you remember I was saying you don't know how the ISM injury is. So if it is like a 2 or 3 week injury, you'll be able to have David Moore step up. Now you really want to know what will make me happy, but I know it ain't gonna happen. If Ian Thomas get cut now.
Well, I don't think that's gonna happen. Wow, they actually gave up on the TMJ experiment. It is now over. Wow.
But what did they say? The coach brought in his player, and we said the scheme. Yeah. They gave him every opportunity that he needed, but they brought in their own guys.
Yeah, it's true.
Wow.
It's true. Wow. They finally did it. They finally did it. Wow. I'm surprised that they cut T. I'm not surprised, but I am surprised. Like they finally ripped the Band-Aid off. Like he's been wanting to go. He hasn't been happy here.
I want to see who picks him up. Now that's what I want to see.
Somebody gonna pick him up. And listen, whoever picks him up was smart as hell. I'm not giving y'all any picks. I know y'all gonna cut him. Somebody gonna he might clear waivers. I doubt it. I think somebody will put a claim in. But if somebody put a claim in, they're only gonna be taking 1 year of a contract. So they may not. They may just say, all right, we're not gonna claim him, and let's see let's see if we can negotiate with him directly and then get a deal done that way. But I don't know, bro. But I think this is the ideal scenario for him. Go up to the Bengals, link up with your whole college squad again, and make that happen. But that's crazy, bro. Actually cut him, bro. I'm surprised, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little surprised.
I don't think you're the only one. I think a lot of Panther fans are shocked right now.
Yep, he didn't get cut. He didn't get drafted by his coaching staff. Very true. Very true. Who was the other one? Ike.
But yeah, I had to come up here when you said that. Check your DMs whenever you can too. But yeah. Now the nitty gritty. It's these nitty gritty, cuts because what we got.
Yeah,
16 or 15.
It is 16 now.
I knew it.
16.
All right, I'm gonna be in the chat, man. I just had to pull up with you, but
yeah. Carolina moves on. I'm getting all the alerts now. Carolina moves on from 2021 second round pick.
All right, Rashad.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Terrace Marshall experiment is now over. It opens up room for guys like Jonathan Mingo to develop without somebody breathing down his back. Xavier Legette going to get more opportunity. David Moore, savvy veteran, you're going to have around. ISM. Yeah, I guess the poll has ended. Yeah, you're right. I need to end the poll. I do need to end the poll. Let's see. Let me see what y'all said. Only 16% said cut. Y'all were the ones that were right. 46% said keep or trade, which is probably what they tried to do. They probably tried to trade him, but it just didn't work out. No trade partners. They probably been trying to trade him for than half a year, a whole half a year trying to trade this guy, and they couldn't get it. They couldn't get anything done. Nobody wanted him. Like Dave said, he's right. They drafted wide receivers back to back. The writing was on the wall. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Bobby Diddle said, with TMJ getting cut, more than likely had to do with no trade value. Yes, absolutely. I'm sure they tried to trade him. That's why I think they were propping him up, even in the preseason. All these snaps he got, all the, and I said it multiple times, all the reps he got in practice. They were really trying to boost his value was so damaged. His value was so damaged, and it was like, yo, we need to boost his trade value up. So we're gonna do everything we can. We're gonna try to get his value up so we can get him up out of here and get something in return. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and that's just the name of the game. That's just the name of the game, bro. So it is what it is. Damn, that's crazy. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Let me just update this. Man, Terrace Marshall, the experiment is over. And I've been saying this the whole time. It all boils down to what they decide to do with Terrace Marshall. What are they gonna do with Terrace Marshall? I think the TMJ cut is going to be the highest profile cut of the day, from a name perspective. You know what I mean? We don't have everybody else is, it's kind of obvious what's gonna happen, but this one is definitely the biggest cut of the day. Slick Vic also says this shows Dave Canales isn't attached to any players. We thought he was gonna keep Mike Boone too. True. He definitely got him up out of here. Damn, that's crazy. That is crazy, bro. I'm going to update the tracker. Give me 1 second. I got to update the tracker and all the graphics and all that stuff. And then we'll go into the different views so you all can see where we are. But Terrace Marshall, if you're just joining us, Terrace Marshall Jr., former second-round pick for the Carolina Panthers. A lot of decisions, future decisions, were predicated upon this decision. And they finally made it to move on from Terrace Marshall Jr. Again, leaving the opportunity for the guys to get busy. And guys like Jalen Coker, you can breathe a small sigh of relief, because if you're keeping 7, the 7 guys are now there. Now, if you go with 6, you can decide to, do what you got to do there. You can walk away from either David Moore or Coker or somebody. But I don't know. Coker is not. He's not out of the woods yet. Let's put it that way. He is not out of the woods yet. He's not out the woods yet. Now, he definitely found a path in the woods. He sees the sun. Yeah, I mean, we got a nice little path cleared out for us, but he got a nice little walk to get out the woods. We ain't quite out there yet. We ain't quite out the woods yet. Yeah, I mean, any cap savings? So probably minimal. I can look that up. Minimal cap savings. He's on a rookie deal, but it's probably some. Let me check that out. Give me 1 second. Let me update this stuff, and then let me update Ike Bogetter as well, and then we will. Then I'll go into some of the other ramifications of the cut. All right, there we go. Okay, so let me pull this back up. Let's first go into the cap because that's a good question. Tie free agents. Let's go into screen share. Let's do this one. All right, so cap savings. We're talking about Terrace Marshall. So he was owed 1.8. His base salary is 1.3. He's probably saved 1.3. A little under 1.3. Yeah, so that got us to about 7 million in cap. If you can recall, before this, we were at like 5 something. So that does get us up to about 7, right? And so we did save a little bit of cap space in walking away from Terrace Marshall. So that was a great question. I'm glad you asked that. I can go do the rest of them, but it's probably very minimal cap save. It might add up to something though. Let me see if I can get rid of the rest of these guys. Yeah, some of these, and so it only counts towards the top 53. So the cap is going to change, right? The cap is going to change. I would say that one is going to impact, but you got to remember it's only the top 53 contracts that count towards the cap. So this is a little misleading with guys like some of these smaller guys that are on these contracts. Right, so guys like Luigi Villain, all these guys would never count towards the cap anyway. So it's Terrace Marshall's would, so that savings is valid, right? So see this top 51 cutoff. So everybody above this is going to count. They did count Jax though, but everybody below the Boodles counted too, which is interesting. Yeah, so Felipe Franks did not. Let's see. Trying to see who else is in there that needs to be taken out. Because it's not everybody. And then you're going to have more contracts roll up too. It's probably best not to do this because some of these, like for example, Jalen Coker, his contract is going to look, he's not counted towards it, but he will once hopefully he makes a 53-man roster, 51. He will count. So I don't know. RJ, do you think cutting TMJ means good news for Jordan Matthews? I know they play different positions, but they can fill the same role. I think that that Jordan Matthews was always going to make the roster. I thought for me, once they got rid of Stephon Sullivan, I knew that Jordan Matthews was basically going to make the roster. So I think Jordan Matthews, if it was me, I would move Jordan Matthews to a lock right now. I think he's more of a lock than most believe, Jordan Matthews. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I'm not going to say that the Terrace Marshall cut has any impact. I would say, personally, that the Mike Boone cut had a bigger impact on that. I think Mike Boone, him getting cut and moving Jonathan Brooks to the non-football injury list, that has a more of an impact than us keeping more guys. But I always thought we were keeping 4. And Felipe Franks, Hollister, Horsted, I don't think that they were ever going to be in contention to get that last spot. I always thought it was Jordan Matthews, and he looked good in preseason. So let's keep it moving. Let's see who else we got. Good news for Ram. Ram is still here. I like Ram a lot. Could be very interesting. This is a good one. This is a good tweet right here, or good comment. Panthers left from 2021. JC, TMJ is gone. Brady Christensen still here. Tommy Tremble still here. Chuba Hubbard still here. Davion Nixon gone. Taylor gone. Deontay Brown gone. Shai Smith gone. Thomas Fletcher, God help me. Phil Hoskins, all these guys are gone. And we had a lot of picks. Chuba's working out. We'll see if he stays here past and gets another contract with us. Tommy Tremble, we'll see if we decide to keep him for another couple of years after his contract. JC, we already know we're going to keep JC. So, yeah, Mason Brooks, yes, Mason Brooks did get cut. Yes, you did. He did. I did not add him. I added him to the cut list, but I did not do the graphic. So you're absolutely right. Good catch. Good catch. I'm updating two things at once, so my apologies. I missed that one. They said the Bills going to pick up TMJ. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for letting me know about Mason Brooks. Again, if I miss anything else, please let me know. I'm not perfect. I am human, and I make mistakes. I wonder what Twitter's crying about. Twitter is all up in arms about TMJ, even though we kind of saw this coming. And again, this is what we talked about when it comes to investment in the future, or are you going to stick with the guy that is not part of the long-term plan? Right? This is where the future comes in. A lot of fans don't look at it like that. A lot of fans just say, "Oh, you got to keep just because he did. He's so much, bro. It's about the future. You had too many guys to pay. You're not going to pay Deontay Johnson and pay Terrace Marshall. You're just not going to do it. You're not paying both of those guys. Not when you have all this investment in your offensive line. Not when you have all this investment going to the defense. Check out Derek Brown. Now you got to pay JC. You're not. There's not enough. The cap exists, ladies and gentlemen. I got news for you. People want to say the cap doesn't exist. It definitely exists, and you have to make tough decisions like this, right? And so that's why you had to make a decision to move on from Terrace Marshall and invest in guys that you brought in, invest in the future. Now, like I said, Coker's not out the woods yet. But to me, that signals that I'm going to put more investment into my young guys. Xavier Legette, Jonathan Mingo, potentially Coker, right? Smith Marset for even. It all matters, bro. It all matters. You know what I mean? So they took, for me, for what I see with the Panthers, they looked at their roster and said, all right, he's been with all these different coaches. Nobody can really get anything out of him, right? He looked good during camp. We're going to try to prop him up so we can then flip him and try to get picks. They tried to do it last year. I know, but we're gonna hype him up. We're going to put him on a pedestal during training camp and preseason to see if we can boost his trade value. They tried it. I'm assuming they tried to trade him. Didn't work. They released him. They moved on. I think this was the plan the whole time. That, to me, is good general manager work. You had a plan, and you stuck with it. You didn't waver from the plan, even though TMJ was looking okay. TMJ was looking okay out there. He was looking solid, but you never wavered from the plan. You stayed with the plan. We're going to prop him up. We're going to give him every opportunity. We're going to put him on a pedestal, and hopefully a team comes biting. They didn't come biting, so we stuck with it. Do y'all think it's more than talent on why he isn't here? Maybe it's his IQ. No. This has everything to do with him being on the final year of his contract And dog, they drafted Mingo last year. They drafted Leggett this year. It's all been in motion for a while. I don't know why people act surprised. This has been in motion for a while. But it's just they're building this team the right way. They're building with their youth. They're taking advantage of drafting and developing young talent. That's the way the team is supposed to be built. Not wasting time on and this is not directed towards T&J specifically, but they're not wasting time on reclamation projects. No, wow, I'm gonna get a young guy and I'm gonna mold him where I ain't gotta worry about all the bad things he was taught. I ain't gotta fix all. I can just get this young dude that I can mold. Now, this is true. Technically, yes, he could still be traded. Sometimes people announce the trade, and then that's when, oh no, let me, I need that. Don't let him hit the waivers. Don't let it hit the waivers. Let me get that trade. Technically, yes, we could still work out a trade for him. And that's the ideal scenario. Because now other teams know that he's available too. Now other teams know so all right, let me go ahead and let me go ahead and get him. Let me go ahead and get him. Nah, we don't want him to hit. So it could still work out. Yes, I see KJ Henry. I see that. Let's go ahead and look at his PFF grades as an edge rusher. We do need some edge help. We need some edge help. KJ Henry. Edge rusher from Watch, 6'4", 255 pounds, former Clemson Tiger, drafted last year. For all you Clemson folks. All the Clemson fans. Let's see, 2023. Defense. Not bad. I mean, not bad. Not bad. He had one sack last year that was against the Giants. His overall PFF score from last year was a 56.9. Not bad. I mean, he isn't great, but he wasn't bad either. You know what I mean? Again, we're not gonna settle. Let's see what else comes out there. Let's see what else is out there. That's a great point. But it also could be, don't they got some new folks in the building? If they got some new folks in the building, that could matter. I don't know. And I'm not gonna lie. I'm not all that familiar with KJ Henry's game. Like I gotta tap in. I gotta tap back into my collegiate scouting part because I can't remember. I remember him, but not like that. Now I'm not too crazy. I'm not too crazy about KJ. RJ says, y'all, Ian Thomas haters won't like it, but he was the highest rated tight end we had last season. Just because he isn't Travis Kelce doesn't mean he's not valuable. We know he can block. But I think that here's the deal. Same conversation applies to Terrace Marshall. Same conversation applies to everything else. We know he's a great blocker, right? We know he can block. He's solid. But Canales is looking for something else out of his tight ends. He wants a receiving threat. And if you can't catch the football, odds are you aren't going to be on the field too much. Now, that said, he can block, and he's probably the best blocking tight end we have, period. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. He keeps coming back. He keeps every year. He keeps surviving these. We'll see what happens. The coaches and stuff speak highly of him. I mean, even when we sat down with Smitty spoke highly of him too. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll see. My bad. I missed this one, Chris. My apologies. First round pick, Caleb Farley just got released. Good pickup. Was high on the board in 2021 draft. Yeah, we talked about Caleb Farley earlier, Chris. We'll pass on that. He's got too many injury issues. It just didn't work out. So we'll pass on Caleb Farley. We're not name chasing. We're moving on. We want better talent. We want better talent. Okay, and I got this one. Yeah, my bad, Chris. I missed your super chat earlier. If I missed your super chat, let me know. I'm trying to stay focused on all stuff, but it's a lot happening. I got to update this, update that. With that said, we have almost 2,000 people in here watching PNP right now. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Help us get to 25,000 subscribers. We need all the subs we can get. So if you're watching on X, pop on over to YouTube, hit the sub button, and go right back to X. That's all I'm asking for. Or follow us on X too. Be sure to follow us on X if you're on there. Hit that follow button, man. Appreciate it. It was TMJ that was cut. TMJ, Terrace Marshall Jr. was the one that was cut. The Terrace Marshall experiment is now over with. Let's pop back into. Yes, we waived TMJ. He's out of here. It's all facts. We don't lie on PNP. No fake news here. Let's pop this out. Pause. Super pause. That was flagrant, yo. My bad. Let's pop this up on the screen. This is our current wide receiver situation. You got 7. That's 7 guys right there. The word on the street is that we might keep 7. We might keep 7. That's been the word on the street. Yeah, I mean, that's been the word on the street. Now, like I said, Coker's not out the woods yet. I love to see it. But I just don't. We won't know until 4:30. We won't know until we'll go through. Let me go through all of the position groups so you can see. We'll go through all the position groups. Offensive tackles, no movement yet. No movement yet there. That's very interesting. Jeremiah Crawford still safe. Ricky Lee still safe. Aggie Pride to Ricky Lee. And Tyler Smith is still out there. All those other guys, I believe, are locks. Oh, man. Come on, A-Cash. Don't do my man like that. We're waving goodbye to TMJ. I'll see myself out now. Yeah. You got to leave. Come on, A-Cash. Not too soon. Too soon, bro. Too soon. So we got Andrew Ram still in there. Ram, I don't know how to say his name. K May still hanging in there. We'll see. I know K was injured. I'm not sure what the status of his injury is. It's a great pun. That was good, A-Cash. That was a good one. Tight ends. I believe the tight ends are just about set. I believe Tommy Tremble, Jatavion Sanders, Jordan Matthews, and Ian Thomas will be the 4 tight ends that we keep. Seen a lot of Jordan Matthews, had a lot of opportunities there. Running backs. I believe the running backs are set. Those are going to be your 3 running backs with Jonathan Brooks on the non-football injury list, meaning he has to move or he has to miss the first 4 games. The quarterbacks, I believe, are just about done. Jake Luton. We don't know what the status is. I don't know what his status is going to be yet. Right now, he's on IR, but we'll see what happens there. I think they'll release him off of that a little bit later. Some sort of injury settlement or whatnot. Defensively, Derek McClendon, Kenny Dyson, they're both gone. LeBron Ray, I believe, is a lock. So LeBron, Derek Brown, and Ashawn Robinson will be your 3 defensive ends, quote unquote. Defensive tackles, Shot Tuttle, Nick Thurman, to me are locks. I think TJ Smith is also damn near a lock. Haven't seen much movement here. The defense is slow walking it. Defense is slow walking these cuts. Linebackers, Shaq Thompson, Josie Jewell, Trevin Wallace, I believe, are all locks. I'm rooting for Claudin Shirless. He is an HBCU grad, shout to Alcorn State. I believe he should come on over to the lock, but that's just me. You never know what's gonna happen. Oh, did we get Hollister out of here? I think I got Hollister, didn't I? Yeah, I got Hollister. That's Horsted at the bottom. That's Horsted. linebackers, and then corner outside linebackers. Again, slow moving here too. Luigi Villain is cut. I believe everybody on the screen might be safe, and then they'll bring in some guys as the days go on. We need some help here. We need some milk and some help here on this outside linebacker edge rusher scenario. We need that. How many more cuts? Give me 1 second. I'll give you that. Just a second. Cornerbacks, again, could get interesting here what we decide to do with Dane Jackson, whether he's going to go to injured reserve or not. Missing four games. We could it's going to allow some other guy, maybe Deshaun Jameson is safe. I believe he's the only other one that could be safe based on this list, but I implore us to go get some help here. We need some milk. We need some help here in this area. Anthony Brown was that help, but got injured. Probably going to need to find somebody else because I think he's on IR or injured as well. Safeties. We cut Rudy Ford. Damani's still there. Jamie's still there. Nick Scott's still there. Sam Franklin, we know probably going to go to injured reserve. Going to miss some time. So I think we promote 2 of these guys and keep at least 2 of these guys. My gut is going to tell me Nick Scott and Jamie Robinson, and they'll bring back Damani for the practice squad. But I would not be surprised if Damani made it over Jamie Robinson. That would not surprise me. No, we did not cut Dane Jackson. That's not the case. All right, so that's the current view so far. Here is our overall space here. Whoops, did not mean to do that. Here we go. This is where we stand from an overall perspective. The current count, we're at 69. 69 current players on the roster. We've cut 17 guys, 16 guys remaining. 16 cuts. We gotta start cutting. Gotta start cutting. It's gonna get tougher. Nah. They say Jordan Matthews just got released. Wow. Holy crap. Wow. Jordan Matthews is cut. Wow. That is a surprise. That is a huge surprise, bro. Man, you know what I think? I think they like what they saw on Horsted, bro. That is a major surprise, bro. Wow. I was just hyping him up. I was about to move him to the lock side of the house. Wow. Horsted went out there in that preseason game and called himself a roster spot, bro. Or are we bringing somebody else in? Man, he had good energy too, bro. He's the one saying we got to cover Bryce. Who gonna cover Bryce now? God almighty. Man, I love the leadership that Jordan Matthews had. I love who he was as a guy. Like, he seemed like he was a good teammate. Man. Horsted and caught him a roster spot. That's crazy. Let me see here. Let me just double check. Yeah, Mike K. Mike K is confirmed. Shout out to Dr. Cardiac. Definitely tag me on it so we can see it. Panthers are releasing veteran wideout turn tight end Jordan Matthews per league source. Ain't that some Panthers are surprising me now. That's my second surprise. TMJ, Jordan Matthews. It's not the end of the world. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not losing sleep over Jordan Matthews or TMJ. I'm just surprised that they actually made these cuts. Actually, I welcome it. Like, I welcome these kind of cuts because it shows me something. It shows me something like these guys aren't afraid to move on from guys. Deontay said Teflon Don, Ian Thomas got to stay. What I say? Yeah, Ian Thomas. I got him on the lock side, so I knew Ian Thomas wasn't going. I'm just curious as to when he's going to be ready to go. I do recall them saying early in his injury situation that he was going to be ready to go by week 1. So I'm not. I could take this injury reserve candidate off. He could be ready to go by week 1. I don't know. Jordan Matthews could come back to the practice squad. I don't think people are going to be chomping at respectfully. I don't think teams are going to be really trying to, maneuver to get Jordan Matthews. With all due respect, I say that with all due respect. Yes, we released Jordan Matthews. I like how y'all jump in here when we get the breaking news. It'd be like my numbers spike. Like we up 2,000 people in the building. Make sure you hit that sub button for your boy. We're on a marathon stream. We're streaming all day long. All day throughout, all the way through to our night show, which starts at 8:30. We'll rerun the intro. We're going to reset. It's going to be fire. Dave will be on the show. We'll invite some more people on as the show goes on. So just let me know. Let me know if y'all want to jump on the stream now. I invite some people. Let me do that. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to invite some of my Patreon members first. Patreon, if you're a Patreon member, all I hear is the Discord beeps in my daggone ear right now. So I'm gonna invite my Discord folks first, and if I get no love from the Discord, then I will open it up for everybody. Shout out to my Discord people, man. Shout out to all my Patreon members. Let's see. All right, so I just dropped it in the Discord for my Patreon members. Y'all can jump on, and then we'll open it up. We'll open it up for everybody, man. I'm here all day, so everybody's gonna get an opportunity to come on and talk. So it's all good. Ty, is you a doctor? He says you better stand up and stretch. It's gonna be a long day. Prevent those blood clots. Are you a doctor for real? Because you look like you a doctor in this. Because I'll do it if I need to. If you are if you serious, if I need to stand up, I'll do it. So I take the doctor's advice, bro. Ty, is you a doctor for real? Oh, he's not a doctor. I'll still take your advice. It sounded good. Dr. Dynamite says he's a doctor. I'll pass on that. Let me see who else is in the building. Any non-Panther releases that raise an eyebrow? Not really, to be honest. All I've seen is mid. There isn't one sign that was like, oh man, we gotta make sure we get your boy. Nah, I'm cool. All right, I'm gonna stand. I got y'all, bro. I'm gonna stand up. When it's time for me to use the bathroom, I stood up earlier, bro. I stood up and went and got my food. That was good. Yes, breaking news. TMJ did get released. Yes, TMJ got released. All right, nobody from Patreon is jumping on, so I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. One at a time. Hey, don't get up here trying to turn into thesis, dog. I need you to get to the point because I don't want to be rude. I don't want no long-winded. You know what I mean? Like keep it straight to the point. Get you like a minute or so. Get your point out. If I got some questions, we'll interact. You know what I mean? But don't be up here trying to provide a thesis. All right, we good. I know I'm up here all day, but I ain't got all day. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna pop this link in the chat. Or actually, I'm gonna pin it. Give me 1 second. And I'm not gonna let you in if you can't cam up. You gotta cam up. That's my rules. You gotta cam up. Nobody likes looking at them little circles on the screen, bro. You gotta cam up. You gotta cam up. All right. So the link is out there. Join the stream. Give my voice a little bit of a break. I've been streaming since 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, we've been on this thing. Shout out to the PMP marathon stream. We're going all the way through to the live show tonight. The link is in the chat. Pop in. Let me know what you think, bro. How you feeling? TMJ cut? Jordan Matthews cut? Oh, nobody want to join the stream, bro. That's crazy. It's all right. Any news on Coker? No news is good news. No news is good news. So we don't know what Coker's going to do yet. We have no idea. Yeah, so here's the thing. Mike K just put out a tweet. My understanding is the Panthers would like Matthews, a vested veteran who isn't subject to waivers, back on the practice squad. So again, listen, and shout out to Mike K because he put this on Twitter as well as a blurb on Jordan Matthews. Right? Jordan Matthews says it's super special, and I don't want to misspeak and say how many years he's played. I think it's like year 11 now. But if you want to know how to get to year 11, you just look at him and see how he works. Like, what is his daily process like? Like, honestly, that's really. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna hop on it. I'm gonna get to you in a second. Let me read this quote through real quick. So, like, honestly, that's really what's got him to this point. If he didn't approach everything like that, I don't know if he'd be here. You know what I'm saying? But because he is who he is, he's here with us now. So yeah, big ups to him. He definitely motivates me. I know he motivates a lot of guys on the team just without even saying anything. Just seeing him go throughout his business. So yeah, that's dope. Salute to Jordan Matthews. Hopefully we get him back again. Not subject to waivers. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna start getting some guys in here. Let's get it. Josh, what's good with you, man? Welcome to PNP, bro.
I'm a big fan of the show. I love the show. I watch it all the time.
Go ahead. You good? I can hear myself in the back. If you can mute whatever you got going on, but you good?
Right, let me mute it. Sorry, my fault.
You good? No worries.
All right, yeah, come on, watch the show live. So I think we're making really good moves. I think those are we probably cut Matthews was because I don't think he's a big blocker, and I know Davis Canal was really big on having people be able to move all over the field.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think that Horsted is a more physical tight end than Matthews. But bro, Matthews brought so much leadership, bro. We got to get him back on the squad, bro. We got to get Jordan Matthews back.
I agree with that. He did bring a lot of energy. He on the field, he just wasn't as versatile as the other tight ends. So that limit the package you could put him in.
But I just think, bro, I think that the converted wide receiver obviously is getting old, right? So that's like going from corner to safety, right? He went from wide receiver to tight end, and I think it could cause some mismatch issues. But I think they wanted to get, and here's the thing, and you brought up a great point. Here's the thing. I think they really want to get that to Jatavion Sanders. Let's Jordan Matthews. But I mean, you nice.
Has been working on his blocking.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But we're gonna give those opportunities to my young buck. Now you're gonna be here on the practice squad to help him develop, right? Because they're kind of I'm not gonna say they're similar, but what I am gonna say is that the Jatavion is a better receiver.
Yeah, I would say Jatavion Sanders is probably the best wide receiver we have as a tight end right now.
Exactly, right. And so with Matthews being a converted receiver, they're like, all right, let's put these two together. He's gonna help Jatavion develop. So, but we want to give the real opportunity to Jatavion, and that's why they kind of got Jordan Matthews out the way.
I would think they would bring him back on the practice squad to help him develop Jatavion Sanders.
For sure. Agreed.
So I would say I think that would be a good to help him with, like, probably to better his route running, because Matthews showed that he was a really good route runner during the preseason, but he could never line up inside the box. Most of the time he was lined up outside the box.
I agree. All right. Anything else? I got a lot. Now a lot of people jumped in. Anything else you got?
Let me come on the show. Big fan.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Let me get James in here. James, what's good with you, bro? You got to unmute, but you good. You got to unmute, dog. Yeah, you muted.
I got you.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, man? Appreciate your service in the back. Appreciate all that.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Hey, enjoy the show, man. Enjoy what you and Sean what y'all be doing, the content. I mean, I follow like every minute, like that I can catch it. I catch it. But
appreciate it.
I've been looking at what we've been doing, man. Saturday got me all excited. You know, I'm one of them fans. As soon as I see anything positive, I'm rolling with it. But
right.
But what I do like about this coaching staff, like you said, they ain't afraid to make cuts. I think we just going with a big youth movement. I think that's what it is. Is it's just because Dave said something. He was like, you got to review everything, but then you looking at those contracts. Like you gonna take them young bucks and that upside rather than going with these older guys who've been with the team for a while. So I think they're just trying to balance all that out.
I couldn't agree more. I agree. I agree 1,000%. They're trying to balance the future, building this team the right way, and I like it. I like it. So you feel good about the cuts? What? Let me ask you this: how'd you feel when that TMJ cut rolled across the screen? Now, how you feel about that?
Oh, that wasn't surprising. I kind of feel bad for him because it does matter where you draft it, and I feel like he got put in a precarious situation. Like everything that went on with Bryce last year, where you get that many different coordinators, different coaches. People don't believe in you. People see your talent, then they don't see your talent. So he just went through a lot of just coaching staff, and then finally when he starts to look good now, now I think he just was like just he was just kind of just stuck in that place where the coaches were looking for a youth movement. And like you said, his contract is going to be up. So even if he would have had a great year this year, now we wouldn't have got anything for him. And, like at this point, like, what are we going to do with him? So I just think he just kind of got caught in a bad situation.
Yep, I agree. 1,000% agree.
And I'm hoping Coker makes it. I think maybe he ain't ready right now, but I think the chops are there. So that's what I'm hoping that he makes it. So yeah.
As leader of the Coker crew, me too. I hope he makes it too. We'll see. We still got it. We still got to get through the forest. We almost there. We got to get through the forest though. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, man. Appreciate
one
you.
more thing.
Oh,
It'll be interesting to see now that because those two were kind of surprising a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see now these last cuts because now you really trim it. Like before we were trimming the fat, but now we're getting into some muscle.
Now we cut some meat. We cut some meat a couple minutes ago. We getting there though. All right, man. Gotta move on. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, you too.
All right, Chris, you up, bro? What's good?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I'm good, bro. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was just wondering what you think we're gonna attack when it comes to the first cuts to the waiver wire, because we have like the first option.
Man, yeah. So I think it's gonna be edge, and I think cornerback. Specifically, if I had to choose one, it got to be edge. It got to be edge.
Yeah.
We need some help, bro. Go ahead.
Especially with Wonham, being injured till like week 4 or whatever.
Yep.
And then we cut Luigi. So I'm thinking since they cut them, or Wonham obviously didn't get cut, but I'm thinking since the depth there is lacking, and then we got Clowney, which is going to be a good piece for us for this year, but obviously that's not long term. But I think I really like the way that Dave and Dan are approaching this. I think with the TMJ situation, for example, not to wear that out, 'cause that's what you've been talking about a lot.
No,
but
you good.
I think the situation with him, I think it's good because like we won't have to pay him because his contract's going up and everything. And I think that's a good thing to look at, especially with like having Jalen Coker, all these other players, even if they're just on the practice squad. Genuinely, I think that that's going to help us with depth, creating more opportunities for the future and whatnot. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. I like it. I think again, it's not always about talent, right? I agree that TMJ is a talented kid. Nobody is a bigger fan of TMJ than I am. I love that pick back in the day, but at the
Yeah.
same time, you have to put it together on the field, and it's got to make sense in the sense of the team build. It makes no sense to keep TMJ if you're not going to extend him. You got to move on, and so
No, for sure.
it's a tough cut, but it makes complete sense. And I've been saying it since training camp started that this was probably going to happen.
No, I agree. I think we have a deep receiver room. Honestly, same with running backs.
When's the last time we could say that though? Like
not last
we
year.
in a good spot. Not last year, not the year before that, not the year
when Matt
before
Rule
that.
was here.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
I get tired of that. And running back room too. We haven't really had a running back room in a while. We had Christian McCaffrey and he had his injury situation, and we've had like Mike Davis and Foreman, and we've had pieces, but we've never had that like one like consistent running back for us. So I'm hoping Jonathan Brooks, they take that injury with ease, and they just let it take his time, do his part, let Chuba and Sanders do the thing. I think Sanders looked pretty decent. He was struggling with the groin injury last year, and
Yeah.
I believe that he'll probably show a little bit more this year because there's a lot more competition. He's gonna be fighting for his job. I'm excited for Brooks. Definitely excited for Brooks. Excited for the tight ends this year. I know like it's not super crazy. I think this year is going to be a big year of growth. I'm excited for the offensive line.
Yeah.
There's a good bit to look into this year. I'm excited. Like y'all say, I've not sipped the Kool-Aid fully, but
I'm sipping. You got the cup.
It's
You
there.
got the cup.
It's there.
You got the
But,
cup. It's okay to have the cup ready. It's okay.
The cup is
Get
ready.
the cup ready.
It's cool though. I work in Columbia, so it's like an hour and a half from Charlotte, so I get to talk to a lot of the players when they stay down here, and I've heard some good things. And I spoke to Deuce Staley a lot last year and heard all the drama with the coaching staff and how no one was on the same page, and last year was insane. So hopefully this year the alignment and everything it aligns well. So we got more to look forward than just 2 wins, I'm assuming. So
sounds good, Chris. All right, I got to move on to the next person, man. I got a nice amount of people in here. Appreciate you. You was working on term paper. You didn't give the thesis, but you was working on the paper. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you. All right, bro. Yeah, you too, man. Whoops, my bad. Go ahead, buddy. What's good, bro?
What's going on, big dog?
Man, I'm good. I'm chilling, man. How's it going?
It's going beautiful, man. I appreciate you. Love the show, just like everybody else. Appreciate you for having me on, dog.
I appreciate you, man.
Shout out to Chris. He did his thing on there. My thing is when I'm looking at the cuts, right? I think Horsted is probably not going to make the roster either because we go best 53. We're looking at talent. I think we talk about the depth in the receiver room. We might want to keep that. We look at the decision to let Mike Boone go. Like, do we replace that on the waiver wire? Are we waiting on Jonathan Brooks to come back and get right? Or are we going to do something and mix it up? Maybe like moving to Miles Sanders, looking forward to that, right? So we keep Raheem Blackshear, ISM for right now. So I know Doug is a little tight about that, but we keep them two for right now. And I'm thinking like kind of the same process of, are they going to be strictly there for return? Are we going to be filling them on third downs? Like, how do we spell this out or whatever? So that's where my mind goes when I look at the cuts. TMJ specifically was somebody that probably had his window last season. And when that didn't really happen, it was kind of a foregone conclusion in my mind that he's probably not going to be here through training camp, through preseason. So not really many surprises other than maybe Jordan Matthews, but I didn't expect us to take more than 3 tight ends anyway.
I don't know, bro. I think you might be don't sleep on Horsted, bro.
I like him. I
think Canellis spoke highly of him after that game because he had a solid game. I think I don't know, bro. We gonna see. I think they keep forward, bro. With the injuries, with how Pickle, Ian Thomas, and Tommy Trimble have been this whole offseason, bro. I don't think you can walk in with just Jatavion as your one healthy tight end. No way.
Yeah,
I think they keep 2. I think they keep 2. I think it's 4.
defensive side of the ball, I like where you're going with Claude because he's a dog. He's been having a great camp,
Yep.
great preseason, and then I like that tandem of him and Trevin backing up Josie and Shaq when it needs to happen. But Josie and Shaq are both warriors. They're gonna be out there every play if they can be. So, but yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing in that inside linebacker room. And then the only concern would be depth at corner right now, and then depth at outside linebacker because of all those injuries. But to your point, tight end might have some depth issues too. So I can see it.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Sure.
All right. Anything else? All right. Let's go to. I can't pronounce it, bro. How I pronounce that joint?
It's Tiago's world, bro. How you
Tiago.
doing,
I ain't want to butcher your joint. Tiago, what's good, bro?
Ain't much to it, man. Love the show, man. Appreciate the invite. For me, where I sit, man, I personally like the moves we're making, especially with the youth movement we're making. Especially from a Canella's perspective, I think that might be the first offense we might have had in Carolina, period. I mean, I know we had the Dale home when he was throwing for 1 million yards, but that really won the offensive scheme. And then you had the Cam highlight year. But as far as a organized offense, I love what Canellis is bringing and putting together right now. So I think we're going to be cooking. Maybe not this year, but next season. I think that roster with the youth we're retaining right now is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm excited. The offense did look competent against the Bills.
And it flowed.
Yeah, it looked good. I just, again, we got the cup. I ain't really sipping heavy until after week 1.
Yeah. I'm with you. Definitely
I'm with you.
But I like the flow of it. Like, even if you just look at compare season by season, the operation of it just looks smooth. Like Bryce wasn't fighting to get a yard from every play. So I actually like that. I enjoyed that.
I think the biggest takeaway, and I said it on the live show, I wish I had more time. I wish I didn't have to leave. But I think the biggest thing for me that I saw from an offensive perspective was we had guys running open. Like, guys were wide open, making it easier for Bryce. Last year, Bryce was tucking the football. He wasn't confident in hitting his targets because there were so many tight window throws. Now, of course, he's going to have to hit the tight windows every now and then. But to me, it looks so much easier because of scheme and guys getting open. And so I just think that is the key to this year is now we still got to, when teams adjust, right? Are we going to be able to figure it out? That's still a coaching question that we need to second half adjustments. What are we going to do? That still has yet to be. I'm trying not to get too happy. I have a big platform, and I really try not to lead people with my thoughts too much, except for Coker. I messed up on Coker. I think I got a whole big Coker fan base fired up.
I'm with you though on Coker.
I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to get the Coker fan base fired up like that, but I really like the kid. But I try not to lead with too much enthusiasm because I know how it's contagious, right? People start to see one piece, and I don't want to lead y'all to lead y'all astray. So, but yeah, man, I think.
But when you just look at the operation of it, even with the O-line, even with our 2 starters being out, it wasn't that much leakage coming out of the middle. Bryce still had time, and our backups last year was horrible. No, even our starters were horrible. So to see that from my second string offense, especially at the guard position, that showed a little promise too.
Yeah, my man said I got addicted to coke problem. Yeah, shout out to Coker, man. Shout out to Coker. Any other thoughts you got, man?
Nah, man. Definitely appreciate the invite. Thanks again, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate you, bro.
All
right. So that was all my calls so far. So if you want to jump on, I got a couple more minutes. If y'all want to jump on and rock with your boy. If not, I'm gonna keep it going. We still got several more hours of this. So if you the cuts have slowed down. However, we're in the final 3 hours. We're in the final 3 hours. The cut should be coming in hot and heavy, right? We should be seeing a lot of cuts coming through. We still have, let me see. Yeah, I see Kadarius Toney getting cut, bro. I'm cool. I'm cool. Where the smoke, there's fire, bro. I'm cool. 16 cuts remaining. 16 cuts remaining, and I'm cool on Kadarius Toney. Josh, what's going on, man?
What's up, Shad? How's it going, man?
Man, I'm chilling, bro.
Quick question. So, what do you think? Do you think there's a point of keeping both Smith Marset and Blackshear on the initial 53?
Yes. The reason why is because you need two returners in the new kickoff. You have two returners back there. I think both are viable options, and I think that you always got, just in case something happens, you got to have another. Because Smith Marset did just ding his knee up or ankle up or whatever he ever banged up, and so you need to have another guy there. Like, you need to have somebody else that's capable and effective. Like, not just capable, you need an effective guy. Like, again, I know David Moore can return punts. He is not effective, period. He's not a good kick returner. So I would like to have somebody else back there. So I do think, and with the way things are now, with the way the running back room looks now, I think he's almost, he's guaranteed, because it's only him, Miles Sanders, and Chuba back there now. So he's pretty much locked in.
Yeah, the only reason I asked, I was like, well, do I think Blackshear or Smith Marset can clear waivers? And I'm like, yeah, they probably can. But I guess you just don't want to risk.
Yeah.
If someone's looking for a returner, then they might pick one of them up. But I'm just like, well, maybe we could finagle risking one of them, making it through waivers just to flirt with possibilities. Dave's been talking up how we're scouring the whole league for talent, that whole deal. So I'm just kind of looking at some of these bottom guys, trying to, just think about possibilities, I guess.
Yeah. I certainly think that there's going to be movement in our roster as we proceed through waivers, practice squad announcements. We need some help. Like, we're not week one ready. Like, this roster isn't week one ready at all. We definitely need some cornerback help. I mean, and I know, talk about returners. Deshaun Jameson can also return, so that does kind of make him. It makes him a little bit valuable. He's better than, probably better than David Moore at returning. But yeah, listen. I don't know what they're gonna do, bro. I have no idea. I'm excited for it, though. I'm excited to see some of these cuts that are happening, because it shows me that they're serious. It shows me that they're serious.
You had me cracking up when David Moore returned that first one in the last preseason.
Bro, I mean, it wasn't good. Like, I see that. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to test who else can do it, right? Yeah. But he's not good at it, and I get it. You have to. This is why this is why you make those moves in the preseason, to see what else you have. But he's just not a good returner, period. So it is what it is.
I agree. Hey, well, I appreciate the show, man. Been following a long time. I need to get on that Patreon. I know.
Jump on there.
I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah, you too. All right, Alex, what's good, man?
What's good, Shad? Long time no see, man.
I'm chilling, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, brother. So when it comes down to these cuts, man, just looking at it, I do live in Florida, so I'm a little bit familiar with Canales and what he was doing over here in Tampa. The big thing is that Tampa used to run a whole lot of their offense out of the slot. So TMJ was not running anything outside the slot. The two that we got running out of the slot is going to be Adam Thielen, and just looking from the lineups from last year, Jonathan Mingo more than anything. So the one that really got TMJ moved out the paint was Xavier Legette. So I got that. And then
I would agree. That's a great point. It's a great point.
So if you look at the third leading receiver on the Bucks too, it was Rachaad White,
running back. Yep.
It wasn't even remotely close to the tight ends until about halfway through the season, when they figured out Cade Otton was their guy. So they work a lot down the middle of the field. They run directly in the middle of the field, and that's exactly what Dave Canales is trying to do. So I'm not surprised that TMJ is gone. We just got to keep moving with the punches, man.
Yeah, listen, I said it a couple of times. I'm just happy that they made the decision to move on. Now it shows me that they're serious. It's
Yes.
serious football decisions being made with the future in mind. That's what that shows me.
So,
and we'll
but that
see
does-
how it ends up. We still got another 2 hours left for 3 hours left for cuts.
Yeah,
Like
something like that.
we still got some time to figure out the rest of this roster and as it breaks down. And so we'll see.
I
I'm
would not
surprised
be
these cuts aren't coming
surprised.
in quicker.
I would not be surprised if Adam Thielen got moved.
I don't see that happening.
Only reason why I do is
Why
because
y'all trying to get rid of Thielen, bro?
it ain't that
What's
we
up with
trying to
y'all,
get
man?
rid of him.
What's up with
It's
y'all,
the same,
bro?
it's the same concept though. If we're gonna move TMJ out the paint for somebody else that can do his job,
It's
there
different.
ain't no reason that we
Let
should
me
actually.
explain. Let me explain the difference between Adam Thielen and Terrace Marshall. Adam Thielen is a savvy veteran.
Sure.
He's a 1,000-yard receiver. He
Mhm.
also has 2 years left on his deal, right?
Yep.
And he is Bryce's safety blanket. You cannot take Adam Thielen away from Bryce. It cannot happen, bro. It cannot happen. It can't.
What
It
I'm saying
cannot
is,
happen, bro.
What I'm saying is that if we're going to say that he's developing these chemistries with DJ, with Sanders, with whenever he gets his running backs outside the back, and particularly in this system, which is probably going to be a lot more checkdowns than they realize it's going to be,
Mm-hmm.
there's really not as much necessity for Adam Thielen. I'm saying
I disagree.
don't be surprised if he gets phased out of this.
I don't think you can say check downs and not have Thielen on the roster. That's why you need Thielen.
Well, a check down is technically
to the running back
at the tight end.
But
that's what I'm
so
saying.
when I think check down, I'm thinking I'm going through my progression and I'm taking so that's why you need Thielen, right? He's the easy. Hey, my last target available. I need my safety blanket, and that's what Thielen provides. I think in theory, what you're saying sounds right, but you can't take Thielen off this roster, bro.
I think that he gets phased if he stays on this team. He gets phased out for Jonathan Mingo in the slot.
That's okay though, but that's okay.
He's bigger and faster.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with phasing him out, but you need him here in the meantime.
I agree with that. I mean, I don't think he's going to be here past trade deadline.
Oh no, he's gonna be here the whole year, bro.
I don't know.
Why y'all trying to get Thielen out of here, bro?
Well, I mean, if I'm all for the youth, if you can get the same progression out of somebody else, production out of somebody for cheaper, I'm all for it.
I don't think it works that way, bro. You gotta have Bryce needs Thielen.
They got rid of Tyreek Hill, still win Super Bowls, and now they got Xavier Worthy again.
That's different. You talking about Patrick Mahomes, bro. That's different.
I'm talking about production.
Yeah, but you can't talk production without talking who's delivering the production. Like for example, Baker Mayfield ain't the same. You can't replace the quarterback and equal the same production. You can't put Baker Mayfield in the Chiefs and then have that same production be had.
Okay, so then let's go back to the Vikings when Adam Thielen was actually there. They felt well enough in Stephon Diggs to actually move on. Was it Stephon Diggs? Who did they move on first for Jordan Jefferson? It was Stephon Diggs, right?
I believe. I don't remember the order.
I'm pretty sure it was Stephon Diggs because Justin Jefferson was there for a little bit while long. Sorry, Adam Thielen was there for a little while longer, but they felt well enough in the production from Jordan Jefferson to let Diggs go, still being a top 10 receiver in the league, but production didn't just stay the same. It improved.
Who was the quarterback?
Kirk Cousins.
Was he the same quarterback? Did the quarterback change? Yeah, that's my point. That's my point, though. That's my point. Kirk Cousins was there. He's the same person delivering the football. Yeah, you can't just you can phase him out. That's why I agree with your point. I agree with your initial point that yes, you phase Adam Thielen out. That's what you should be doing. I don't think you should feed what I'm saying is I don't think you should feed Adam Thielen 500 or 1,000 yards again.
No, not like how
because if he's another 1,000-yard receiver, then that's a problem. I agree with that. I agree with that. But you have to phase. Phase means you do it in phases, right? You don't just yank him out. And so I do think he'll be here again with decreased production, right? And increased production everywhere else. And then next year, that's when you remove him out because you have proven that you can replace his production. That's my point.
Okay.
But you can't take him out now. You need him for the whole year, bro. Bryce needs him. He needs him, bro.
So then that's just to my point was if we're talking about who we start on Sunday, day to day, what's your lineup? Do you let Xavier line up as that? Why? Do you?
I think it's situational. I think it depends on the game. I think it changes depending on the game plan. If I need Thielen to come slice up somebody with route running, then or I see that Thielen is going to be able to take advantage of XYZ, or if I need a bigger slot, I need a Liggett to go in there and take advantage. I think it all depends. It all depends on the game, and I think you'll see the ball be spread around in different places depending on the scenario.
And that's another thing is that it's night and day from last year, and especially with Tampa. Tampa don't necessarily have the fastest receivers. However, they were always open. This scheme is directed to get people open. So, and I expect to see a whole lot more yak in this particular system than we've going to see in a long time.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. All right, let me move on. I got one more. I got Bobby waiting. He's been waiting for a minute. I got to move on to the next person. No, you good. I appreciate you. All good. See you the next time. I appreciate you. Yep. Well, my bad, Bobby. What's good, man?
What's up, bro?
How you feeling?
Long time listening. I already know what's gonna happen. I ain't really worried about it. I just wanted to tell you something, man. I never got to tell you this. So I'm at work right now. But shout out to everybody that works from home too. But
facts.
For real. I have never missed a show, and I don't know if you know this. But I've been listening to y'all since like 2019. I think 2019. Y'all shows I was in jail. I don't want to talk about how I got in jail, but I was in jail. You feel me? I was able to listen to y'all shit in jail. Oh, y'all stuff in jail.
No, you good.
That shows how y'all really be no other Panthers YouTuber, no other Panthers content creator. That's just that. I just wanted to let you know, you out there, even oh snap, that was my fault. But even people in there was talking about you don't understand. I was in New Bern. People that can't even get out was talking about your stuff, bro. So I need you to know that. But that's one thing. As far as the roster thing, I think everything going to plan, man. I didn't see Jordan Matthews making it. I thought it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool storyline. You know what I mean? I think that's what people go for. I think that only person that I think that everybody's gonna be surprised about is probably Ian Thomas. I don't see him making it. I think we're just gonna get old, but we're gonna keep the little white man. You feel me? I think we're gonna keep him. I don't see anybody everything that's going. I don't think you kind of called everything for real, except for you got everybody hype about Jordan Matthews.
My bad. That's on me. Nah, because I like Matthews. Yeah, I mean, so I did kind of, I got everybody hyped there. Real quick. We did have a quick cut while we're on stream here. Panthers are waiving Willie Drew. So Willie Drew, HBCU product, cornerback, kind of saw that coming. He was waived one time before, and he got waived again. So that's really no real surprise there. That's kind of just a matter of time before that happened. So let me update.
So what? I bet you find somebody on Twitter right now. That's how crazy. Somebody be like, "Dang, man, we should have kept him." You feel me?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. You always can find people that. There's always somebody that's gonna be like, yeah, we should have XYZ. That's why I don't be looking at Twitter too much like that. Yeah. But
even I do want to say Scott though. I forgot about Scott. I don't think he's gonna make it. I know there's a lot of truthers. I went to WSSU. You feel me? I know you went to A&T. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna make it either, and it sucks.
Who?
Scott.
Who you talking?
Scott. What's his name? The tackle.
Oh, Ricky Lee.
Ricky Lee, dang, I knew it was my fault. I said Scott.
Oh, you good?
Yeah. I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna make it either. But everything else, I think I think it's gonna be what we expect. They might get 2 people. I'll call it now. They're getting 2 people. 2 people. Only 2 people gonna come here from a different team off of these waivers.
Okay.
That's the. That's what I want. Everybody else who
as
say
starters,
something. I got 2. I got 2 people
you
coming
saying
in.
two people coming in as starters
Yep.
to come off waiver. That's I mean, that's a solid little guess. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, bro.
All
I
right.
gotta move on, man. Appreciate you for jumping on, man. Appreciate it a lot, man. Peace. All right. Willie Drew is out of here. Let me update this spreadsheet real quick. We are down to 15. The final 15. Final 15, bro. It's getting down to nitty-gritty. It's getting down to the nitty-gritty. The deadline is 4:30, I want to say. We're at 15 people left. 15 cuts. Down the roster's down to 68 right now. Okay. He says, if I ain't got no one else waiting, what are your final predictions? Are your predictions for the final 15 cuts? All right, let's do that. Let's turn that up. Let's see. Which one should I share? The easiest way to do it. All right, here we go. Let me see. Here we go. So Luton doesn't count as he is on IR, so he wouldn't count towards the spot. I think the running backs are set. So we got 3 running backs technically counted towards the roster with Chuba, Miles, and Blackshear. Jonathan Brooks on non-football injury, so he is not going to count towards the roster. I think the tight ends are set. 4 tight ends: Horsted, Thomas, Jatavion, and Trimble. They could cut Horsted and finagle some things, bring somebody else in. Not sure what they're going to do there, but I do think 4 tight ends ultimately get kept. I think here, I think Cade Mays might be up out of here, bro. I think Cade Mays might be up out of here. And then I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think all these guys, I think Ricky Lee, Crawford, and Tyler Smith are all gone. And Cade Smith. Or Cade Mays, excuse me. Cade Mays, Lee, Crawford, Tyler Smith will all be out. I think Nijman, I can see Ricky Lee staying because Nijman isn't healthy, 100% healthy. He is coming back from injury. He's healthier now. And he's activated, but I don't know that. I don't trust him being 100% healthy at the start of the season. But Josh Nijman he's a former Packers lineman, that we signed, and we gave him money too. So it wasn't like we just picked him up and didn't do nothing. We definitely paid him a nice little amount of cash. So I think we'll see what his health is like. And depending on his health, we could keep 4 tackles. But we'll see. I don't know. Receivers, I think the receivers are set. I think we keep 7. I think if they go 6, either Jalen Coker or David Moore are up out of here. No, I would not add Kadarius Toney. No. Defensive ends, I think LeBron Ray is a lock. So how many cuts do I have so far? How many did I say? I said 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm gonna go 5, 6, 7. It's gonna be interesting what happens to Crumity because he's hurt too. So I'm gonna go Umalo Ale, PV, and Paul Moore all cut. Aho is on the practice squad, so he doesn't count. Crumity's gonna be interesting. So I'm gonna go 3 more. So I think I'm at 7. 1, 2, yeah, 7. And then I'm gonna go Beasley 8, 9, 10. So Cam Gill, Tay Davis, I think Sherless. So where I'm at 10 right now. And then I think all these guys stay. I'm gonna go 11, 12. Mosley, Wilcox, and I think Brown. So shit, I forgot what number I was on. I think that's 12. Dag nabbit, I gotta go back. Sorry, y'all. I gotta count them. Somebody count them for me. So I had 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's on IR, so 12. 13. No, excuse me, 13. 14. And then the last one. Oh boy. So you can either go cut Deshaun, but you're gonna have that's only 4 cornerbacks. Ooh, man, that's tough. Wait, where's Sam? Because if I put Sam on IR, I think that will work. Let me see. Yeah, I think Sam going to IR. Yeah, Sam going to IR will do it. I think. I'd have to do it on this, but I don't want to mess this up. Yeah, special teams is locked in already. Nobody's getting cut from special teams. I know Demonte's been playing well, but I don't know. We'll see. That's gonna be a tough one between Demonte and Jamie Robinson. I don't see both of them making the roster. One of them's got to go. If I had to choose, bro, Demonte has had a better preseason / training camp, but Jamie wasn't too shabby. Jamie closed strong. Yeah, I think Cade to get cut. I think Cade is injured, right? He was dealing with some injuries. He was dealing with injuries. Yeah, between those two is gonna be tough though. It's gonna be tough between those two. Let me see what the Twitter is talking about. Panthers tried. This is some news about Terrace. Panthers tried unsuccessfully to find a trade partner for Terrace Marshall. The 2021 second round pick had a good camp, could benefit from a fresh start. So they tried to trade him. Told y'all that was the plan the whole time. Yeah, this is a great point by Mike K. The Panthers. We couldn't. The Panthers couldn't get a conditional pick for him. Had legitimately impressive camp, but the last 3 years were the past 3 years. So we couldn't even get a conditional pick for him. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. Yeah. All good, man. That's tough. That is tough with Adam. With Terrace Marshall, bro. Tough stuff, bro. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, the reason why you would do it is so you can solidify the chances that you get him. Like, if you don't trade at least a conditional pick, you're putting it up to chance. So if you are convicted about the guy and you want him, you go trade for him. My man got smoked for that Bears fan that came in here. That's funny. Yeah. Do I think he clears waivers? Yeah. Only Panthers fans would. And here's the thing. All right. Now I'm about the pod. I'm about the pod. ISO on shot. ISO one shot. Only Panthers fans. Like, we got to be the only fan base that will overvalue the SHIT out of our guys. I'm guilty of it too. Bro, the facts are the facts. If he was that talented, somebody would have traded for him. The league has spoken twice. The league has spoken twice. You requested a trade last year. Nobody bid. We propped you up and gave you the opportunities all through training camp and preseason. Nobody wanted you. Respectfully, with all due respect, the league has spoken, bro. The league has spoken. Like, nobody wants TMJ like that. And we're guilty as a fan base of hyping up guys, and I'm guilty. We hype up guys, and they just not that great. Here's another interesting cornerback cut. Greg Stroman from the Chicago Bears. The Bears have a deep secondary, apparently, and Stroman has been released, and he is not subject to waivers, so he can sign. But I like TMJ, but it's not all his fault. But he has to take some accountability too. We don't know the ins and outs. He got to take some accountability, bro. We keep saying that he's dealt with all these coaches. The Panthers have released their 53-man roster. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Let me see. All right, we got it. Let me see. I got it. 53-man roster. I got it. Hold on. Don't spoil it. Nobody spoil it. Dang it. Dang it, bro. Yep. Coker has made it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jalen Coker has made the MFN roster. Shout out to Jalen Coker. Now, let me go ahead and share the screen real quick. The roster is out. Where's the best to put myself? All right, here we go. Let me stop this one. The roster is out. Here we go. Let's get to it. So we kept 10 offensive linemen. Icky, Damian Lewis, Corbett, Hunt, Moulton, Brady Christensen, Chandler Zavala, Andrew Rame. Cade Mays did make it. Cade Mays made it. And Yash Nijman. 3 tight ends. So Horsted is gone. 3 tight ends. My man was right. My man that came up here earlier, he was right. 3 tight ends. Tommy Tremble, Jatavion Sanders, Ian Thomas, Adam Thielen, Deontay Johnson, Jonathan Mingo, Xavier Legette, Amir Smith-Marset, David Moore, and Jalen Coker. 3 running backs. Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders, Raheem Blackshear. 2 quarterbacks. Bryce Young, Andy Dalton. Defensive linemen. Derek Brown, Shad Tuttle, Ashawn Robinson, Nick Thurman, LeBron Ray, Jaden Crumedy, Jaden Peavy. Wow, that's interesting. Only 4 edge rushers. Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Johnson, Clavon Chason. And so that means, hold up now. Okay, no, that's right. Sorry. That's right. Clavon Chason. Oh, Shirless made it. Shout out to Shirless. So I'm trying to update this graphic because my graphic is better than the Panthers graphic as far as a visual, like to see who made it and who didn't. So Shirless made it. Cornerbacks. J.C. Horn, Michael Jackson, Troy Hill, Deshaun Jameson. So Deshaun Jameson made it. Shaw Smith Wade. Deshaun Jameson has made the roster. So that would mean Anthony Brown. I don't know. He's probably going to go to IR. I got to look at that. We got to break this all down. It's a lot to unpack here because even the guys that didn't make it, there's at least some guys going to IR and whatnot. So I'm not looking at the chat right now, so bear with me. All right. Damani Richardson and Jamie Robinson made it. So Xavier Woods, Jordan Fuller, Damani Richardson, Jamie Robinson, and Nick Scott. That leaves Alex Cook as cut. Sorry, I'm doing a rush job on my graphics. My apologies. All right, hold on. Let me get this right. So pup, linebackers, DTs. LeBron Ray made it. So we got Palmore cut. Man, TJ Smith didn't make it. Bro, that's crazy. Damn, TJ Smith didn't make it, y'all. Inside linebackers. So LeBron Ray. That's crazy. Now I gotta see if we can get Coke back on the show, bro. See what he thinking. PV, defensive end, receivers. So all 7 receivers made it. Tackles. Oh, I'll be damned. Ricky Lee didn't make it, y'all. Damn. So only 3 tackles made it. Yeah, as I process this, it's kind of crazy because I'm seeing who's getting cut. Give me 1 second, y'all. Then I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. Cade Mays, Christensen, Robert Hunt. Damn, they got Horsted up out of here. Sorry. And then, so injured reserve, Tay Davis and Cam Gill are on full injured reserve. Dane Jackson, Sam Franklin are the ones designated to return. Damn. Yep, Ricky Lee got waived. All right, y'all. My bad. I was going over the so here's what it's gonna look like. Let me see here. Here is what it's gonna look like. All right. Here we go. Let me see. I gotta hit some super chats real quick. Ian Thomas must have some major dirt on Tepper. He keeps making it. Yeah, he keeps making it every year. ACAS says time to celebrate. Coker Damani and Beyblade Robinson all made it. Yeah, they did. They all made it. So let's talk about it real quick. For the quarterbacks, let me move this out the way. My apologies. I'm all over the place. There's a lot going on. A lot is happening right now. All right, so those are quarterbacks. Jake Luton is gone too. I didn't put an X by his name. But yeah, Jake Luton is up out of here. Let me catch the chat. I said my message. Can we watch the Coker TD one more time? All right, so here we go. Hopefully we can get Jack Plummer back on the practice squad. Running backs. Here's what our running backs look like. Blackshear, Miles Sanders, and Chuba. Good to go there. That makes sense. Tight ends, only 3 tight ends. This is kind of surprising to me. I'm not gonna lie. If I were to pick the most shocking thing of today, that's not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing that's moving on from TMJ, but that's not the point. This is shocking. Only 3 tight ends with 2 of them basically being injured. That's a little concerning. A little concerning there. Interior offensive line, Cade Mays made it. Andrew Ram, who looked great, backup center, could be. This is another future play. Could be center of the future. So keep an eye on that. Austin Corbett, Robert Hunt, Damian Lewis, Chandler Zavala, Brady Christensen. That's your interior guys. Your tackles, which is kind of what I said. These 3 guys, Icky, Moten, and Nijman. Ricky Lee is gone, unfortunately. Aggie Prado still. Jeremiah Crawford and Tyler Smith are all gone. 10 offensive linemen. Yeah, that's interesting. But I can see why they did it. Health. You gotta keep Bryce upright. You gotta keep Bryce upright. So I get it. Receivers kept 7. We kind of been calling this for a long time. Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, Mingo, Xavier Legette, David Moore, Smith Marset, and Jalen M. effing Coker. Shout out to Jalen Coker, bro. Derek Brown, Ashawn Robinson, and LeBron Ray for defensive ends. I didn't move him over, but he is over here with the locks. Defensive tackles, Shaw Tuttle, Nick Thurman, Jaden Peavy, Jaden Crumity. And that is it for those. Everybody else is up out of here. Linebackers, Shaq Thompson, Josie Jewell, Trevin Wallace, and Claudin Sherless. Very, very, very good potential linebacker here. Sherless is looking good. I like it. Outside linebackers, Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Johnson. DJ Wanham went to the pup. Amari Bono went to the pup. Clavon Chason and Iku Leota are our edge rushers. I expect a move to be made here immediately. Need some help there. Dane Jackson went to injured reserve, designated to return. J.C. Horn, Mike Jackson, Deshaun Jameson, Shaw Smith-Wade, Troy Hill. I expect another move to be made here as well. Anthony Brown also is up out of here. He's up out of here. I didn't put an X by his name, but I believe he is gone. So let me double check. Yeah, he's out of here. He is out of here. Some of these guys got waived injured, but we'll talk about that. Safeties, Xavier Woods, Jordan Fuller, Sam Franklin, also injured reserve, designated to return. Nick Scott, Damani Richardson, and Jamie Robinson. This is solid group. Solid group of safeties. I like Nick Scott a lot. I like Nick Scott, Damani Richardson. I like him a good development, but he definitely earned his spot. It's good to see guys like earn their spots, right? Like you see guys that ball out and don't get. Sometimes you like, damn, they had a great camp, and they still don't get it. But yeah, man, Damani balled out and earned his spot. So good for him. Good for him. And the special teams, they are what they are. All right. What y'all thinking? What y'all thinking, bro? I got the I have the final, or I have the stream, link to the stream. If you want to join the stream and give your thoughts. If you want to give your thoughts, jump on in here, bro. Jump on in here. Again, this roster is not over with, bro. This roster is not over. I think they're definitely going to have some guys that are going to be moved. I think looking at receiver, I don't know that Coker sticks the entire time. But again, they got him on the roster for now. But shout out to Jalen Coker made the team, everybody. For those that are asking and just now coming in, Jalen Coker has made the 53-man roster. But again, like I said, the roster's still going to be in shuffle, right? There's going to be some guys brought in off of waiver claims, things like that. So the next 24 hours, the roster still should move. Yeah. So, hey, Rashad, I have a quick question. Wasn't there a wide receiver who was undrafted last year, made the initial 53, and then got cut a couple days later? asking for Coker's sake. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. So I don't remember last year I think Derek Wright was the guy that made it. I can't remember. But yeah, there is always that possibility where guys are going to get cut the next day. Like, it's possible. It is possible, certainly possible, that even though Jalen Coker is announced as a part of the 53-man roster, that he could get cut, right? And they make a waiver claim, and somebody has to go. When you bring in a waiver claim, that means somebody got to leave. Yeah, I mean? So it is what it is. I don't know what the plan is moving forward, but we are just going to be happy in the moment that Jalen Coker's made it. Well, he's got to still earn it. Still gotta earn it. So the main difference between physically unable to return, physically unable to play or whatever, and IR is that one, and physically unable to play, you had to have not played the entire offseason, right? You can't play in a preseason game, and you can't play you can't practice either. In regards to the roster, like, there is no difference. They can both come back after 4 games. But the biggest difference in the designation and IR, you can have practiced and have played. Reserve, pup, you can't. Here's the thing with the designation to return, and it's more like a chess move. Designated to return means that you only that you can only put 2 guys on the IR designated to return. Only 2 guys that you can put on that. Reserve pup, I think it's also 2, but it's more like a designation more than anything. All right, I'm gonna add Buddy in here. Buddy done came back. Buddy, what's good with you, man? You called it.
What's the deal, man?
3 tight ends, you called it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the language that we were hearing from Canales, right? Like, he loves the receiver room. He wanted to keep depth there. It made sense after everybody's performances, specifically Coker. And I think I honestly think that, Trimble's probably doing a lot better than they're letting on. Ian Thomas is probably going to be out for a little bit, but they've been really hush-hush with timelines and stuff. So, but I do agree that 2 tight ends is still a little bit lean on the depth side. So, like you said, the roster's still in a fluid state. Like, they could probably come back and make a move here. I could see them going outside linebacker, like you said, also. And yeah, like cornerback, like those are the positions of need primarily. I think we'll be solid O-line, solid D-line for right now. No big surprises. Like, we both wanted Claude to make it. He's in there. Like, he's going to do his thing. Excited for him on special teams. Yeah, so big moves there. I would like to see who we might like trade post, like, waiver pickups and things of that nature. So, like, looking a little bit further down the line, that would be cool to see how we maneuver there. But, like, so far, Dan's been as advertised, man. I like the roster. We got some dogs out there. We went and got more dogs. Very quick to adapt and make moves. So, yeah, it's a good look. It's a good look.
Yeah. I like the fact that, and I think I said it earlier, but I like how these young guys, these undrafted guys specifically, were given an opportunity, and they made the roster, bro. Like Ram, Coker, like I love that underdog story. So I'm happy for those guys. They made it. They played well. They earned their spot, and hopefully they can stick. It ain't over yet. But
I think I want to see. I think I want to see DJ like Johnson be the guy that EJ Evero thinks he is, and I want to see Iko Leota kind of lean into how he played the first 2 games, because the last game he was shaky, but the first 2 games of preseason he was really, really solid, and I thought we had a lot of good pressure. But
I like Oos, but I think they're gonna as soon as they can get an outside linebacker, they're gonna pick somebody else up, and he's probably gonna go to the practice squad. That's just the reality. They need help until Wanham and Barno, if he's coming. I don't even know if Barno's coming back, but we need help. Like those guys, Chason, rotate. He's more of a rotational guy. I don't see him being, another every down guy opposite of Clowney. We need some help.
Yeah.
We need some help.
No, I feel that for sure. Until we see what we have in Wano, but even then, like, we still need depth. I agree with that. So It's good, man. I like where we're going. I like one thing I didn't mention earlier. I'm with you. I'm not entirely drinking the Kool-Aid, but I'm right there, man. Because
Let the
that
color.
that play that Bryce got sacked on, how that was developing, that shot to Deontay, if he could have, if one more second, if like Zavala didn't pull as far and slide as far as he
Yep.
did, he'd have had that, and he could have stepped
Yep.
into it. I think we might have seen Bryce Laceman, man. That's the only thing I need to see from my boy before I start coming everywhere in my jersey, man. That's the
Kool-Aid.
only thing.
Yeah. Put that
That's the
thing
only
on,
thing.
man. Listen.
You know what I'm saying?
One day at a time, 1 week at a time, bro.
Sir.
We getting better. That's the good news. We getting better.
Yes, sir.
We
Yes,
are
sir.
getting better.
But yeah, appreciate you as always, man. Enjoying the
Yeah.
show. I still got y'all on the
Appreciate
background while I work, man. So
you. Yeah,
love.
appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your day, man.
Yes, sir. Y'all too.
All right. Yo, people ask me where I got my headbands from. Yo, listen, I don't give out free pub, bro. I tried to work the reason why I never asked that question or answer that question is because I tried to work out a deal with this company that makes the headbands, right? However, this company no longer makes the headbands. So even if I told you where to get them, you can't get them there anymore because I think they lost their NFL license or whatever. But dog, a quick Google search will probably get you there. But shout out to them. They never wanted to work with me. They never wanted to do business. I'm not gonna give out free. Free pub. I got a rather large audience, bro. You gotta. If I send you 1,000 people, bro, you gotta pay up. That's just business. Nah, it was not Funko. Nah. Let me see. Yep, they still don't got him. Yeah, they stopped doing the NFL joints years ago too. Well, that was a different place back then. The first place I got my headband, I don't even remember where the first place I got the headbands. The second place, yeah, I was in contact with him. I was working with him. Then they lost the deal. So I don't even know where you could get. I couldn't even tell you where to go to get the headband. Couldn't even tell you where to go. All right, I'll be back real quick. I gotta take a quick walk. I gotta see my daughter real quick. She just got off the bus. So I'm gonna be right back. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. We're gonna break some more stuff down. In the meantime, never mind. I just leave it. I'll be right back, y'all. My bad, y'all. Had to go see the baby. Had to go see the baby. All right, let's see what X talking about. Let's see what X talking about. My man said tech expenses. It was more like food earlier. Yeah, I like Damani. Damani had a good training camp. He had a good training camp. I love the underdogs. That's a lot of UDFAs on this roster, bro. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's good to see guys getting an opportunity. Am I shocked Jamie made the 53? Not really. He definitely closed strong. It was a rough start, but he closed strong. I think it's solid. I think he's solid, bro. I think he definitely showed some promise. I think he led the team in tackles. Either the last preseason game or the preseason game week 2, one of the games he led the team in tackles. So solid for sure. Yeah, we definitely got to get some more corner help for sure. Let's see. Shot, what do you guys do you guys see the possibility of getting cut waiver claims in the coming days? What guys do I see potentially getting cut? I got to go back and look, but I think in that edge rusher room, I think there's some guys that can probably be moved on from. Some of these fringe guys that just take a look at like Equal. Like Equal is solid, bro. But if you have an opportunity to upgrade, I think you're gonna do that. I think you're gonna take that opportunity to upgrade. No, go ahead, Case. It's safe to say we are officially moving on from mid. I like it. I 100% agree. We're trying to get better. Yep. After 4 p.m., yes, we'll put in waiver claims, and then they won't be announced until tomorrow or late. It'll be announced at some point tomorrow. Yeah, we good on Caleb Farley. We saw that earlier. He's injured, bro. Yeah, we gotta let the name chasing go. We gotta let that name chasing go. It's over, bro. Like he's injured all the time. Didn't play last year. It's a bit of a mess. Oh man. Grant says, "Do you think we are as bad as last year, or do you think the scheme was bad?" It was a scheme, bro. It was a lot. It was a lot more than the scheme too. It was the leadership, the direction, everything was bad. Like it doesn't just stop at the play call and the scheme. It was a lot of things. A lot of things were bad. A lot of things were bad, and I think we're heading in the right direction right now. Here's the thing, Jay. He says, "I need your opinion. Tua or Bryce to start your team." I think if you look at the start of both of their careers, there's a similar parallel. There's a similar parallel, bro. Like they both were trash starting their seasons or starting their careers. Tua's year one. They did the same thing they did to Bryce. Get him out of here. He ain't the guy. Then guess what? They got some talent around him, and they got a good play caller, and everything turned around. So we'll see. We'll see if Bryce can follow it up. But very similar start to their careers. Very similar. While we're here, let me just double check. We got 800 people on YouTube. Probably a little bit more than that on X. Make sure you hit that like button if you're new here. That like button, notification bell. Let me see where we at. 22,624. Can we get up to 22.7? Can we get up 22.7? It's a marathon stream going on right now. 22.7. We are like 75 subs away from 22.7. Come on, Grant. Come on. He said, does Bryce size matter, bro? We've seen short quarterbacks be successful and win Super Bowls, bro. We're good. We're good, bro. I got to update my spreadsheet. Or do I? Do I need to or do I not? I don't know. Let's have some fun. Black Shear. Let's have some fun. Alex Cook got cut. No, we will not know if we picked up any players until tomorrow. We will not know until we picked up anyone else until tomorrow. Tony, that's funny, Tony. I can't put that on the screen, but that's funny. I know what you're trying to do there. I see what you're trying to do. They said week 1 through 3 preseason highlights. I'm not gonna show the highlights because then I'm gonna have to cut them out. You know, NFL be tripping with their content, so I'm not gonna play them on the live stream. Give me 1 second. I gotta take a call right quick. 1 second. All right, all good. We back. My bad, y'all. Had to take that quick call real quick. When you've been streaming since 8 o'clock. You know what I mean? Things happen. So yeah, we've been streaming since 8 o'clock. Had to take a couple calls, do a couple things, eat. You know, it is what it is, man. So appreciate y'all for being patient. Yeah, this would be funny, right? Panther Sign podcast. Yeah, that would be wild. You probably wouldn't see me. You wouldn't see me, bro. You wouldn't see me sitting at this here podcast desk if that was the case. Shout out to they said we read your lips. Can't read my lips, bro. I don't think you can anyway. But anyway, what else? What was the question? I was answering the question. It was about other guys that are in danger. I think it was something about other guys in danger of getting cut that are on the roster right now. So interesting question. Guys that are I don't want Frank Gore Jr. either. I'm good. I like our running back room. Running back room is fine. I'd much rather see Sheridan, who was on our practice squad, out there than I would a Frank Gore Jr. Even though he did cook us up. He did cook us up though. I ain't gonna lie. So interesting. Here, this is a great question though. The guys that are in trouble, I think 10 offensive linemen is a lot. Usually you'll see 9. I think one of those offensive linemen could get clipped, whether it be Ram or Mays. I think one of those guys could get clipped potentially. I think the tackles are safe. I think our tight ends are safe. Our running backs are safe. Like I don't see Blackshear getting cut in lieu of somebody else. Blackshear is good. Tight ends, Jatavion Sanders, Ian Thomas, Tommy Trimble, they're not going anywhere. Those guys are safe. Offensive linemen, I've already called out Ram and Mays as guys that I think could potentially, if we need to make a waiver claim, they're probably on that list. Offensive tackles, I think we're good there. Nijman, Icky, and Moten, they're not going anywhere. Receivers, I think I'm not going to sit up here and cap. I think if they had a need, a really big need, I think Coker could get clipped as a guy that will get waived and brought back, or potentially try to bring him back. But I think they won't play that game until later. I think you need to let other teams fill out their rosters, make all their moves, and then try to sneak Coker onto the practice squad. I think you got to play chess. You got to play a little chess. Get everybody out there. Everybody's announcing their roster. Everybody comfortable with what they got. And then, announce the fact that he's, gone while everybody's sleeping, essentially. But I don't know if that's going to happen. But I could see that as something that could occur. You never know. Defensive ends, I think our defensive ends are stout. Derek Brown, Ashawn Robinson, LeBron Ray. Defensive tackles, I think Peavy is a guy that could get clipped. I don't know about Crumity. Crumity's hurt right now, but he did an okay job out there. He didn't go too crazy out there, but Peavy for sure. I thought I'm not gonna lie, I thought TJ Smith outplayed Peavy. I'm not sure what the hell happened with TJ Smith. But I'll defer to the guys on that. I have no clue what they did, why they made that decision. Linebackers, I think we're stout there. Shaq, Jewel, Wallace, and Sherlis. Outside linebackers, I think Leota is definitely going to be looked at as someone we could potentially. I know he started strong, kind of tailed off towards the end of preseason, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. You got to keep an eye on Leota. Cornerbacks, Deshaun Jameson, I could see him getting clipped in lieu of a better talent. And I also can see either. I know we like Damani Richardson. I know we like Jamie Robinson, but I can see either one of them two getting clipped for an improved player. Is there a presser today? I think so. I think there usually is a presser. I think it might not come until after the announcement or till after 4:30. This is a great point. I never got a chance to talk about this too. I really like the fact that Dave Canales allowed other coaches to coach. This might happen more often than we are notified about. But I do like the fact that, man, these other coaches got an actual opportunity to. This is real development. We talk about development of players. What about the development of the coaches? Right? The coaches need an opportunity to go out there, cut their teeth, get a chance to call some plays and whatnot. So it's cool. Like, even, Idzik got a chance to call some plays offensively. Cooley got a chance to call the defense. Get the coaches a little break. That was dope. That was super dope. So I like that. I never got a chance to talk about it, but I really did like that. Do I have a record prediction? I'm gonna say I've been pretty stout with this prediction, but I'm gonna go 7 to 9 wins would be a successful season for the Carolina Panthers. If we go 6, that's moderate improvement. I think we're better than that. I'm not gonna lie. If we got 6 wins, I'd be a little disappointed. 7 to 9 will really make me happy. Yes, we talked about Carl Lawson earlier. We brought Carl in and worked him out. We did not select him. Maybe that changes, but we talked about Carl already. The cuts are over with. The roster has been announced. The roster has already been announced. If you just now tuning in, you missed basically everything. I'm not capping either. I'm being truthful. All the cuts are in. Everything is over with. Right now we just recapping everything, but the roster cut down has been done. We do know that Jalen Coker did make the roster. And we'll go through. Do I need to go through these? How about I do this? Can I pull up the 53-man roster? Sure. I sure can. Give me 1 second. Barno ain't going nowhere. Unless they cut him, he's not going nowhere. He's on IR, I believe. Or physically unable to perform list. Barno is not going. So I'll just quickly scroll through this. This is our offense. Let me get rid of this banner. My man said. So this is the roster. So 10, like I was saying earlier, I think Ram or Cade Mays could be options. Because again, this you got to remember, I said it earlier. This 53-man roster is today's 53-man roster. Today's 53-man or yesterday's 53-man roster is not today's 53-man roster. So this could change, and it will change as early as tomorrow when waiver claims are put in, if there are any, which I'm sure there will be because we've been pretty adamant about us playing the waiver wire. Some of these guys are going to get cut, so it is what it is. So I think Ram, Mays got to keep an eye on them. I'm really surprised we only kept 3 tight ends. I thought we were going to keep 4. It is what it is there. Jalen Coker, again, makes the roster. I don't know how anybody even had Smith Marset as a daggone, like, y'all had him as a bubble, a guy on a bubble. I don't know how you even fix your mouth to say that, Dave. Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders, Blackshear for the running backs. Bryce Young, Andy Dalton for the quarterbacks. This is the defense. Clowney and them. Chason, Leota. I think we definitely need some edge rusher help, bro. I'm nervous just thinking about it. Just reading the names. I think Peavy is the guy you got to keep an eye on as far as getting swapped out. Deshaun Jameson, another guy you got to watch. Probably gonna get swapped out. DeMondre Richardson, Jaden Robinson. Keep an eye on those guys as well. Oh man, I need a nap, bro. Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it all the way through? AJ, my man AJ says, I think, that's a question you're asking me. Do you think DJ Johnson could have a breakout season? Well, breakout from what? Right? Breakouts, you got to go somewhere. Meaning you had to start. I mean, ain't nowhere to go but up, really, because you didn't really do much last year. So, yeah, bro, I think he's gonna have a better season. I don't know about breakout. Breakout to me means you exceeded expectations, and I think he's gonna definitely not do that. Respectfully, my hope is that Wanham gets healthy, Barno gets healthy, because Barno does. I like Barno. Barno's 6'6" speed guy, but he can. I hate when I do this. Sorry, y'all. I hate when I do this. But with Barno, the intangibles of the physical traits are there. He has the ability, use your speed on the edge. It's there. Can he do it? Can he put it together? That's all I'm saying. I don't know. And we haven't seen it yet. It goes that goes back to like Terrace Marshall conversations too. Same thing. It's the same conversation with Terrace Marshall. We know you're capable. We ain't seen it, and that's what makes it more frustrating at times. So just really quick, just to go through these. This is interesting stuff here. Physically unable to perform. That means Amari Barno, DJ Wanham, they got to miss at least 4 games. And the physically unable to perform just means that they have missed all of the preseason and all of and training camp. So they'll be back in 4 games. Non-football, same with Jonathan Brooks. Haven't seen him all camp. Usually that is related to rookies and them still recovering from college injuries. He will also have to miss at least 4 games. Injury designated to return, Dane Jackson, Sam Franklin. That means they're going to be back. They're going to miss 4 games. I hope at least 4 games. So Sam Franklin, we will see these guys back at some point. Injury reserve, Tay Davis, Cam Gill. That means they're probably pretty much done. That's it. That's the roster. That is the roster. That is the roster, bro. Let me see what X is talking about. It said Ian Thomas would have the nuclear codes. That's funny. That is funny. Daniel, appreciate that. You killed it today. Appreciate the coverage, man. The day is not over. The day is not over. We still here, bro. We are still here. The deadline, it's out. It's out. The deadline is, I think, 4:30, 4 o'clock, but the roster's out. The roster's out. We're good. We are good, man. Appreciate that. The day is not over. We still getting it cracking. We staying live all the way through the live show tonight. You're gonna have some folks stop in. I think my man Carlos gonna join a little bit later. And then you got might invite a few more. We'll see. We'll see. My man Ty says, do we really think JC's gonna play a full season? I have him at 11 games. Are you over or under 11 and a half games? I'm over, bro. I said 14. I'm consistent with my JC Horn prediction and his injuries and all that. I know he's dealt with a lot. He hasn't played a lot. I get it. It's a little frustrating. I understand. But this is a contract year for him before they decide to invest a lot of money in him. And I think he's going to ball out. He's going to play 14 games. He's going to fight through some things that may have taken him out a little bit in prior seasons. But he's going to play. And you're going to enjoy it. And he's going to dominate, too. He's not just going to play. He's going to dominate. Domination. Hey, Jay, you got to fast forward. You about an hour behind. My man Jay commenting like he live, and you way behind, bro. You got to catch back up. Man, speed your live back up, bro. Hit the live button. You about an hour behind. Let's see here. You think Miles is going to get the CMC treatment and trade it away? I think no. I think it's going to be a legit two-headed monster with Miles Sanders and Chuba. I think that Miles is going to play through the season. We will ship him out next season. He will be cut. We'll move on next season. I've said this for a while. Miles Sanders, you have to. I've been saying this a lot. When it comes to these trades, you have to have a trade partner, and you have to have somebody that wants to assume the contract. CMC was completely different. CMC was a baller. Okay, that's different. Miles Sanders is not CMC. Let's be clear on that. Miles Sanders is not Christian McCaffrey. So I don't see any teams knocking our door down to get Miles Sanders. We overpaid for him when we got him. Therefore, whatever team is going to have to take that overpayment as a contract, and it ain't happening. Nobody's taking that contract from Miles Sanders. So Miles Sanders playing with a chip this year. He's going to have a much better. I've called it. I've already said it. He's going to have some good games. He's going to have some mid games this year. But I think he's going to have a better season than he had last year. And maybe he'll create a market for himself somewhere else. But the running back position ain't for the weak at heart, bro. We'll move on. You can find running backs a dime a dozen. I've been trying to tell y'all that. I have been trying to tell y'all that for a long time about the running back position. You find another one. That's why we just drafted Jonathan Brooks. Hell, as good as Chuba been playing, we might move on from him too. Because guess what? You can't pay everybody, which is why you have to plan for the future. Right? This is why you could potentially move on from a guy like Chuba as well, even though Chuba's playing well. But you got money in the offensive line. You got money in the defensive line. You got money in the secondary. Bro, you're probably going to have money in Deontay Johnson next year. So who you going to pay, Deontay or Chuba? These are the things y'all got to think about when you talk about building a team. It ain't just about talent. I be trying to. People don't listen to me, bro. Like I see a lot of people on X surprised that Coker made the roster, bro. What you been watching? I said, bro. I've been saying this since we picked up Coker. It depends on what happens with TMJ. I've been consistent about that. As soon as I saw TMJ was gone, I knew Coker was safe. What are we talking about? Do I think we only have 3 tight ends because we have an eye on someone? Yes, I do. I think we're going to add another tight end. 1,000%. Probably a veteran. I don't know. But I do think we're going to add another tight end. You got a banged up, consistently banged up Ian Thomas, Tommy Tremble. Don't know if he's going to stay injured or I don't know. He might be better off than we think, but I don't know. We still got 2 weeks to the first game anyway. So yeah. I've said this. I said this for being consistent about it, and I'm not gonna lie. I would be lying if I told you the way TMJ his camp went and his preseason, bro. I legit thought they were gonna keep him, but then you have to go back and ask yourself, is he? Here's the thing. Just always ask yourself, is he part of the long-term plan? Is TMJ long-term plan? Next year, guess what you're going to be asking yourself? Is Chuba Hubbard a part of the long-term plan? You already got some indications on what the answer is. If you're not blind, you will see that we just picked up Jonathan Brooks. That should tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes the answers are right in front of your face and you just don't recognize it. Granddaughter asked me a question, Rashad, any plans to have a Panthers roundtable with other Panther content creators to discuss the 53-man roster and the upcoming season? I don't know, man. I'm the one that typically puts those together, and I got to be honest with you, they're a little overwhelming at times. It's hard to get, and there's so many more content creators out there now. I don't want to create one and then leave somebody out and then somebody get pissed off at me. So I haven't been doing it. That's why there hasn't been one in a little while. Some of these content creators be sensitive, bro, and I ain't got time. Some of them be sensitive, and I don't intentionally leave out nobody. I don't got no beef. I don't got no beef. Hey, look. Hey, somebody's learning. Somebody's learning. Somebody's paying attention in class. If what you say is true, then you have to say the same thing about Shaq. Nobody asked me about Shaq. But you're absolutely right. He knows it too. Shaq has gone on record saying, hey, look, I want to be here, but this is my contract year. We just drafted Trevin. Yes, that applies to him as well. It does. Unfortunately, I love Shaq. But yeah, it definitely applies to him as well. Latu, I don't know about that, bro. I'm kind of cool on Latu, to be honest with you. I wasn't big on Latu when he came out of college. I thought he got overdrafted. 3rd round pick. It's kind of crazy for Latu, to be honest with you. I don't think he was that nice. Yeah, shout out to Metro. He said it when TD interviewed him. Yep, sure did. Sure did. So we got, again, it's tough, but this is how you know. Read the tea leaves, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you know there's future moves being made. Every pick was made with a purpose. Every undrafted free agent was picked up for a purpose. And you see it. I like Terrace Marshall. I like him. Big fan. Thought he had all kind of similar to CJ Henderson. All the talent in the world, in my opinion. All the intangibles. But sometimes it just don't click. And you got to get replaced. Jay Hyatt, you ain't just see our last collab with Steve? We just did one with the draft. I gotta leave Steve alone, man. I can't ask Steve to do stuff with us all the time, bro. I can't overstay my welcome. I asked him to come on. I can't overstay my welcome, bro. I think I answered this, but yeah, I think we pick up another tight end. Yeah, I do think we pick up another tight end. Man, yeah, you didn't see the last cut to it draft we just did. We just recapped this entire draft with Jonathan Brooks and all those guys. Leggett. Yeah, we did the same thing we did last year, this year. I think see, here's the thing with Scott and Dan. There's a balance, bro. You got to balance everything out. You can't just have your eyes solely focused on the now. You can't just be like, oh, I got to win right now. Yeah, of course you got to win right now, but you got to be smart. You got to be smart about it. If I'm gonna be honest about Xavier, I wanted more. Pause. Super pause on that. I like to see more from Xavier Leggett. I like to see more, man. I didn't get all the feels. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. That doesn't mean it won't happen. Listen, I think that very similar to Mingo, it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some time. Grandizer says, I wonder which other Panthers player PNP could interview this season. You got Coker. Who is next? Michael Jackson, maybe. We'll see. We'll see, bro. Trev, I see somebody. I would love to have Trevin Wallace on the show. You know why? So I can apologize to his face. Cause he definitely gonna have me eating crow. I'm man enough to do that, bro. I'm man enough to keep it a buck. Hey, look, man, I'm gonna keep it all the way funky with you. I ain't like to pick. Hell, I did it with Trimble too. I did it with Tommy Trimble when we had Trimble on the show years ago. Hey, Tommy, bro, I wasn't a fan of the pick. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But bro, like I turned on the film. You was nice. I told him that to his face. I'll do the same thing with Trevin. Hey, look, Trevin, bro, I ain't like the pick, fam. I ain't like that pick was I ain't like it. But bro, I was misinformed. I didn't know any better, bro. My bad. You eating crow. Shout out to you, bro. Looking good out there. I would definitely eat crow. For sure. You know me. Y'all know me, bro. I ain't got no problem being wrong. I have no problem being wrong, bro. No problem at all. Shout out to Deshaun Jameson, just posted. You know, he just let me see if Coker. Let me see if Coker posted anything on Instagram. It's my guy, man. Let me see his pops. Did his pops post anything? Jalen Coker's pops is cool as hell, bro. By the way, I just want y'all to know that. He was definitely posting. Yep. Yep, his dad post. That's fire, bro. That's fire. Super proud. Let me see if Jalen posted anything. Now I got to get Coke back on the show so I can ask him, like, yo, bro, how was the day? Like, how did it go? He definitely didn't. You know how good this kid is? He didn't post nothing about himself. He didn't post nothing about himself. But he posted, I think, one of his former teammates. One of his former teammates, I think, made the Giants, and he posted about him. That's this kid, bro. Shout out to Coke, man. Now I gotta get me a Coke. Well, I gotta wait a few days. Now I gotta wait. I gotta wait until week 1, and then I'm putting in the order, y'all. I'm putting in the order for the Jalen Coker jersey, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait, y'all. I know I'm gonna wait. I gotta wait until this whole waiver period settles down for sure. I'm gonna wait. Coke boys, I like it. Coke boys in the house tonight. Look at Derek said this is all Steve Smith fault. I ain't gonna lie. That's where. Hey, look, that's when the train started. That's when the train started with Smitty, bro. And then after that, I did my own research. Then we picked him up, and then from then on, I'm a Coke boy. This is facts. What jersey am I wearing week 1? Week 1 is a away game, so I'm gonna be at the crib. Probably Bryce. I'm gonna probably do a Bryce joint first. I got a Clowney that I might rock to. I got a processed blue Clowney. I got to get a Deontay made because they don't have Deontay Johnson in the stores. You got to get that custom made. And then I'm probably going to get a Coke made. CW89 says, yo, Shad, I had to step away for work for a bit. Was there any big surprises other than TMJ safety room? Yeah, I think the only other big surprise was probably Jordan Matthews getting cut. And then, obviously big surprise, not really surprise, but just kind of let it settle in that our man Jalen Coker made the roster. So that was dope. But everything else was chalk. I think everything else went down as expected, so I'm good. I would nah. If I'm going to I need to go to a New Orleans Panthers game in New Orleans. It won't be this year, maybe next year. Yes, that's the goal. I'm gonna do better with my previews. I'm gonna be honest. We've kind of let these slip over the past couple of years, but I am gonna do a better job at finding content creators to do previews because I think y'all gotta let me know if y'all enjoy them or not. I don't want to do anything that's too long. Maybe like just like a 10-minute video, 10-15-minute video. I don't want to do a whole stream. But y'all let me know what y'all want to hear. Like, what do y'all want us to go over? Like, I don't want to do a hour-long stream. I may invite somebody on the stream the week of the matchup. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. My man Levi said when the preview was we're gonna lose, I don't blame you for letting them fall off. Yeah, it was tough for a little while. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, man. Diehard, my man T Love Lady says, diehard Panthers fan here from Canada, making my first trip to Bank America Stadium for the home opener. Cannot wait to cheer the Panthers on at home. Yeah, it's gonna be fire, bro. That first home game, even last year, man, that first home game was so fire, bro. Like the energy was crazy. I think you'll see something similar. I think that the tide is starting to turn here, especially if we go out there and beat the New Orleans Saints. If we go out there and beat the Saints, oh, that Kool-Aid gonna be so good. Boy, that Kool-Aid gonna be so good. We're gonna be sipping on Kool-Aid. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be fantastic, bro. And it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit, bro. One game at a time, though. One game at a time. What happens after you drink Kool-Aid, Tony? You gotta take a piss? Is that what you're trying to get at? Who got cut? Everybody got cut. TMJ got cut. That's the biggest news of the day. Terrace Marshall Jr. getting cut. If you're just now tuning in, you basically missed everything. We've been live since 8:00 this morning, tracking all the cuts. And it was fun. We're still here. We're still locked in. We're still locked in. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. All right. Let's see. Yep, this is a good point. My man Coker, he says Coker will be a developmental player, probably mostly work on special teams. Potentially, if he gets a jersey, he may not even suit up every week. I think it's gonna depend. It really depends. Yeah, this is true. This is true. We're not there, bro. I 100% agree with this, J Hudge. We're not a playoff team. Nobody should expect us to be a playoff team. But you say we need a fusion of talent. I would skew that and say we need an infusion of development. We need some development. Who's to say we ain't got the talent? That's been part of the problem. Are we developing the talent that we have? And you're starting to see it already. And again, very small sample size with Jack Plummer, right? That's it. That's it. Like, yeah, the talent, of course we can use more talent. Nobody's saying that we can't draft more talent. But we gotta be able to draft and develop. Without drafting and development, this whole is done. And we've seen it over the past 3-4 years. New head coaches every year, new direction, new GM, all different types of methodologies, which damages the development of all of our players. We've seen it. We've seen it, bro. We have seen it. So now it's time to get the right guys here, develop them, and keep them here. Pay the right guys, let the right guys go, and that's what is important. And we're starting to do that, i.e. TMJ. It's time to move on. Bro, it's just time, bro. It's time. Let's develop our talent and keep it. That's the most important thing. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. My man Steven Belk says, great job today. My contribution for the food or drink today. Man, I appreciate that. I might even grab me a little sip later on. It might be that kind of day. You know what I mean? Might a little sip me a little something. All right, here's a good question. Looking at this roster, do you think Dan double dips at edge in the 2025 draft? Double dip? I don't know about double dip, but I do think we dip. I think edge rusher is priority between edge rusher and another cornerback potentially. You got to start to get that defense going. So, yes, I think yeah. I don't know about double dip. I got to look at the board too. I haven't started looking at the board for 2025. I'll start to take a look at that soon. Excuse me. But yeah, man, I think Jay Hud's point was spot on though. We do need to get some more talent. I think that wide receiver position was one that we really honed in on and executed, getting more talent. I think the same energy needs to be projected towards the cornerback room soon, right? They're gonna extend JC. You need another cornerback opposite drafting another one, and not a fifth rounder. All respect due to Shaw Smith Wade, but we need a top guy. Same with edge rusher. I wouldn't be opposed to spending some top capital, right? First round pick, edge rusher, second round pick, cornerback. Also, you got to think maybe potentially looking at another tackle in the future. You got think about this now. Now, see, here's where the future play. This is where Rashad Brain goes. Look at the offensive line for a second. You've got Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis. Just signed those guys to, I don't know what their deals were respectively. Let me see. What did they sign? How many years were their deals? Robert Hunt has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year deal. And so he's locked in, bro. Robert Hunt ain't going nowhere no time soon. And then Lewis was, oh, that's not a 5-year. I'm tripping. Hold on. Sorry. I'm tripping. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Damian Lewis is a 4-year deal. So I've seen this. Shout out to Grant. I've seen this. It says every time we worn a 10-year patch, we had made it to the playoffs in 1995, 2005, 2015, and 2025. Or 2025. So are you saying this year or next year? Because we got the 30-year patches this year. We weren't 30 this year. So you're saying we're making the playoffs this year. I've seen this. I've seen this theory. And I love these little connections. Only time will tell if it's true. I'm with it though. I support it. Only time will tell, bro. I'm not gonna dip. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be like, yeah, all in. This is gonna happen. I can't do that. But what I can do is say that's dope. We'll see if it happens, bro. Yeah. So back to my point. Hunt, Lewis, they're here for a while. Then you gotta start thinking about Icky. Icky is in his 3rd year. So in 2025, next year, it'll be a contract year for him. You got to start thinking about 5th-year options. So what I'm trying to say is there's going to be a lot of money invested in the offensive line. Moton his deal should be expiring soon, which means you need to start thinking about potentially. Yeah, so his is next year too, 2025. So you got to start thinking about potentially life after Moton. You got to get some tackles in here, bro. So you got to start looking towards the future. Ken says, did we get rid of our tight ends? Love the podcast. We got rid of Jordan Matthews, which is a surprise. And we got rid of Horsted, Hollister. We kept Tommy Tremble, Ian Thomas, and Jatavion Sanders. So we'll have 3 tight ends on the roster. I think Foreman got injured. So I think that's why they released him. No, we should not pick up Kadarius Toney. I'm cool. Stop name chasing, y'all. Stop name chasing. Salute to what he's done, but I'm cool. Oh, did he? My bad. I thought he got injured. I saw him go down there to pull out the cart and all that. So I didn't know what his status was. Yeah, we gotta let that Kadarius Toney thing go, bro. He's still on a rookie contract and been on like 2 teams already. Like sometimes you gotta read between the lines, bro. We cool. All right, sub check. 22,631 subs, man. Hit that subscribe button. 70 more subscribers until we get to 22,600. 700, excuse me. 22,700. So hit that subscribe button. 70 more folks. We got to run it up all the way 25K. So if you're on X, I appreciate you. Hit the follow button over there, but also join us over here on the YouTubes. We appreciate it as well. I'm good on Frank Gore Jr. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm good on a lot of players, y'all. A lot of players that y'all put in this chat, I'm good on, bro. It's only going to be 1 or 2 names where I'm going to be like, yeah, let's bring him in. I think Andre Carter II from Minnesota is intriguing. But there aren't too many guys where I'm like, man, we got to go out there and get him. We got to get him. I'm cool. Bro, you got Miles Sanders, you got Jonathan Brooks. Like, relax. We don't need Frank Gore Jr. You got Chuba Hubbard, Miles Sanders, and then Jonathan Brooks. Y'all just be wanting everybody. Y'all be wanting everybody, bro. Shit, that hurt. Yeah, that's y'all, man. Ooh, that's us. Let me get that. Y'all like kids. Anytime a player get cut, y'all be like kids in the candy shop. Y'all just want everything, bro. Half the joint be mid. No, I'm not going to the Falcons game. I hate Atlanta, bro. I hate everything about Atlanta. Are there any players that will be that got waived to be a good fit as of right now? Again, we got time. I think I'm gonna wait until the entire list comes out and then I'll kind of go through it because there's so many other players out there right now, and I need to see who. What I should do is check with Rappaport because Rappaport is the only one. He only going to drop like heavy hitters. Or Shefty. Man, Isaiah Spiller. Damn. I ain't seen his name in years. I think it's CJ Spiller. My bad. Oh, Isaiah Spiller. My bad. I could play the two dudes. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. Ain't really nobody out there like that I'm like I'm head over heels for, bro. Let me see. Let me see if I can find some more interesting cuts. 1 second. Gotta sneeze. Sorry. I tried to mute. Couldn't catch the mute button. Give me 1 second. I got to use the bathroom real quick. Give me 2 minutes. All right. Let me get y'all. I want to take another poll. I'm gonna do another poll real quick. So I want to know who y'all think was the biggest surprise for the day. Biggest surprise. Surprise cut. How many coffees have I had? Just one. Alrighty. I want to know how y'all feeling, man. How y'all feeling about these cuts? I feel good, but we gotta wait. We gotta wait. I'm ready to buy some jerseys. I'm ready to. Don't get too excited to where you buy a jersey prematurely, bro. I know some of y'all used to going doing some things a little premature, but wait. You know what I mean? You gotta wait. Oh, that was a good one. Let me see. Let me add him to the list. Ooh, a TMJ jersey. That sucks. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. I got a Brian Burns jersey sitting in a 0 too. Man. Damn, somebody got to be careful with. Nobody has 0 right now. Nobody has 0 right now. But I got a Burns jersey. I got a Chin jersey that I got from Marshalls. That I never had a chance to wear. Luckily I didn't drop a crazy bag. I got a CMC jersey too. And I'm talking, these are real jerseys too. I'm not talking about y'all know I get the ones to get autographed. I'm talking about real drop the bag on it to get jersey. I got a CMC. I got Burns, Chin. I think that's it. My biggest jersey regret, probably that damn Burns. To be honest, I should have saw that shit coming. That's what really makes me mad is that I saw it coming and still bought that jersey this year, bro. I thought that we were gonna extend them. Burns is probably my biggest regret. Most recently, anyway. I can't think of anything in the past. Bryce is your only active player. That's smart. I'm getting a Coker, bro. I ain't gonna lie. As soon as we get past this next week, I'm getting a Coker jersey, bro. I'm telling you that right now. Ooh, Robbie Anderson chosen. That sucks. New rule. My man Tony said new rule. No jersey until contract number 2. That's smart. Smart. I think the only my man Cam said, "What if he sucks?" I'm invested. I'm invested, bro. I'm invested. I think there's only a couple of safe jerseys right now. Even I wouldn't even be safe with Bryce until I mean, if you locked in, you locked in. But Bryce, I'll be careful about a Bryce jersey until at least he gets that second contract. I think Derrick Brown is a safe bet. You want you a Derrick Brown jersey? Have at it. I think he's again signed that contract. He's not going nowhere. After next year, JC. I think JC gonna sell a lot of jerseys. JC. Ooh, and Andre, bro. God, dog. Man, and your girl told you not to do it. Not, bro, you got like that's like the official joint. The $200, like that's a real, like that's not the game. That's like the Stitch joint. 200 Sam Donald jersey in my closet right now. And my girl even told me not to do it. Damn, Andre. God, got to be more careful. My man, my man said, I'm pretty sure ordering my Carolina Panthers Shedeur Sanders jersey as we speak, bro. You got to relax. You got to relax, bro. My man said, I'm surprised David Moore made the team. Yo, David Moore made the team because he knows the system. He's a veteran. And he wasn't terrible. He wasn't great, but he's a savvy veteran, man. He knows he's been with Canellis for a long time, going back to Seattle. So that just makes sense. Following to Tampa, now he's with the Bucs, so it doesn't make sense. You shouldn't be surprised over that. Where do I get my jerseys from? I get my real jerseys from the Panthers store. I go to the store and get mine. I go to the team store at the stadium to get mine, and I go there to order my custom ones too. Like I had them when Bryce Young first got here. I had them go and make my Bryce Young jersey right there in front of me. Like I had them put the Young on the back with the 9. I had to get it custom made, and they did it right there in the store. Now I think they have a kiosk. They have a kiosk where they'll make them for you, and then they'll send it to you. I haven't seen it yet, but I will be. Or you have to do it for. So I'm breaking my own rule, but I'm gonna wait till Deontay Johnson gets re-signed, and then I'm gonna get a Deontay Johnson jersey. So I'm gonna get a Deontay Johnson, and I'm gonna get I'm getting a Coker no matter what. I just gotta let this week go through. Then I'm gonna get a Coker. Yeah, they're really. If you want a real one, bro, there's no. I got some connections to some fake ones, but they don't. They're okay. My old connect that I had, they were really good. They shut down, but yeah, I haven't found a good connect since then. But the best way to get the jerseys is going to the team store. Drop that bag. Are you sure Deontay Johnson will resign with the Panthers this year? No, I'm not sure. I think all signs point to that, but it's all going to point to the play on the field. I think he's going to be 1,200 yard receiver this year, and it's going to work out. They're going to do everything they can to. You don't trade for a Deontay Johnson for a 1-year little rental, although it was a wash basically with Dante Jackson. Like I understand it, but the goal is to get Bryce weapons, and you got one now, and you got to keep him around. Deontay gonna be fine, bro. He's gonna cook. And I want I want all the diva to come along with it too. If he gets mad because he ain't getting the football, I love that. I'm sorry. I love it. Which jersey of a player will be the safest to get? Derrick Brown. Derrick Brown is the safest jersey you can buy right now. And they have them in the store. I've seen it. Derek Brown is going to be the absolute safest. Even Bryce, and I love Bryce, and I have a Bryce Young jersey. Even Bryce is kind of dangerous right now. Ooh, my man QJ said, is Mingo the next Steve Smith or TMJ? Well, damn, I think he could be the next Moose. How about that? I think his ceiling is the next Moose. I don't see Mingo as a Smith, as a 1. I see him as a very good 2. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not a slight. Mingo's ceiling is a high level wide receiver 2. My man said, I want to get my hands on a Steve Smith helmet. He's my favorite Panther of all time. Well, me too. He's my favorite Panther of all time too. You see that picture right there? It's my guy, Smitty. I have a jersey, a signed jersey of him. I don't have a helmet. I can't help you with that. One place you can go, I don't know if they have his stuff up. Let me check. Smitty don't sign too much nowadays. Even when we met him, funny story. We met the first time we interviewed Smitty. Dave brought a Smitty jersey, and Dave asked him to sign after we had conducted the first interview or whatever. And Smitty not the biggest fan. He did it. He absolutely did it. He didn't complain about it or nothing. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Smitty's the best. I don't think he's wants to do a lot of autographs. Let's put it that way. And I don't want to speak for him, but that's just my opinion. Not a big autograph guy, man. Yeah, they don't have his stuff up here. Well, I was gonna send you. Yep, that's a fail. No go there. I don't know where you can go, man. Best bets. Shoot, I don't know about that. I wouldn't send nothing to eBay, bro. You bugging. Bro, I've answered this question about 7 times, Grant. Yes, we're probably going to get another tight end. Yes. I think we're going to get another tight end. I don't know who it's going to be, but I think we're going to get another one. From a tight end perspective, I don't know. I don't know that I need a available list that I can sort so I can see. It's a lot, man. It's a lot of guys out there right now. It's tough to see everything. Appreciate that, Big Lou Baby Gaming. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that super chat. This is a great question. QJ says, "What's my favorite game you have ever attended in person?" Easy answer to this. And you kind of probably heard me talk about this on the show a lot, but the 2015 NFC Championship game was crazy. It was crazy. I never witnessed anything like that in my life. That game was nuts. I think the stadium was shaking, bro. Like, that's how crazy that game was. And it was so fun because the game was never close. Like, so it was no stress. We were just in there having a blast. It was a big ass party in there because we knew we was going to the Super Bowl. The game never got close. We're just excited, bro. Great times. Great times. Big Lou Baby Gamer says, so they don't do the limited jerseys no more. It's all the heat press. I just called it. Yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's all the heat pressed. Here, let me show you. Because I just bought a pep. Oh, I don't know about the pep. Let me check it. Let me check it. Yeah, I don't know. So this is a Mitchell and Ness joint. It's kind of similar to this. It's stitched, but it ain't. I don't. It's difficult to explain. But this is a Peppers joint. This is a Mitchell and Ness old school throwback when they released them. And this is the sleeve. Hope y'all can see that. Kendall says, did the Texans keep Mechie? If Wave, do we grab? I think they kept him. I haven't heard any more news about Mechie. It was early. That was all the buzz early this morning. Mechie or no Mechie. Are they going to release him? We had a Texan fan come up here and said, "Nah, he's not going nowhere." So yeah. Yeah, I have a black Bryce that I wear. That's the one I wear all the time. I'm reading some tweets. How I feel about a Coker jersey? I told you I'm getting one. I got to get past this week, then I'm gonna get one. Yes, Coker is safe. We already talked about that. He's made the roster. He's safe for now. He's safe for now, right? He's still got to get through this period where we're gonna do waiver claims. When you claim someone off of waivers, that means you have to release somebody to clear up the spot. So there's a couple of guys that I believe are going to be released if we make a waiver claim. However, right now, as of right now, Coker is safe. We kept 7 wide receivers. I don't know if it's gonna stay that way. It could be interesting. I don't know. But as of right now, I'm gonna wait to buy my Coker jersey until I'm gonna give it until September. I'm gonna give it until September. I'm wearing the first home game on the 15th. So I'm gonna give it until the 6th. The 6th. And I'm putting the order in. I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna let y'all know for sure. Kendall John says, and you are officially the GOAT after today, man. I try. I'm just having fun, man. I love this stuff. Having a blast. This is not a burden to me. Like, I love this. This is all fun. We're answering questions. We're talking about the Panthers. I love it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that y'all appreciate it. It's fun. Who catches the first touchdown of the season? Ooh, that's a good bet. First touchdown of the season. I'm gonna go off the box here. I think it's gonna be Tommy Tremble. Tommy Tremble is going to catch the first touchdown of the season. It's gonna be a tight end, bro. I could have went Deontay. That would have been too easy. I'm gonna go Tommy Tremble in the red zone. Heavy emphasis on the tight ends. Tommy Tremble. I'm just looking at some of what Twitter's talking about right now. I'm trying to see if there's any articles been put out about the roster, just kind of giving other people giving their thoughts. Yeah, if Coker catches the first touchdown, y'all are lucky. I think the gods told me to shut that stream down on Sunday or on Saturday, because had I been on stream when Coker caught that bomb, I would have went nuts, bro. I would have went nuts. I would have went viral if that would if I would have been on live when that went down, I would have went viral, dog. I would have went viral for real. I would have went nuts. And my contact is jacking up, bro. Let me see if I can't find any. Let me see if let's see here. Send the link out. Trying to get my man Carlo. Carlo about to join the show in a few. Let me get him the link over real quick. So y'all can hear somebody's voice outside of mine. You've been listening to me all day. Yo, all right. So I was volunteering at this concert yesterday. Shout out to Green Day, man. I was at the Green Day concert yesterday. Anybody here go to the Green Day concert? I was there. Shout out to Green Day. It was a dope concert too. If you know, you know, man. Don't hate on Green Day, man. Anybody go to Green Day concert? I was volunteering out there anyway. But anyway, I was there, and one of the ladies I was volunteering with, she said, bro, you sound like Keith Lee. Yo, do I sound like Keith Lee? I don't sound like Keith Lee, bro. I don't sound like Keith Lee, dog. Stop the madness. And she was adamant about that too. Am I worried about Leggett? No. What's to be worried about Leggett? He's a rookie. Y'all want him to have 1,000 yards. That's not happening. My miss said a little bit. See? I don't sound like Keith Lee, bro. Not look. She said sound. She said my voice sounds like Keith Lee. Yeah, I didn't think so either. I was like, lady, you tripping, bro. Keith Lee is a knockoff for Shy. Yeah, right. I don't want to be Keith Lee, bro. I don't want that kind of attention. That's crazy. Having the type of attention that Keith Lee gets is nuts. I would never want to be that. It's already weird that people kind of recognize me in the stores and stuff. I don't want that kind of attention, bro. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. Panthers. Grandizer, you don't know who Keith Lee is, bro? Like, come on. You got to know who Keith Lee is. You got to know who Keith Lee is, dog. You got to get with the times, Grandizer. You too old, bro. All right. Joe Person has released an article about the roster, and I'm going to take a gander. I'm going to take a gander at it, see what he's talking about. Not Keith. No, not that Keith Lee. So, the bottom receiver group gets a makeover, is what he said. And this is what Joe Person wrote regarding that. It says, a day after Canales called the wide receiver group the team's strongest position group coming out of training camp, the Panthers have 7 wideouts. The most notable cut was a holdover from the Frank Reich Scott Fitter regime, Terrace Marshall, a second round pick in the 2021 draft. They tried to trade Marshall, who had a good performance against the Jets. And he said, good joint practice performance against the Jets and the final preseason game against Buffalo. But Canales ominously said that last week the Panthers would consider Marshall's entire hit or miss body of work, which was largely a miss. Damn, Joe. Still, it would surprise no one if Marshall ends up in Washington, right? In Washington, where Fitterer is he's in the front office in Washington, or Buffalo, where Joe Brady is. Joe Brady had Marshall at LSU and Carolina. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind. Moving on from Marshall, the Panthers went with familiarity and David Moore. The veteran was with Canales in 2 previous stints. The Panthers also kept undrafted free agent rookie Jalen Coker out of Holy Cross. The Holy Cross all-time receiving leader, who they didn't want to risk losing on waivers. So we talked about that. Paris says, Shad, you killing this marathon stream. Been here all day. Appreciate you, bro. No, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate y'all locking in with your boy. Man. But yeah, man. Again, that's important. This is important because the question is, will this still apply after next week? The Panthers also kept undrafted rookie free agent Jalen Coker, the Holy Cross all-time leading receiver, who they did not want to risk losing on waivers. Does that still apply if a bright, shiny object appears, i.e. an edge rusher or a cornerback? Will they keep that same energy? I don't know. We'll see. We got to let this whole next week play out. Incoming, it says, edge rusher and more. The initial roster only includes 4 outside linebackers on the active roster, plus 2 who remain on the physically unable to perform list, DJ Wanham and Amari Barno. Both will miss at least 4 games, although Canales seemed to indicate this week that Barno will be out longer. So unless the Panthers are prepared to roll into New Orleans with only DJ Johnson, Clavon Chason, Ikuliota as compliments to Jadeveon Clowney, expect Morgan to claim, sign, or trade for another edge rusher. Other groups where the Panthers could add cornerback, Dane Jackson missing the minimum of 4 games, inside linebacker, and tight end, depending on Ian Thomas' status for week 1. All right. Developmental guys in transition mentions Andrew Ram, Damani Richardson, Chandler Zavala, Jaden Crumedy. This is what he wrote about Jordan Matthews. This is very interesting. A team trying to contend immediately might have kept 32-year-old tight end Jordan Matthews after a strong preseason, and Matthews could still return. But in hanging on to a player like Ram, the Panthers were get a year to see if former Oklahoma lineman. Oklahoma always has good linemen. Keep that in mind. They always put out good lineman product. Could be the replacement for Austin Corbett. Future play. We just talked about that. We just talked about the future play. All right, Ram. Keep him Ram to see insurance policy for Austin Corbett. Austin Corbett in the final year of his contract. We mentioned that. So if you listen to P&P, you already know what time it is. Appreciate this. I worked hard to get this camera to work, and it's working fine. The changes I made earlier, we had some technical difficulties earlier. It kept cutting in and out on me, but it's back. I had to make a change. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that I changed my camera. We're going to change some of the background too now that I got the camera to work. Probably going to make it a little less busy back here. There's a lot going on back there. Y'all see the Cam Newton joints, fire Cam Newton cleats. But yeah, man, appreciate you checking that out. And Dr. Midnight said, this is why I think Coker is safe building for the future. And you're absolutely right. 1,000%. Yes, Stacy, good point. We brought this up earlier. We did save $1.44 million in cutting TMJ. That allows us to that puts us up to about almost $8 million in free cap space. That's important too. I like that. So, all right. So here another thing in his article. It says positions that seem a little heavy. So here's another thing. Keep this in mind. We brought this up earlier. The Panthers had 7 wideouts on their initial roster last year, then moved Derek Wright to the practice squad 2 days later. They could still try and stash Coker on the practice squad this year after teams set their roster, which is what I talked about. It is also unclear what Amir Smith-Marsette's week 1 status will be. The receiver return specialist was set to undergo more testing on his injured foot on Monday. Evero currently has 7 defensive linemen on the depth chart, including Crumedy and Jaden Peavy. This is a group that almost certainly be paired down to make room for other spots on defense, like those mentioned above. Yeah, so I think they will move on from a couple of guys. Then he has RIP to another member of the 2021 draft class, talking about Terrace Marshall. So yeah, we talked about everything that Joe Person covered. We talked about already. Respectfully, shout out to Joe, does a great job. We talked about and kind of made all those correlations. But I do appreciate the fact that he thinks kind of like I think. You know what I mean? So a lot of things that I said was reiterated, probably said a little bit better because this is what he does professionally. But it was good stuff. I think Coker's going to replace Thielen eventually. Yeah, I think Coker is a nice route runner, could eat in the slot. Let me tell y'all something about Coker. I know I've been talking about Coker a lot. But what y'all noticed when he got open and he torched his man and got that pass from Jack Plummer for the touchdown, bro, he had been doing that all camp. He would always torch his man. Sorry, my contact is jacked up. He would always torch his man, get open, but never get the look and never get the pass. This time, Jack caught him. He caught him open. You know what I mean? So I have been seeing this. I have been making points that, Coker cooked his man. Coker cooked his man. Coker cooked his man. And it would never connect. So, yeah, man, it was good stuff. Really, really good stuff. He said, if I hear one more talking head utter the phrase, I can understand the move, I'm going to go postal. In regards to what? And do I count as a talking head? Do I count as a talking head? Because I don't want you to go postal. I'm not crying, bro. I wear contacts, and my contacts irritate my eye. I'm not crying. I promise you, I'm not crying. I'm not that emotional. I need to go change. I need to go take it out and put it back in. But I promise y'all, I like Coker, but I'm not gonna cry over a man making the roster. I promise that. It ain't even that serious. My contacts are jacked up. He says, "You're crying. I'm not crying." He says, "All right, it's all right, man. I miss Matthews too. That's funny. Don't do my man Jordan Matthews like that." Oh man, don't do that. He said, "Sha, I just noticed the Baby Yoda back there. I'm gonna get him a 9 jersey. you know, oh man, you know that's what I nicknamed Bryce when I knew he was a pick for his size and perceived intelligence. Yeah, hey, get him a baby Bryce. I'll put it on there. I'll put it on there. He said, "Man's crying because CJ Henderson got cut." Nah, bro, I'm over that, bro. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Yeah, that y'all trying to get me, bro. I promise you's my contacts, bro. He says, "I'm not crying. I'm not crying. It's my contacts." Exactly what a cry man would say. Nah, bro. That, that's funny. How did I get these cam cleats? Very interesting question. Let me get them for you. Shout out to Cam, bro. I never forget this moment. These are Cam's MVP limited release cleats. The year after the Super Bowl. The year after the Super Bowl, Cam released those cleats. It was a limited edition, gold cleats. He won the MVP and released them joints. I got a pair. I was like, man, let me take them to training camp to see if I can get them signed. So I don't know how much I paid for them, bro. I don't know how much I paid for them at the time, but they were publicly available. I just ordered them off of Under Armour or something like that. And I got them, and I was like, let me take them to training camp. Yo, these are once in a lifetime MVP. Like, you see, let me show y'all one more time. You see the MVP up there? If you look behind his signature, I know it's a glare. There you go. You see the MVP? It's got the record 15-1, his passing yards, all his stats up there. All of his stats. Crazy. Joint says fire. So I said, let me grab some of them joints. Cause I'm like, yo, this is gonna be crazy. Yo, if he gonna be a Hall of Famer, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yo, I need to grab these. So I grabbed them. I bought them, they were available for purchase for everybody. And then I took them to training camp. And I got the picture. I got to find a picture. But the Panthers took a picture, and it was on the Panthers website. They took a picture of Cam grabbing the cleats. And if you know Cam, if you've ever been to a training camp or tried to get a Cam autograph, he always takes one. Like, he'll take one item, walk, sign it. He'll hand it to his assistant, pass it back, and you'll just get it later. I had the cleats on. I had them tied together, and I had them. I was at the front of the row. I dropped them down. Cam saw the cleats. I was probably like the only person that had them. He saw the cleats. He took them and signed both of them joints. Not just one. He signed both. This is the other one. Here's the bottom, just in case y'all don't see. That's the bottom. He signed both of these joints. And yeah, and they were in a glass case, but then I took them out. But yes, yeah, man, those are like those are probably when you talk about like prized possessions. When you talk about like prized possessions, bro, like those are it, bro. There's only a couple things that I cherish, and I got them signed myself. It's not like I paid to get that. Nah, I got them signed myself. So it was super fire. Those are dope. Yeah, those are fire. Man, I haven't really looked at them like that in a long time. What am I expecting from Mingo this season? A little bit better season than last season. I just want to see him execute, bro. My eyes are all on Deontay Johnson. I think Deontay Johnson is going to be a target hog, and so it's all on Deontay. Deontay's going to get his. Thielen's going to get his. Mingo gets what he can get. I just want guys to get open, bro. And I'm not putting unrealistic expectations on Xavier Legette. They do what they got to do. I'm cool. Bro. My man, ACAS said, no wonder Shot is crying. He feels nostalgic over Cam signing his cleats. Over Cam signing the cleats. Nah, I'm cool, bro. My contacts, bro. I promise y'all wear contacts. And they're irritated. That's all that is. They're dried out. Nope. I'm going straight into the live show. What breaks? What breaks? We'll see. We'll see. Stacy says we saved almost another $5 million cutting Anderson, Budelstrand. We have close to $10 million in cap space. Correct. That could be true. I'm gonna let all the cuts play out because only the top 51 count towards the cap, and I don't know if any of these counted. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure to answer that question. I'm gonna let over the cap recalibrate after today, and then we'll take a look. But that could be true. We could be close to 10. We could be close to 10. I don't know how soon over the cap is going to update. Maybe it's updated now. I don't know. Or Spot Track. Maybe Spot Track will update quicker. Let me go to Spot Track and see. Let me say this Dusty in here, bro. I promise y'all I'm good, bro. Hold on, gotta take this call real quick. I'm on a call. Everybody relax. It'll be 2 seconds. I appreciate this knucklehead, Kate. Let me do something real quick because I need to. All right, let me do this real quick. Some of y'all been rocking with me for a second. It's time. It's time. It's time. It's time. Let's see here. Let me see. Yep. Yeah, we modding for sure. Yep, we definitely modding. Shout out to the new mods. I'm about to get a couple new mods in here. I only do it when I'm on these long streams and I think about it. I be wanting to do it when I'm on the live show, but then yeah. Any update on Lutton? Yo, Lutton is not on the roster, bro. He's done here. Let me go back to the biggest surprise for today. It's not even TMJ, which is great, which tells me that y'all were paying attention. The biggest surprise for today was Jordan Matthews getting cut. Jordan Matthews. Interesting. In that poll. Nah, I had to see you again, bro. Hold on. You did. You was getting it. Pause. I just had to see you comment again because I hate having to scroll up. Yeah, bro. TJ Smith was interesting too, bro. I'm surprised he didn't make it either. That one's a bit surprising. Yeah, we definitely should bring Jordan Matthews back. I would love to bring Jordan Matthews back. Again, I think it goes beyond, him playing tight end. Like I saw him like in action, and I think the biggest as a leader, and I think the biggest thing for me was to see him stand up for Bryce. Right? There's so many criticisms going around about is Bryce the guy, and like for him to do that interview and use that as a platform to basically defend, not even talk about himself, but to basically defend Bryce was dope, man. That was dope. That was dope, man. So I'm happy for Jordan Matthews. Sucks he got cut, but hopefully he'll be back and help us out. All right, let me see if there's anything else on the tubes. I mean, on the X. I'm about to. Let me see if I can send Sheena the link. Is she live? Is Sheena live? This is a great point. Are you surprised by anyone that did make the roster? Yes, I would agree with that. PV is one of them. Let me check. Let me see who else. There was a couple, I think. There's a couple of guys I was surprised with. PV is one. I'm a little surprised with let me see. A little surprised with Damani, but not like PV. PV's probably the biggest surprise. But I thought they would go a little. I don't know. 5 safeties is a lot. I thought they only keep 4, but yeah, PV's the obvious one. I think he'll respectfully. All due respect, I think he'll be the first one that they move on from if they need to grab a. Okay, they about to do Twitter Spaces. My bad. Carlos said Sheena and Vash about to do Twitter Spaces. I ain't Dave. I ain't got that connection where it could loop it in. Honestly, I don't want to hear none of them talk, bro. Respectfully, bro. It was some wild stuff being said on that halftime spaces that they do. Folks got to relax. Let me see. Okay, Maze. Okay, Maze is one. Good stuff. That's. I can see that. I can see that one being a little shocked. I get that. Nah, I'm not jumping. Nope. I can't tell nobody how to think, bro. That's why I got my own platform. I say what I want to say, and I'm not about to argue with nobody. So they got it. Yeah, it's crazy to me, bro. Yeah, there was ISM on the bubble. Bro, what are we talking about? And Dave fed into it. That's why Dave be on the spaces. But Dave, he done got a little of that spaces sauce on him, bro. That spaces got to him. Now he started to think like they think. Nah, bro. ISM being on the bubble was crazy, bro. Like, come on, man. That shouldn't even be an argument. He's the best returner we got. You don't cut your best returner, especially with new kickoff rules. The likelihood to break one is way higher now. Why would you then take your best returner and cut him? That doesn't make sense. ISM was. I agree. He was always a lot. 1000% agree. Yeah, but you can't say besides blocking. That's a big thing. You see, here's the thing with Ian Thomas. Let's talk about Ian Thomas, but there's a lot of hate on Ian Thomas. And I get it. We've seen Greg Olsen around here. We've seen great tight end play, even going back to Shockey when we had Shockey, going further back than that, Wesley Walls. So we've had some solid tight end play around here. So I think people have the expectation that you got to have a receiving threat at tight end. While true, I agree. I like a receiving threat. People see your Kelce's and all these other your Kittles, all this other stuff. But Ian Thomas can block. We know we can block. Why is that important? When Canales wants to run the football a lot, blocking is going to be important. You pair that up with the Jatavion, who is a receiver threat. You pair that up with the Tommy Tremble, who's a bit of a hybrid, can do both. It's necessary. You can run Ian Thomas's way. You strong side. Ian Thomas and Icky on one side of the formation. But that's the problem. You got to deal with that. That's road graders. So y'all can say get him out of here, but obviously several coaches has deemed his skill set necessary. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. What wasn't Ian Thomas around when Rivera was here? So he done been around for a long time, bro. He survived. He's got something. I just put it that way. It's something that's working out, and even if we don't see it, something is working. That's all I can say. I'm not gonna give you. I can't sit up here and give you the X's and O's. Oh, he's the best inline blocker because he can. He got this technique, and I can't do that. I can't give you that. I can just tell you the result of his work is that he's remained on the roster. That's all I could tell you. He said, I can understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Am I a talking head? I know I was a talking head. If I'm a talking head, then I won't say it again. How would you grade the Morgan era so far, from hiring Canales to trading Burns to getting Deontay, etc.? Well, it's a premature grade, but without seeing the wins and losses tied to it, and obviously Dan Morgan is not coaching the team, but from what he's done to set it up, I got to give him an A. Anything less than an A is kind of crazy when you think about it. I mean, you have to look at the context as to what he was given. Right? We had like $50 million in dead cap space that he has to overcome because we handed out deals to the wrong people. You had to get rid of guys like Hayden Hurst and all these different names that we had that didn't work out. We're still paying for these guys. Want me to tell you all the names that we're still paying for? Okay, I got you. Give me a second. I'm gonna tell you all the names that we're paying for that currently don't exist on our roster right now. Give me 2 seconds. You may not want to hear it, but I'm gonna tell you. Let me see. Where's the dead money at? Von Bell, not on the roster. Hayden Hurst, not on the roster. Dante Jackson, although he did trade him, we're still paying Dante Jackson $9 million. Bradley Bozeman, paying him $7 million. Justin Houston, $4 million. DJ Chark, $3 million. Like, it's a lot of money we're using, bro. Von Bell's getting almost $10 million too. Hayden Hurst getting almost $10 million. That's a lot of money, bro. All these are bad deals. They're bad deals, bro. And so you got to deal with that. You can't build a team without having to overcome that. People say the salary cap doesn't exist. Check that out. Paying $50 million, almost $50 million, $60 million in cap space will prevent you from making certain moves, which is why we ain't out here trying to go sign the biggest name in the world. We're not trying to trade for the big. You got to, come on, bro. You can't do it. Yeah, $46 million in dead cap money. 46. It's crazy, bro. Already paying Michael Barrett $70 million in dead. I mean 70,000, excuse me. 70,000. I said 70 million. That's crazy. 70,000 in dead cap. Nash Jensen too. So you got some guys that we owe a little bit for next year. 113K in dead money already for next year. That's not a lot. Not a lot, but just saying. Cap space next year, we went over it. But the cap space, we have 5 million, 5.8 million right now. Actually, seven something million because we got some money back from TMJ. So it's about 7.5, close to 8 million. Are we looking at players cut? Yeah. So we already looked at. Let's go back and look at the full cuts. I'm trying to see if there's something that's updated with all the cuts. I checked earlier and there wasn't, and there is not. One second. Predicting. We don't need to predict. I don't know who got cut. Where are y'all reading that Adam Thielen is getting traded, bro? Y'all must be on some ML football or something. What are y'all looking at, bro? Nobody's talking about Adam Thielen getting traded. These narratives are crazy, bro. Yes, Frank Gore Jr. got cut. We don't want him here in Carolina, respectfully. Yeah, all the cuts ours are out. Certain teams are out, but all the cuts are not out yet. Even at certain places I'm looking that have a lot of the cuts, they're not all out yet. I'm trying to find a place that has them all summarized, like the top guys. All right, here we go. I got some notable cuts right here. Let's talk about it. Most notable NFL roster cuts. This is from PFN, so Pro Football Network. Desmond Ridder, nobody cares. Atlanta Falcons cut Natrone Brooks. I don't know who Natron. He's an undrafted free agent out of Southern Missouri. He spent the last year on Atlanta's practice squad. He had another standout training camp, but still got cut. They've got corner. Let me look up this. Oh, he's just practice squad. So he ain't gonna have no. Buffalo cut Tyrell Shavers. Panthers cut Terrace Marshall. That's our notable cut. Cincinnati cut Trey Hill, offensive lineman. Reserve interior lineman. He was Cincinnati's backup center for 3 seasons, but had played just 7 offensive snaps since 2022. I'm cool on that. The Cleveland Browns, Deontay Foreman. We that's old friend. He's a vested player, veteran player, so he will hit the market immediately. So if teams are looking for a power back, it's probably going to take a look. Carl Lawson, Dallas Cowboys. So they signed him 2 weeks ago. We brought him in as a workout player, did not sign him. Went with Kamiko Torre, didn't work out. And now lost his deal. It doesn't have any guaranteed money. So they decided to go ahead and move on. He's only 29 years old, which is crazy to me. Tim Patrick, we talked about him, wide receiver from the Broncos. Cool on that. Nate Sutterfield from the Detroit Lions, the quarterback, we're good on that. Green Bay Packers cut Royce Newman. He got cut twice this offseason. He's supposed to earn $3 million in 2024, but they dropped his number to 1.25. He started 16 games as a rookie his rookie year, but only 8 cents. Houston, Texas, Noah Brown. We talked about Noah Brown here. Texans gave up $3 million in guarantee this offseason, so it's surprising to see them eat that money. Houston will see an offset of $2 million in base salary if and when he signs with another team. Brown shined whenever given the opportunity last season, posted back-to-back 150-yard games in week 8 and 9 before suffering an injury, then put up 8, 82, and 1 against the Titans, excuse me. So Noah Brown's intriguing. Noah Brown is intriguing. Saints fans said they want TMJ. I mean, he is a New Orleans guy, and he went to LSU, so it makes sense. Ronnie Harrison Jr. Man, I remember him. I remember Ronnie Harrison. Safety, I'm cool. DJ Coleman from the Jaguars. I'm about done with taking the Jaguars leftovers. We done did it with Chason. We done did it with CJ Henderson. I think we pretty cool on the Jaguars leftovers, bro. They moving on from him, and they need a guy. That's crazy. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Chiefs, Kadarius Toney, I'm good. Wide receiver Jalen Guyton from the Raiders. Zach Evans from the Rams. Cool on running back. Isaiah Spiller, Chargers. Neville Gilmore, defensive tackle from Miami. Good against the run. That one we may take a look at. I'm not sure. Minnesota Vikings. Bryce Young on Terrace Marshall, the cutting of Terrace Marshall. That's my guy. That one hurt, is what he said. Young said he believes tremendously in Terrace Marshall, calls him a great person. He thinks he has shown a lot of growth. He thinks there's a lot of success in Marshall's futures. That's TMJ. That's Bryce Young on TMJ. Shout out to Mike K. And shout out to Carlo for providing that tweet. That's Bryce Young on TMJ. Yeah, I ain't really like head over heels in love with any of these folks, bro. I'm sorry. I'm not. Like, ain't nobody really. Caleb Farley, cool, but yo, he's hurt. He ain't shown nothing. That's just a name, bro. Just a name. I don't know if Latu is the guy I'm bringing in, but he's cool, but I get the connection with Bryce. I thought Latu was overdrafted personally. I'm good. But it would make sense if they brought him in. Let me put it that way. Bro, I'm not seeing. I'm trying to find. I'm literally trying to find somebody we can bring in. I ain't really seeing it, and I don't know if I'm missing a couple of guys. Let me look at the Giants. I need to go to. I saw Ika, bro. I saw Ika from the Browns. I could see that. I mean, they got Tuttle. They paying Tuttle. So I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do. I don't know. Got too many tabs open, bro. Yeah, my man said anyone that wants Caleb Farley smoking something because he's been more hurt than JC. Facts. You can't complain about JC and then want Caleb Farley. That just makes no sense. Yeah, there aren't really any crazy big names. Like everything is obvious. Like everything has been obvious cuts. It's nothing been. There hasn't been too much going on. Christopher says, "Shot, you touched on it earlier. Major big pause, but our cap is about to take a hit this year once the bottom half of the guys once the bottom half of the guys hit is added to the salary cap. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be much. Only the top 51 contracts count towards the salary cap, so it's not gonna be that bad. So really quick, so with the waivers, there was a question. Yes, we can claim as many guys as we want to because we have the first priority. We can claim as many as we want. However, we've got to make a corresponding move with that. So if you pick up a guy, you got to cut a guy, and they have to go to the active roster. So you're not just signing somebody you think has potential. No, they got to have 53-man roster potential. So like you can't just picking it. You got to be sure about this because you're gonna get rid of a guy to pick up this guy. You know what I mean? So it ain't we not about to just pick up 10 dudes because guess what? Then you got to release 10 dudes. I see us picking up maybe two off the waivers, and I couldn't tell you who they are right now. I couldn't even tell you who they are. I'm thinking you got to start looking at the connections between the coaches. And again, I if I had time and available screen space, I would do it. But since I'm live streaming, I can't. I would be looking for the guys that have connections to our coaching staff. Those would be the first places to look. Who's out there that has been coached by Canellis, coached by Evero, coached by our special teams coach? Those are the guys I'm going after first. But Eskridge, bro, Eskridge does have the connection. Yes, he does. But who you gonna let go for Eskridge? Who you gonna let go? Don't tell me it. Here's what I want you to do, chat. If you tell me a name you want, then you got to tell me who you letting go. You can't just tell me, oh, let's pick up this kid or this kid. Nah, tell me who you letting go if you picking said player up. That's how it's supposed to work in real life. You can't just pick one up for the sake of having them. Do I feel like we're good with Eddie at kicker? Not really. I'm not a big Eddie fan, but that's who we got. So I don't have any alternatives for you other than the thicker kicker. That's the only one I've seen, and he was kind of off. He was kind of off during training camp too. Wasn't perfect. He had a cute little story, the thicker kicker and all that, but oh yeah. All right, so I got some more notable cuts. Kadarius Toney, Justin Ross, another fan favorite y'all love to throw out there, even though it's already been verified that it is what it is. Y'all want Deion Jones back? He got cut. Trying to see who else. I mean, my man said Deion Jones at the end. Saika Ika, that's the defensive tackle that y'all talked about. Again, all these people were let go for a reason, bro. It's tough. It's tough. Oh, one thing I did want to show y'all. Let's go over this. Something good we can go over. I got y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Son Ika cut PV. Now that makes sense. I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that one at all. Now I gotta find it, bro. I was just working on it. Oh, here we go. Boom. Let's check this out real quick and get y'all thoughts on it. Let me move some stuff around real quick. I know y'all won't be able to see it, but JC is at 81, 84.1 green, all green. So let's take a look at this defense real quick. This is the base defense, 3-4 for the Carolina Panthers as of right now, and these are PFF scores. These are PFF scores. Okay, so again, I know how some of y'all feel about PFF, but it's the only metric you can use to compare. Everybody's graded the same. So Derrick Brown, 90.1, best player on defense. I got to be honest with y'all. I haven't seen this much blue/green on our defense in a long time. You got some good individual players. Derrick Brown, Clowney, Xavier Woods, J.C. Horn, Jordan Fuller. All these guys. Shaq Thompson, Josie Jewell. That's not bad at all. The only thing, the question mark, we talked about it a lot already, is looking opposite of Clavon Chason. Looking opposite of Jadeon Clowney, looking at Clavon Chason. We got to get better. And I don't know that even looking at the waiver wire, I don't see anybody out there right now that's just going to plop out there and be immediately better than Chason. Do y'all have any edge rushers out there that are going to be better off the rip that are sitting on the waiver right now that can be better than Chason? Please point it my way. Yeah, I don't. Maybe PFF. Let me check PFF, see if they have the free agent tracker. They might have updated it. Let me see. Let's go to status unsigned position edge defenders. I'm looking at, they don't have like the updated list of guys that from free agency that just got released. So I don't want to look at that yet, but yeah, bro, like it's tough. No, I'm not spoiling slides. I don't have any slides for tonight, so that's, y'all can kill that. I've been on this stream all night, bro, or all day. I don't have any slides tonight, so that's spoiler alert. It's gonna be me, Dave, and whoever want to join talking. I ain't got no plans. I don't got nothing. I didn't put nothing together, so it kind of is. It is what it is. But yeah, Carter from the Vikings. That's about it. But even he's inexperienced. And I like him. I like Carter. I think Andre Carter is a good developmental piece. But that's basically all we have is developmental rotational pieces. There's nobody that's going to stand out unless you trade for him. And that's kind of the problem. We're going to be taking flyers on folks. And I mean, we got that here. We got that here. You know what I mean? So, Shot Tuttle, okay, Ashawn Robinson, I think, can play better here. But I think this defense, man, on paper is very, very solid. I think we're going to cause some problems. Mike Jackson, just a little caveat with him, a lot of his he's got a limited, it's not like terribly limited, but he does have a limited amount of games played. So his grade is a little high. But even with that, he's probably still a way better option than anybody else behind him by far. And then when you get Dane Jackson back, he adds a very, very solid depth piece. So I'm happy with the cornerbacks as of right now. Caleb Farley, we're good on Caleb Farley. No, thank you. But yeah, defense is solid. Let's look at the offense. Here's the offense. So Mingo, I believe, is going to be better. Thielen's very steady, even though y'all want him traded so bad, but he's steady. Deontay Johnson, very solid. Chuba, solid. Tommy Tremble, solid. You know what I mean? Solid stuff there. Bryce Young, a little mid-grade right there, but I do think that was based off of last year, so I think he'll be much improved this year given all of the talent around him. So yeah, I think that everything elevates around Bryce Young. We're gonna be fine here. We're gonna be fine with Bryce. And then that offensive line, Austin Corbett. If you know, you know. Although I will say this, his grades at center are very limited. It's not gonna be a crazy high score. it is what it is. You know what I mean? The snaps at center are very limited. Damian Lewis, again, I think he's going to be better as well. I think he'll get better than that 59 that he has. So I think everything is going to lift. Everything's going to be better. Robert Hunt, if we can keep you at a 60, a 76, and if we can keep Taylor Moton to 74, Icky's on his way up. If Icky get the 70s, that would be dope. But we're getting better. We're getting better. This team is going to be better, bro. They're going to get better. We'll have teams looking at us a little different. We're going to have teams put some respect on our name. It's going to be different. We ain't going to be your mom's Carolina Panthers. It's going to be different. It's going to be a different season. This is a great question. Do I think Ram could replace Corbett before the end of the season? I actually can't. I can see that, but only under the circumstance where Austin gets injured and he can no longer go. Right? I don't see it where it's Ram outplays Austin Corbett. I only see it in injury circumstances. Any chance we get 9+ wins? I think 9 is the ceiling for us, to be honest with you. 9 is the ceiling. That's like best case scenario is 9 wins. Anything past that is crazy. Give me 7. Give me 7 wins and I'm happy. 7 wins. I don't have one for special teams, so I'm going to stop sharing there. But yeah, that was I did want to go over that. I forgot I put that together in preparation for this because I wanted to see if there was any guys that we pick up from waivers. Is that going to get better? Our score is going to improve, and we won't know. We'll see. We can bring 16 players back to the practice squad, plus our international pathways player. It'll equal 17. Timeline for Troy Hill. What's wrong with Troy Hill? He hurt? Hell, I didn't know Troy Hill was hurt. Yeah, everybody talking about. I'm looking at the TMJ talk on Twitter. Folks saying they rooting for TMJ. Nah, he the ops now. I'm sorry. Nope, you the ops, B. Definitely don't play with the ops. I'm rooting against wherever TMJ go. Oh, believe I'm rooting against him. I'm rooting against him. I don't play that. Is Dalton healthy? I think he's on his way back. I think they said he could have played during the Bills game, but Canales said, "No, we're gonna hold off." So I think he definitely is getting better, and hopefully we never have to see Andy Dalton. He's a backup. Hopefully we never see him. Respectfully, you know what I mean. It said it's Team Coker now. Who's Team TMJ? Go check the Twitters, bro, or the X's. I'm trying to see if any I'm trying to see if any press conferences were released, and I don't see any. Oh, yeah, that's funny. That was funny earlier today. Somebody said they got to take a TMJ. Yo, that's funny, bro. That is funny. Yeah, there's no pressures out there. I was just making sure. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. What about the center? What about it? Melvin, you keep saying what about center? What about it? Bro, if you saying Coker never flashed, you didn't go to practices and you wasn't watching. You wasn't watching, bro. Like it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You wasn't watching. Just say that. Now that would be crazy, bro. That would be crazy if TMJ cleared waivers and brought him back and put him on the practice squad. That would be wild. That would be wild, bro. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're officially moving on. I think they're gonna try to develop somebody else. I think they've seen all they got to see. I think they've seen all they had to see. Yeah. So tomorrow, we should start to see some news regarding waivers and all that other stuff around 12. I may do a lunchtime link at that time. I don't know. It depends. It depends. I'm gonna have to recover from today. We've been live since 8 o'clock. I done did a whole shift. I did a whole shift. It don't even seem like it though. It's been going pretty well. I'm not like crazy tired, which is why I did like a whole shift. I might do this every day. I might do this every day. Who tuning in if I do this every day? No, I can't do it every day. Have I attended any away games? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've been to Atlanta before, but I don't prefer to go back. Is our new cornerback Mike Jackson getting fried this year? I don't know. I don't know, bro. Hope not. I certainly hope not. If he does, we got problems. What am I eating for dinner? I don't know. I gotta go check with my wife. I gotta go check with my wife and kids to see what's for dinner. Probably something, I don't know. We'll see. I'm not hungry though. Is Corbett getting better? We don't. This is first year at center, bro. We don't know if he's where he stands. There's no baseline. We need to see a baseline. So we don't know if he's getting better yet. We got to see. We have to see. We have got to see. We don't know. Lyle Collins cut. Y'all want him? Oh, I know. Fajeko was out there. Let me check. Hold on. I'm seeing some other names pop up on X regarding free agents. I'm taking a look. I'm about to start looking at some names that may make sense from edge cornerback. Wyatt Davis out there too is kind of interesting. I remember Wyatt Davis from I think he went to Ohio State. I remember watching him back then. He was very solid. Let me see. Nope, I don't want preseason or regular season. Nope. Nope, that's no good. I'm trying to find these guys that are hitting the block. Perry Nicholson. That's 5'10", 182. Defensive grades. Didn't do that well against the Panthers either. That's a little discouraging. Whoops. Defensive grades. Nah, pass. Let me see what Wyatt Davis been doing, bro. Wyatt Davis is intriguing. Guard. Yeah, I remember him out of Ohio State. Dude was a problem. 3rd round pick, but he ain't really doing nothing. Bruh. Oh, I got an offense. I'm at defense. Let me see. There's some guys out there. There's a few guys out there I'm starting to see trickle in that may be solid. But I'm not sure. But Wyatt Davis is intriguing though. Lil Collins just got cut. He getting up there. Wyatt Davis, man, he ain't done. Might take it back. He ain't really done nothing. Must been injured. I might be name chasing again, y'all. I might be name chasing. And it's looking like it. Y'all gotta let me know when I'm name chasing, bro. So I'm definitely name chasing. He ain't played in 2023. He played for 3 teams in 2022. That ain't no good. I take it back. Y'all. I was name chasing. I was name chasing, bro. Oh Lord. Do I gotta pull up the spaces? Do I need to, man, don't make me pull up on the spaces, bro. I don't want to have to do it. Let me go ahead. Cause they don't know. Do I need to do it, bro? Let me do it. I'm gonna pull it up. All right, y'all made me do it, bro. Let me go ahead and do it, bro. Give me a second.
He said, "Ew."
Can y'all hear that?
That's all I got.
Nah, I'm with you 100%. It's just, TMJ definitely didn't have a fair shake, but we actually seen what he can do in college and the few instances he's had here. But I'm still trying to figure out. I hadn't seen anything from these guys at all. Like, even practice squad, preseason players for the last 2 years plus, and I'm just trying to figure out what are they contributing outside of bodies, because TMJ could have been a body.
And plus, remember, this is definitely still preliminary.
True.
I'm gonna say preliminary. It's a final 53, but it ain't really final.
True.
Until the waiver wire opens and closes.
Okay, y'all can't hear it. All right, my bad.
Okay, who was next?
I don't know if I could do
Thanks,
both.
Lil Wolf. Who would I say was next?
Cody.
I need to hear the Coker smoke
I thought you said it was the
before I
person
go
from
in.
Miami. Whoever was from Miami.
Oh, go ahead, Jennifer.
Hi guys, thanks for having me. I totally understand not wanting other fans in your spaces. I get it. I am a Miami fan. I know. I'm also a New England Patriots fan, so I'm not really welcome.
Bro, pick a team, bro.
No, just kidding. But the reason I say
you can't do that, bro. I would have cut her off.
Was you guys were asking about Jalen Coker, and I've been on the Jalen Coker hype train since the winter.
You are not leader of the Coker crew.
My friend's kid played with him at Holy Cross, so I went to a bunch of their games and I watched them every Saturday when if I wasn't there in person. He's a playmaker. His hands are ridiculous. Like, suggesting Kadarius Toney over him
is crazy.
Like, you couldn't have more opposite hands. I understand he's from a small school, so like he didn't get a lot of hype.
Just
otherwise,
say you don't know, bro.
Like the Steve Smith kind of when he came out talking about what a good route runner he is, but he was super impressive in college, and every week there was like a holy shit.
She wanted to be down with the crew, bro.
Like moment with him. He had like multiple Hail Marys to win games. He if he's in and around the ball, he will make the catch. I honestly think I tweeted this today earlier. If there was a different name on his diploma other than Holy Cross, and if he, if not for a few tenths of a second on his 40, no one would even be questioning him. And like
Facts.
to that point
She
too,
preaching, bro.
his 10-yard split was tied for 4th among all wide receivers. Vert obviously highest in, for wide receivers. So I understand like you guys are probably disappointed on
Disappointed in what?
Like cutting at a higher draft pick, but I understand shitty wide receiver core. I'm currently a Patriots fan. They couldn't be worse. Like ours was way worse than yours. So,
hey, y'all need to take care of Drake May while you a fan. Y'all need to take care of Drake May because honestly,
and he needs take care of him by letting him.
Listen, man, he's supposed to be a Panther in my eyes. Just saying.
Thank you for.
Well, okay, John, we gonna get.
Thank you for letting us have him.
I might need to pull up, bro.
But I've, the Patriots wide receiver was so bad. So I can see someone saying if you couldn't stand out during that. And trust me, just like, Mac had his share of, or our receivers face their own like shitty uphill battle because of Mac Jones, different coordinators, no coherent and consistent offensive scheme or system. But anyway, I'm just saying, give the kid a chance. I think you might be pleasantly surprised. And I honestly think if it wasn't for like the jersey he wore in college, like you would be pumped about what you're getting right now. Really good kid, really hard worker, big bodied. Like if that ball is around him, he will catch it. And I do think he didn't necessarily get a chance in some of the preseason games to have somebody better like throw him the ball. Because in practice, I saw his highlights with Andy Dalton and stuff, and I saw him make a few flashy plays. And I heard your crowd, the oohs and the ahs, when he made some sick catches in practice. I did watch. And I watched more than just highlights of the games. I watched them all. So I think you got a good kid.
All right. Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah. That was good stuff.
You're very welcome. Y'all have a good space. Good luck with everything. And I hope that hope you enjoy him. Give him a chance. Thanks.
All right. That was good stuff. Matt, what you got?
I'm about to jump in there, bro.
And he had that one stretch where Steve Wilson did, but I'm not gonna cry over the fact that he's out there. I'm surprised, like
hold on, I gotta change my mic.
Okay.
So
I'm
my
surprised.
mic is not. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all.
Y'all hear me? Or I hear PNP, but
go ahead, Matt.
I'm surprised he didn't make it, but David Moore made it because, like I think Richard said it earlier, it seems kind of redundant to have David Moore on the roster when we kept ISM. As far as we go in comparison between TMJ and Coker, I guess you can basically come down to the fact that I guess this regime brought in Coker and the old regime brought in TMJ. So they see younger upside, we can develop him and go. I mean, that's why they was trying to move TMJ. Like, I get, we getting attached to some of these guys that are higher picks and we want them to work out and stuff like that. But it is what it is. The room, unlike last year, is crowded. Like, we got different problems on our hand than we did last year. And he was, unfortunately, surprisingly to me, a casualty of that. I mean, he was wide receiver 4 or 5, or 4 at best, 5 maybe. In the pecking order if he staying here. So I'm not tripping off that. Other thing I noticed the D-line room, they kept so many, but somebody also mentioned I think that room will become a casualty of whatever we do on the waiver wire more than anything. So I'm not like tripping off that. So other than that, nothing surprises me except that whole wide receiver thing. Pretty much.
All right, thanks, Matt. John, what you got?
Hey, you know what? I want to say, as someone who went to training camp and back to Saturday football and also went to the home preseason game, I want to listen, man. Hey, y'all need to stop doing Jalen Coker like that. Because I actually saw that man in person, and the man got hands. And I've been clamoring for that man to get on the team because he showed out in that last preseason game. But at the same time, how did I ain't get to see the defense? How are we looking on defense? Did we lose anybody key on the defensive end? Because I'm just not getting off work, and they had got the notification, and I hopped on.
Not really. I mean, y'all can chime in. Did y'all have any shockers on the defensive side of the ball?
I mean,
not really.
not really any shockers. I mean, Boodle, that we saw that coming, especially how he did it in Buffalo. When they put what's his name on IR and they brought in Michael Jackson, the writing was on the wall for Boodle. Though. Other than that, nothing really shocking on defense.
Now, I do have a question, Sheena or Blitz. Do either one of y'all know if they're gonna try to bring in another pass rusher, or they're okay with what they have right on another pass rusher?
They need to, in my opinion.
They're trying to. They're trying to.
Okay.
That's why they keep
Okay.
saying that some more guys need to be brought in.
All
They
right,
know
because
that edge. They know that edge room right now ain't it.
the Clowney ain't gonna be able to do it by itself.
I feel like they tried to get us hype about DJ Johnson, but he's just not beating those allegations right now.
Nah. I mean, like I said, I've seen these guys up close at training camp and all that. So it's real. It's real. And one thing I can say, right? I actually got to see Robert Hunt up close. That's a big dude. That is a big man. Like no Diddy, but the dude is huge. And I think we're gonna be straight on that left those guard positions. Any update on Damian Lewis?
I think he'll be ready game one. I mean,
Yeah, he's
Okay.
fine. He just had some personal stuff he was dealing with.
So at this point, it's just a conditioning thing. But I think he'll play game. I think he'll play week one.
Okay, because I know it was a couple times I did go to camp, and he was over working on the sideline, like running back and forth, and I didn't know if he was hurt or not. So it's gonna honestly,
because he was out because he left for personal issues. That was more of a working him back from a conditioning standpoint than an injury standpoint, from what they said.
Gotcha. But yeah, hey, I'm excited for the season. You know what's even crazy after that joint practice, because I went to that. I went to that the little bar around right beside the training camp. I think Clutch Kitchen. I actually got to meet Derek Brown and Shaq and Miles and Shy Tuttle, and I walked up to them and I wished them guys a healthy season and told them I'll be cheering them on, man. So those guys are really cool. Like when you meet them up close, they are really like respectful and cool because they gave me that vibe when I met them. And like I said, I'm coming into this season with a very positive outlook, and I'm glad we got rid of Frank Reich and Matt Rule. I'm just coming into this season with a positive outlook, knowing that we got Dave Canales. And also, one thing that I like about it is that Dave Canales, to me, is a player's coach. He is like actually relating to these players, and that's what we needed here. Because Frank Reich and Matt Rule was not doing the good job relating to the players. And I think that Canales is a good fit because he actually can not necessarily relate, but he can actually get on the same mindset with them. Like, when have y'all heard of a coach individually, talking to these players if they're cut or if they're on the team? That kind of shocked me when I heard how that process was going. So that's why I was like, okay, we got something new and something different here that I'm hoping that we can, be happy to cheer for. And I'm, like I said, I'm very happy for this season. I'm planning on going to possibly a couple of home games. Actually, the whole home games I plan on going to is the Falcons and the Bucks. So, I'm hoping for a good season this season, and I hope I got a good feeling we got a good team, that good roster, that good 53.
All right, thanks, John. King
You're welcome.
Julius, welcome. And then we're gonna go to PMP. What you got?
Yeah, man. Glad to see y'all. Good to see y'all. And I came up because of the Terrence Marshall stuff. I gotta stop holding on to bum players, man. I'm sick and tired of this, bro.
I knew you were gonna do this.
He's a second-round pick. They said, "Oh my God, Terrence Marshall played at LSU behind Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. He could be the third piece." And we're talking about 2 or 3 games where he had a head top. Are we serious? Are we serious, bro?
Okay, Julius, I understand your point, but I mean,
Yeah.
you would have kept him over the guys that they kept.
We're talking about 2 or 3 games where he had real chances, bro.
Interrupt anybody. I was on mute. I didn't say. Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, go ahead.
The host, y'all good, but everybody else, like, dang, can I just want to say a couple things. That's it. I'm just saying, like listen, and like I said, I get it because like you know, I get it. I do think it would have been nicer if he made the roster, but at a certain point, like we got to call it a day. This wide receiver room isn't really all that. It's not as bad as it was last year, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So like, if he ain't making it here, like, come on now. A lot of the guys who get cut from this team get cut other places. Like Matt, who just got cut from Minnesota. Like we can look at guys who got cut from here and either don't get another chance or go somewhere else and also get cut elsewhere. So it's not like there's a guy who's just leaving who's gonna go and, you know, in free agency, we've had guys who we've gotten in free agency who have left. Okay, cool. But draft wise, for the past 3 or 4 years, them dudes is not they looking funny in the light, bro. It just is what it is. So if you can't make it here and a team that won 2 games last year and probably is gonna win 5 this year, I don't know what you want me to say. Other than that though, I just hope that Bryce plays well. I'm just personally tired of all of the mess that Bryce has had. It really frustrates me to hear all of the disrespect that Bryce has gotten when he was in a terrible, horrible, pathetic, abysmal, cataclysmic, apoplectic situation.
Okay, now.
And I just really hope, you know, because this is a 5-win team. Like people saying they're excited. I don't know why y'all do this shit every year. This team's winning 5 games. Like, well, I'm not even going to pretend this team's winning 5 games. And that's what the coach said he wants. He said he wants to be like the Arizona Cardinals last year, who won 4, and they were competitive. This team's not doing anything. So like let's not get hopes up. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's in a rebuild, cool. But they've got a long way to go. All right. So I just hope that, you know, the main thing success, in my opinion, for this team is Bryce being good. I think the wide receiver room still needs, you know, some improvement. I think they probably draft someone. I hope Leggett is good. I think that, you know, if they had went and took a shot at like Ayuk, or maybe if they would have tried to get Michi from Houston, that would maybe make some moves. But I'm really still not really seeing it. If Thielen is if Thielen is one of your top 3 wide receivers, that's not a good look. Defensively, I'm very curious to see what happens because the names are not inspiring confidence. They're just not. But I guess it's going to be very scheme reliant, and so they're going to be leaning on Aguero's scheme, and they kept the entire defensive staff, and so like they're getting guys who will fit the scheme, and so hopefully the scheme is what holds up because these names are not. That pass rush room is nasty, and it was nasty before Woonen went on PUP list. It was nasty even then. I am kind of disappointed that the running back that was drafted is on PUP when they said that he was supposed to be ready July 1st, unless my memory is wrong. I could have sworn they said when he was drafted that he was supposed to be ready by July 1st. And now
I told y'all, John. I told y'all Jonathan Bruce was gonna start out the season on that list.
Okay, that's fine. And like I said, I don't want to rush him or anything, but that's okay. Miles needs to get. Yeah, that's a waste of money. But overall, I think it's a better direction. But I'm just very, very, very realistic, and like I don't understand why people get so attached to people who haven't produced in the NFL. This team is at best the 3rd best in this division. This team is at best I'd say a 6-7 win team at absolute best, but probably 5. And that's fine. If Bryce is good to go with the protection of the offensive line that they've given him, and if he can divvy the ball up and be that point guard and show of a great improvement, I think that's a success. But that's really all they could be look forward to. But that Terrace Marshall stuff, man, like, are we gonna do the same thing for when GJ Johnson gets cut? Like who's next? Like, are we just gonna?
I don't think
He was
anybody's
a mad rule guy. He was a mad rule guy. All I can say.
I don't get it because it reminds me of what happened with Shi Smith. It reminds me of what happened with some people with Yetur. It reminds me of what happened with some. Like,
so people were upset about Yetur because I didn't see that, Julius.
Yep. Were mad about Yetur. There were a couple people who were mad about Shi Smith. There were a couple people who were mad about Ear Bird. Like, we can go through list of people who were decent at absolute best. Their ceiling was them being decent, and people were like, "Oh my God, we missed out." I don't get it, man. So you know, but you know, I love y'all at the end of the day, and y'all are funny and everything like that. Although y'all do frustrate me and disappoint me sometimes. All up.
I'm gonna leave you up here. You always listen when I said bars. That was specifically for somebody like Julius because he always gonna drop bars. PNP Rashad, welcome. What you got for us, Rashad? Okay. Okay, we got you now. Hold on. Can y'all hear Rashad?
No, I can't hear him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no.
think we can hear you now. See, no, it wasn't smoke. We were just asking what he did. That's it. Oh my gosh. I tell people. So wait, Rashad. You came because people hit you up and said we were talking trash about Coker.
Now we got tackled on.
Dang, who's snitching in the space?
They let me know. They let me know. So listen, here's the deal. Like this is all about the future versus the past, right? This TMJ is definitely
Rashad, you saw him flash during training camp, Rashad.
Plumber ass.
Hey, I'm not listen.
I like
To set the record straight, although I don't need to. I'm not hating on Coker. I just wanted to know where the hype came from because it was like all of a sudden everybody was so high on Coker, and I was like, well, where did this
Yeah,
come
that's
from?
true. Yeah.
It was like
Facts.
literally out of the blue. And I'm like, I've never seen Panthers fans be so hyped over an undrafted free agent. So
Well,
I
I
was
mean,
just
honestly,
curious about where
you
all
know
the hype
what?
came
I've seen
from.
him personally, so that's why I'm sitting up here vouching for the man. I've seen him with my own eyes. I can't speak for everybody else. I don't know if they went to camp or not, but I know I did.
I saw it too.
Okay, we're gonna go Aki. Welcome. Jay, have you spoken yet? You've been up here a while.
My bad, y'all. I had to. The audio was crazy. I had to cut the audio. Give me 1 second, y'all. My fault. Oh man. My bad. Yeah. So we're good. All right, y'all can hear me, right? My fault. My bad, y'all. I had to. No echoes, right? We good? The reason why I had to cut myself because we were. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Thank you. All right, we should be good now. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. We good? Okay. Better? Okay. All right. The reason why I had to mute is because I had to switch my mic from the browser. I should have just used my phone. I don't have the situation that Dave has, so I couldn't figure it out in time. But basically, it boils down to this: you got a situation where folks just aren't aware of Coker, right? They don't know his game, and that's okay. Like, just say that. Like, just say that. Just be like, "Yo, I'm not familiar," and that's okay. And I don't think they were doing that. I don't think Vashti, Sheena, none of them. I don't think anybody was. It's cool. They were surprised with the fact that the man is now everybody all of a sudden talking about him. But we've been talking again. A lot of it is due to Smitty, right? Smitty went on record saying, "Hey, he's the best route runner in that." So that got all the Panther Nation's attention. Oh shoot, our goat, our receiver goat, is telling us that this man is great. Then let us pay attention. And so once we did that, we jumping in. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, let me check this man out. So you check him out. You like, oh, it's something here. This dude kind of nice. And then you see him in training camp torching cats. And that's part of the problem. Because the guy isn't making splashy plays in camp. And this is what I said on the spaces. Somebody said my audio and my mic isn't. Is that me or is it who is it? Let me know if my audio and my video aren't synced. Let me know. But what I'm saying is basically what's happening is folks, because Coker isn't making. Okay, it's not in sync. It's a little out of sync. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Is it better or no? Good, better, no? I'll cut my camera off and cut it back on if it's not working. It's better? Good now? Good. Okay. Awesome. So what I was saying was that it's not better. No, some people are saying good. How is it good? And then I don't know what's going on. Let me cut my camera off and cut it back on. Some people are saying it's good. Some people are saying refresh your YouTube. It looks good on my side. I don't know. Let me turn my camera off and turn it back on. And give me 1 second. right, testing. Is that better? It's better. They said it's been like that for a minute. Ain't nobody say nothing. They said no. Hey, bro, I don't know what to do. I can refresh, but I don't know what to do, y'all. Hold on one second. I think it's because I went over there to dag on the spaces, and I think it messed everything up. Okay, so they're saying small delay. I don't know how to fix it, so my apologies. I don't know how to fix it, so I'm gonna keep going. I don't want to stop the stream. Some people are saying it's good. Some people are saying it's off. I don't know, bro. I don't know how to fix it. Hopefully it'll refresh. Okay, so let me get back to the Coker conversation. Let me get back to the Coker conversation real quick. What happened at training camp is that when we get to training camp, you have to understand who's running with who, right? Bryce Young runs with Deontay Johnson, Adam Thielen, XYZ. Then you got Andy Dalton running with the twos, XYZ, right? And then you got the threes, so Jack Plummer, etc., running with Coker, right? So Coker can go out there and run a freaking excellent route, right? And then the football just not go his way. He doesn't get the target. But if you're watching Coker individually, he cooks. So what happens is the coaches are going to go back and look at the film and be like, oh, shoot, my man, Coker's over here. He demolished XYZ. Yeah, I mean, he's cooking out here. But we just not reading. We're not getting the right reads. We're not getting the football to him. That doesn't make Coker a bad player. That just means the daggone quarterback, Jack Plummer, can't get the football to Jalen Coker. And that's what happened. That's no fault of Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker did. That means the QB developed. So what happens when we all go out here and say Jack Plummer looks great? He looked great in the preseason, in the third preseason game. Guess what freaking happens? He hits Jalen Coker on a touchdown pass. So as the quarterback gets better, everybody else play gets better. That's what happened, and that's why Coker ends up on the roster. The thing with TMJ, and I had to drop the bars on him, this answer is simple. This was a future play versus the present, right? Our front office is no longer living in the present. You have to go out there and work for the future. You have to develop guys, and this is what we're doing. And I don't think Coker's going to stay on the main roster. I think he's going to end up probably dropping down to the practice squad, and they're going to continue to develop him. You know what I mean? So I think that we're going to be fine with Coker. Coker's going to be solid, and we're going to be good. Coker's going to develop into a guy. And again, Canales has a long history of developing UDFAs. Period. He does. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So, yes. Hold on. Let me. It feels like the Trevor Wallace hate. So yeah, I mean, partially. That's partially has something to do with it. Partially for sure. So there's some Trevor Wallace in there. There's some Trevor Wallace, and it's just a lack of watching. It's okay. It's okay if you weren't watching, just say that. Okay, so word on the street. Deyo Odoleli. I can't say my man name. Let me see. Dele Odolai. Deyo. Defensive end. Defensive end. He used to play for the Texans. It's coming in for a physical for a potential signing. Let's look him up. Let's look him up, peeps. Let's look him up. I'm a butcher his bro. I'm gonna be butchering his name. Anytime he get a tackle, it's over, bro. I'm butchering my man name. I'm gonna butcher this dude's name, bro. (6'5", 271 pounds. Undrafted free agent, 2022. See what he did in 2023. Let's check out what he did. Played in 3 preseason games last year. Let's see what he did in the regular season. Nothing in the regular season. So this guy is just see what he did in 2022. No, he hasn't played in the regular season game. He hasn't played in the regular season game, so we don't have much to go off of. This is interesting. He was I don't even think he was signed to I don't think he played on a team over the summer. Am I tripping? He was waived by the Texans on January 29th. But I don't think he didn't play in any preseason games this year, according to PFF, unless I'm completely tripping. Interesting. Oh, yeah, no preseason. I'm not sure what's up with that. Not sure what's up with that. Good. Dave is in the building.
Yeah, I could be here for about an hour. About an hour.
Dave.
Probably
Dave, how is Dave? Can y'all check Dave's stream? Is he good? Because I need to refresh. I think I need to refresh my browser because I think I'm off stream.
You're off stream?
No, they're saying I'm off. Like my voice and my voice and I'm not synced up, basically.
Oh man, we have hit the 10-hour mark.
They're saying your audio is off too.
My audio's off. It don't look like it's off on my end. Let me see something.
They're saying you're off too.
Pull it up real fast. Oh, I'm probably on the right pace, and you probably behind, sir.
I don't know
because you've been on all the time.
They're saying we're good, bro. I don't know, bro.
They said I'm good, so I was gonna check and watch and see what it looked.
A couple people saying I'm good too. Like then they say I'm off. It's a couple. I don't know.
It said it's off a second, but they said I'm synced up. So if I'm synced up,
No, see, my man Master Grub says both are the same.
Shot is
now
good.
They're saying I'm good.
And it's funny because the viewership went from 500 to 1475. So that was kind of odd too, but they said we're good.
They're saying it's not that bad. But anyway, Dave, while you're in here, I'm gonna go ahead.
I just got a cut. That's why I'm fresh, man.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hold it down for a second.
Yeah, I'll take the comment off. But I will say this, guys. I told y'all. I know I posted in the chat earlier about the whole Marshall being released and Coker, but now overall, I think the most shocking thing for me that I saw from the 53 was the fact that we only kept 3 tight ends, and one of them ended up being Ian Thomas. That's probably the only thing that kind of shocked me. But either way, overall, I mean, this was we got the 53 that I expected. I told y'all. I mean, we got the 53 like I expected. But it was a couple surprises. Yeah, keeping the safeties. Yeah, that was the shocker. Like I thought Jordan Matthews was gonna make the 53, but the thing was he was gonna make the 53 with four tight ends. So I thought we were gonna get 4 tight ends. We only got 3. So that's why I was kind of shocked. So I had Matthews being in the top 4, but they didn't even keep 4. Oh, so Rashad's out of sync. Maybe he should do a reboot then. We'll see. Let's see what he decides to do. That's his decision if he wants to. It might not be a bad idea to do it. Or we're both out of sync. I mean, I just showed up how I'm out of sync. He's good on YouTube, so Twitter might be the problem. But but we'll see. Everybody's like, we'll ask Rashad when he gets back. I don't look, man. The biggest reason why I thought they were going to keep 4 is because I felt like they were going to play. They're going to do more 2 tight end sets, but it is what it is. Keeping 7, I started thinking that was starting to be more realistic when Canales said that it was the deepest position. I like the fact that we kept Coker. I like the fact that we went and got him, and I'm pretty sure. And the thing is, man, I know there was a lot of back and forth about whether or not he can survive. He'll survive. He'll clear waivers. I never thought he could clear waivers. A lot of folks were trying to convince me of that, and I'm like, I don't think you clear waivers. If that's the case. So it's kind of hard for me to. Like. You don't invest that much on an undrafted free agent, and one and done them, and that's what it boils down. That was the biggest kicker for me. Like, I think folks gotta pay attention to actions. Think about what Dan Morgan did as soon as he got here. Traded for Deontay Johnson. He drafted Leggett. He paid a undrafted free agent and gave him a bonus. He's making more than some draft picks are. Kind of hard. Yeah, he had, if I recall, like Coker had one of the highest preferred undrafted free agent contracts after the draft was over. He was among the highest. I have to double check. But I'll pull that up real fast. So drafted. Highest 2024 undrafted free agent contracts. Let's see. NFL. Let me see here. Let me see. Coker got $225,000 guaranteed in his contract, which for an undrafted free agent is a lot, guys. Like, that's a lot for an undrafted free agent. But yeah, Shad ain't take no now. That man been here for 10 hours, man. How y'all gonna be out here slandering Shad while he ain't here? But yeah, there's over 1,500 people watching. Make sure you like, but make sure you also subscribe. Let's get these numbers up, man. Now y'all trying to look for measurables for Jalen Coker. Jalen Coker. He's 6'3". He's 6'3", 213. So, I mean, when he has the measurables, he can run all the routes. I mean, our coach is known for developing wide receivers. I don't know why, folks. FCS. Did he have the most last year? He's got the school record for Holy Cross. I know that much. But nah, dude was the first team off FCS All-American. So nah, he's that guy, man. Like I think the problem that we always, and maybe this is just me and my philosophy on certain things, and when it comes to like scouting talent, I think we always do a disservice to the FCS teams, making certain assumptions about some of those players can't play in the league, and that's far from the truth. I think there's a different type of grit you get playing FCS versus FBS, and I've always felt that way because they don't have all the nice shiny toys like the FBS programs do. There's a different type of path you have to take to survive an FCS program. There's some folks who transferred from FBS down to FCS, and they can't handle it. Like it's just different. So it all depends. Like I think we have to do better at scout. Like you can always find gems down there, and I think Coker's one of those gems. That's just my opinion on the matter, and I felt that way when I watched him when he played for Holy Cross. The Smitty slow sign helps too. Don't get me wrong, but I watch a lot of FCS football, and because I cover HBCU sports too, and it's legit. Oh, the measurements. Okay, I was on Wiki. Let me see what the combine measurements say. Let me see. Because they do be, look, man, everybody be lying about their height and weight. It's a sensitive thing. All right, this is 6'1". 6'1", 208. That's still good for a wide receiver. 6'1", 208 is still good for the wide receiver. Can't complain about that. But nah, man, I know
bro,
folks felt the way.
Definitely hopped on stream and we synced up, man. I don't know what y'all talking about, bro.
Oh, you checked?
Yeah, check. I'll put it up on my TV right now.
Yeah, nah, I was pretty sure it was okay.
How was my nap? Nah, bro. I had to go check on my daughters. My daughter's practicing their dancing, so I had to go look. Yo, all right.
Yeah, I might be able to sit here for a while now. Are we still doing P&P at 8?
I don't have any like slides. We just talking, bro.
No, I'm just asking a question. If we're still gonna do it at 8, or are we gonna?
Sure.
Are we gonna take a break? Don't we got? I'm just asking questions.
I'm locked in, bro. I've been here since 8 o'clock. I am locked in, bro.
He love you guys.
We locked
I was gonna be like, well, we can just get an hour and a half, 2 hours in now and shut it down, and you can do what you need to do and be a family man. As Gal would say on Street Fighter, go home and be a family man. But you got to be on another show at 7, right?
Man, hey, listen, I got my show I got to do, bro. This is my show. This is what I do, bro, over here. So, listen, respectfully, listen, if we got content to talk about, we got content to talk about, bro. I can't be everywhere. I'm only one human. You know what I mean?
No breaks, so Dave, is hilarious. Breaks are for mere mortals. You mean like normal people?
Shout out to my man, Jalen Coker, bro. Definitely is a baller. I had to hop on. Shout out to the snitches. Shout out to the snitches we got. I appreciate y'all.
I hopped in just to, and I got to say my piece, and then I left because I knew that I saw that you still
tolerate no Jalen Coker disrespect nowhere, bro.
I told
no Jalen Coker disrespect, bro. Shout out to my man Jalen Coker, B. We locked in.
Ooh, boy, the bugs are coming in here today.
And I gotta send his dad a daggone IG message, man. I know his dad's super proud, bro.
As he should be.
His pop's cool. His pop's cool as hell, man. Cokeheads.
Yo, nah, listen, man. We gotta come with another name.
Let's
Man. We
get
can't
it.
be out here.
Cokeheads.
We can't be out here with the drugs, man. Like, look, man. You just now talking about that man's father, and you are talking about coke. No.
Cokeheads unite, bro. We locked in. Chat.
So now that we have the 53, and we can have the conversation. I don't know how much you talked about it, but I have an important question for you. What does Ian Thomas have on the franchise?
Ian Thomas. I talked a little bit about Ian Thomas.
It's got to be the contract, obviously, but
so I talked about Ian Thomas, and I believe that Ian Thomas is listen, he's a good blocker, bro. And even the part when we talked about it with Smitty, like even with Smitty, yeah, he said like it was, he's got potential, he's developing, getting better, but he's a good blocker. He's a good blocker, bro. And with Dave, I got a question for you. Let me pose this question to you.
Okay.
You think you have gone on this show and you said that Canales is going to run the football, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in order to run the football, you got to have somebody to block, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So with that in mind, I think that Ian Thomas is the best blocking tight end that we have. Will we agree?
Sure, but then I have a question for you, sir.
I'm not done with my questions.
All right, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Then let's proceed. Yes, I think he's the best blocking tight end we got.
So if you have the best blocking tight end on your team, and you're gonna run the football a lot, would it make sense to keep said tight end around? Now, I'm not one to say that I agree with the contract and all that, and I don't know how much money we could save by cutting him, but I would only feel comfortable getting rid of this man if we knew we had a viable option as a blocker. And I do think Tommy Tremble, I know Tommy Tremble can block. But Dave, you've come up here and said it yourself. We saw a lot of 2 tight end sets, right?
Yeah, but we only kept 3 tight ends.
I agree with you. I think we're going to get another one, but that's neither here nor there. I do think we'll add another tight end, which is to my point. If we only kept 3 tight ends, you really can't get rid of Ian Thomas now.
But then the question becomes: I knew Ian Thomas was going to make the roster. Let me be clear, guys. I'm not shocked that Ian made the team. I'm just here for the jokes with regards to that. I knew he was going to make the roster. I'm shocked that we only kept 3. I'm more shocked that Jordan Matthews didn't make this roster.
Same.
And so that's where it rubbed. Like, I thought they would keep 4, and I thought that he would be the 4th guy. Like, I think the other 3 were pretty much established. I didn't think there was no way we were going to have any other route around it. But yeah, no. They said that they said that in the spaces before I left, bro. I was in tears. My man Julius walked up in there, was like, Ian better be a generational blocker since he's still on this team. And I was going to ask you.
That's all we can go with, bro. That's all we can go with.
So now I have a better question for you, my man. You're telling me that we can't find a blocking tight end who's not named Ian Thomas?
I think if they could, they would. I think the blocking tight end is not a easy to find thing.
You don't think so?
I think finding a legit blocking tight end, bro. How many tight ends out there really want to get busy with the blocking? Everybody wants to be a receiver. It ain't too many tight ends that want to put a hand in the dirt and knock somebody's head off, bro.
That era's over.
Look it up.
No, I mean, I will agree that they're few and far between, like it ain't like it used to be. But even some of the passing tight ends would like to freaking smack somebody.
Yeah, but that even like Greg Olsen, for example. Greg Olsen, we love Greg. He
could block,
right?
But he could block.
He was okay blocker. He was serviceable, but he wasn't. He was more of a receiving. And I guarantee if you ask Greg, he'll tell you, bro, I don't want to get him. I don't want to block like that. I did it because it's part of the job. But bro, if I could run a route every down, I'm sure he would prefer that. Yeah, I mean, like, so Listen, I'm capping. I'm caping, not capping. I might be capping to some of y'all,
You might
but
be
I'm
capping
caping.
too, but
I'm caping a little bit for Ian Thomas. But there's got to be something, right?
it's the only thing.
It's got to be something.
But then again, I mean, we were out here running these crazy ass screens with the man last year, right? Was it last year when he was out here doing these crazy ass screens? I'm like, why are you out here doing this to this man? So I just think that I know this fan base does not like Ian Thomas. Does not like them one bit.
I get it. They want the receiving. It's flashy. They want the flashy, and I get it, bro. I'm with you. We haven't had a receiving threat at tight end since Greg Olsen. He retired long ago, or got traded first long ago, and then retired. Right. So yes, the Panthers are thirsty for a receiving threat at tight end, which is why we're so happy and why we want to see Jatavion Sanders. But Dave, let me ask you this. If there's one thing that's going to prevent Jatavion Sanders from seeing the field,
it's blocking. It was blocking.
So we can't.
That was the first thing we said after. That was the first discussion point we had when we drafted him. The first thing I asked was, how good of a blocker is he? Because if he's not a good blocker, he's not going to see the field.
So, like, that's just what it is, bro. Like, I mean, I get it. I listen. I would love for Jatavion Sanders to be the next Greg Olsen.
But the question,
we gotta wait.
Somebody put this here, right? But here's the question of the day: if you're running schemes where you don't show the tight end to be a receiver like that, I mean, this is par for the course. But I know that Canals likes to throw to his tight ends, man. He likes to utilize the tight ends.
He likes to use a tight end from a receiving threat. Like, he doesn't use multiple. Like, he may line up with multiple,
but he only
one
uses
of them's
one
gonna
of
be
them.
a blocker. One of them's gonna be a receiving threat. And that's why I thought Jordan Matthews was gonna make the roster, because I saw in my brain Jordan Matthews and Jatavion Sanders line up in the backfield like we saw at the game in the Bills game, and them dudes running routes at the backfield, blocking or whatever the case may be. I thought that was nice, but
the thing
apparently
is, what makes that
Panthers
one
didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you got two tight ends that has capable hands and can block, that's what you want, because then you can't guess which way you're gonna go. Like you just can't guess. Like if you have two capable tight ends that can block and two tight end sets, and they're capable. And the thing is, Ian Thomas could catch the ball. When he came out of college, he was a receiving tight end.
He was. He has the ability to catch.
Yeah, so
but
it was kind of wild. Like, he hasn't really shown it in the league.
But at the same time, true. But Dave,
it's about the systems too.
Exactly. We can't cherry pick, right? We can't formulate an argument to support what we want. You have to lay down the facts. The facts are nobody up until Dave Canales gave a damn about the tight end position. That's facts. You've heard daggone Tommy Tremble say, I ain't being coached. So we can't cherry pick. Listen, my cape is where my cape at, bro? I got the cape on. Let me go grab a cape. Because listen, I got the cape on for him.
Yo, yeah. They
it's
asked about, yo, can you do me before you put the cape on? Can you look up Ian Thomas's PFF blocking grade?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Per Master Grub.
I got you, bro.
What a name, by the way, Master Grub. That means you better know how to cook, bro. With a name like that, you better know how to cook.
Ian Thomas blocking grade.
If you tell me 45, I'm gonna ask the question I asked earlier.
It's not a 45, it's a 56.
Damn.
56 blocking grade.
Run versus pass.
What you mean?
Is there a run block?
No, I'm sorry. That is my bad. His run blocking grade is a 62.
Okay.
His pass blocking grade is a 32.7.
So it's trash, is what I just heard.
Overall, his blocking grade is a 56.9.
That means he mostly run blocks, because.
But we can't really. But Dave, you can't say he's trash. You got to compare it to the field, right?
No, but we're saying no. We're not doing that. If you tell me, wait.
But what if that's the best? What if that's the best blocking grade for a tight end?
Look up Trimble.
That's what I'm about to do. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just asking.
But this is a good experiment, because if we're saying Ian Thomas is still here because of his run blocking ability, and you just told me my man only got like a run block grade in the 60s, if Trimble's in the 50s, we got to have a discussion here.
Ian Thomas run blocking grade is a 53.2.
Ian Thomas is 53.2.
No, Trimble is a 53.2. It's run blocking grade.
Okay.
Ian Thomas was a 60 something.
Okay.
Now his pass blocking is really good. Tommy Trimble 75.4.
So overall,
overall 52.8.
All right, so that means he did a lot of run blocking.
Now now it comes to this. You got to see the amount, right? How many snaps are these? Because you can't just victory lap
fair.
off of.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yes, you know what I mean. So you gotta. And hold on, this is my bad. I'm looking at preseason. My fault, y'all.
That means you can pull up Jordan Matthews.
I gotta go back. Hold on, I gotta go back.
That makes me curious. Now that makes me more curious. How did Jordan Matthews do?
Hold on.
That is right, because they do the preseason numbers as well.
I was looking at preseason. Okay, take it back. Okay, we're gonna go back and look at these again. So Dave, regular season grade for somebody write this down.
I'll write it down.
Regular season grade, blocking grade. Let me see blocking. Make sure I'm on blocking.
Pull up
so
notes
you
real
have
fast.
Offense run block. Okay, so you got 270 run block snaps, 22 pass block snaps. Overall, this is Tommy Trimble. Overall grade, offensive grade for blocking is a 55.6.
All right.
Overall offensive grade. Run block 45.5. Pass block 62 flat. Now let me go to Trimble.
All right. So that was, you said this was Trimble or this is Ian?
I meant let me go to Ian. Sorry. That was Trimble.
All right. Just want to make sure.
My bad.
Right, you got it. I just want to get clarity. And now we got Ian Thomas.
So here we go. Ian Thomas. 120 run block snaps. Now that is interesting.
Hey now. Ooh.
Was Ian hurt? He missed a couple games. He missed weeks 7, 8, 9, and 10. And one of those is a bye week, I believe.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
So he did miss some games. 120 run block snaps, 16 pass block snaps.
Bro, he didn't hardly play at all.
Yeah. He wasn't out there last year like that. That makes sense. He was not out there like that. Run block 62.1, pass block 32.7. Overall 56.9.
So not that much more.
Now let's go back to see, because he wasn't used like that last year. That's a great.
I mean, he had half the he had half the run block snaps as Tommy Trimble, and he only had less than a point more overall score.
Yeah, it's kind of similar too. If you go back and look at years prior, 49. Matter of fact, last year was his best year from an overall offensive grade. Best year, least snaps. Interesting. That's very
so now.
Yep.
Now that we're here.
Yeah. Why is he here?
Now that we're here, why is he here?
I gotta take the cape off. I gotta take the cape off.
Yeah, you didn't put it on. We did you a favor. We made sure that you didn't even have to go get it. So you ain't even have to worry about it.
Hold on, Dave. Let's do this. Check Jatavion.
That's what I said. Check
season. Let's do that.
Check him. Yo, because I don't have the numbers for the preseason because I didn't write those down. I remember one,
but it's okay. It's okay. We're fine. We're good. We'll do preseason. All right, blocking grades. Oh, y'all gonna like this. 20 run blocking snaps over 3 games. 2 pass blocking snaps. So not a ton of sample size. But what we do have, 65 overall grade, 61 run block, 61.9 to be specific, 45.6 pass block.
So better than all of them. Now, small sample size to be fair.
Small sample size, only 22 total snaps, so we can't victory
Small.
lap, but that is important. That is important.
I mean.
Okay, I take back everything I said. I take my cape off.
I mean,
it's got to be something.
It's got to be the contract,
there,
bro.
I don't know.
It's got.
He could have been cuttable though. We'll take a look at the contract. We'll take a look at the contract.
It's got to be the contract.
Low Schefter. Big Low.
Oh, Lord.
Not
What's
Big
up,
Low. Carlo. Can't hear you. There we go. I think we good now. Nope. Can't hear you. Something ain't plugged in. I'm looking up this contract for. There we go. Now we got you.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. What's good, bro?
What's up, y'all?
Low Schefter.
Hey, yo. I felt like
had me locked in. Had me locked in all day.
Locked in. What's up, Dave?
What's up, man? Bro. What's up, man? This is wild hours.
I hear y'all talking about Ian Thomas. I figured out what the issue was. I know why he is still on the team.
Him and Tepper are tight. That's the only thing it could be.
It's the thing. So there's some people, you know what I mean? At first I thought about like, does he have dirt on somebody or whatever? Some teams, here's the thing. Some teams are franchise tagged. And then our team, you get TT'd, Tepper tagged.
Tepper tagged.
That man is Tepper tagged. He's cool with Tepper. He's Tepper tagged. He is Tepper tagged. That's exactly what it is.
He's Tepper tagged.
Yeah. Per sources.
Damn, not Tepper. Per sources. Man, Tepper tag.
Tepper tag is hilarious.
Let me see here. I'm looking up Ian Thomas's contract. All right, Lo. What you thinking? Overall, all day, how do you feel? I've been talking about it all day. I'm tired of talking.
I bet you.
What how you feel about it? How you feel about it? Cut anything surprise you? And if so, like what's your biggest, what was your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I probably the biggest surprise had to be Jordan Matthews, right? I was shocked about that. I agree with what Dave was saying. I don't see us going into the season with 3 tight ends. Definitely don't see that. And yes, the TMJ, I know you hit it, Dave. I told y'all, you called it.
I told y'all.
You called it. TMJ, I thought he was gonna get traded or something.
No, you know? Hold on. Can we do that? Because I got it on film. I got it on live TV where you said TMJ was a lock. You can't play both sides.
Uh-oh.
At PNP Live, you said he was a lock. It's on film. It's documented.
Who, me?
Yeah, you said that. Do we need to pull it up?
No, you can pull it up if you want, but nah, you're right.
You said it, bro.
I started caving.
You can't tell us. You told us twice. You told us he was a lock, and then you told us he was. Which one?
Yeah,
is it, bro?
I thought, but he was. I thought at that point he was more of a lock at the expense of other folks. Just like I didn't think ISM was gonna make this roster, so I was dead wrong on that. But until that point, I was pretty much on the. I don't think he's gonna make this team because I thought that Coker would probably take his slot over him. Like I always felt that way, but his performance was scaring me a bit. I'll keep it above you. Do you play?
Yeah, that is true. But you did say that he was balling. You said that he
was balling. No,
you said he was a lock.
You said it was a lock, bro.
You said it was a lock this year. You said you were right last year with wide receiver 5.
Yes, but then but weeks prior, I know what I said to people, but weeks prior, I was on the train of because to keep Coker, he would have to go. Like he would have to go. Like I couldn't see a scenario where TMJ and Coker would be on the 53. I couldn't see it was either one or the other. And then when TMJ started balling, then it became an issue with David Moore versus ISM. But then that's a whole back and forth with that, right? I think if David Moore was a better returner, I don't think ISM makes the roster. I think his return skills did him in. Like I think because ISM was far and beyond better, it put them in a pickle. And then the injury made it interesting too. Because when he got hurt in that final preseason game, that kind of made it hard most likely for them. Because if the injury wasn't as serious,
bro,
you couldn't
made it hard for what?
About ISM. Because sometimes folks get let go because of injuries, dude. Like that happens, or put them on IR or something to that effect.
No, I don't think it was ever that serious, bro. Like, listen, I think with TMJ, bro, this was the plan the whole time. This was part of the plan. Like, we slow to the party. This was the plan the entire time. We're gonna prop TMJ up. We're gonna have him have this amazing off season so we can trade him. And it didn't come to fruition. And so we stuck to the plan. I said this earlier. We stuck to the plan and we went ahead and cut my man.
Do you think we got? I got a question for y'all, and this is straight speculation, obviously. Do you think we got an offer for him and they didn't think it was enough?
No, we didn't get nothing.
I think they would have taken whatever came across to respectfully, with all due respect. They would have taken whatever they could get. They knew from last year because we had a trial run. TMJ won it out last year.
Yep.
And we tried to,
but it was, but he was at that point
happened.
he wasn't doing anything.
And he ain't. All right. Okay. we tried to facilitate a trade. It did work out. We tried to boost him up. Teams know what time it is. We're not gonna offer you nothing. We know y'all gonna cut them, no leverage. We're not giving you nothing. We tried our best to prop them up. It still didn't work.
Yeah.
It still didn't work. Teams know they're not stupid. They know we saw y'all pick up Coker. Bro, if I could see it, and I've been calling this for the whole time. They picked up Coker. You said it earlier, Dave. They drafted Xavier Legette.
Yeah, that's why I thought Coker would make the
Mingo.
Yeah.
All these signs point to
TMJ's out of here.
Getting rid of TMJ. Like, if we see it, then bro.
The thing about the cut Coker thing that folks were feeling, like, I was like, guys, you don't invest that much on an undrafted free agent and you cut him. You don't. Unless you don't invest that much. Trash. That man got a $225,000 bonus. Like, he got $225,000 guaranteed as an undrafted free agent.
That ain't the only factor, because we've paid an undrafted free agent money before. Omar Bayless, you recall that name? We paid him too. And
that much
got kicked to the curb. Yes, it was a lot. We paid him as a preferred because it was the same scenario. Omar Bayless, best receiver in the FCS, and blah blah blah. It was basically the same thing. All Cokers are not created equal. Okay, Coker's the man, bro, and he went out there and showed it. Omar Bayless didn't do what Coker did.
That's a fact.
So we could talk about the money. That's part of it. Omar Bayless didn't go out there and cook nobody in the preseason game and score a touchdown.
That's a fact.
Omar Bayless didn't go out there and cook everybody damn near every route and just couldn't find the connection with the quarterback. Omar Bayless didn't do that. Coker did, right? And I said it on Spaces. It's unfortunate that because the quarterback he played with couldn't connect with him, and kudos to Jack Plummer, got way better.
Yeah, you saw it, and that's when you finally saw Coker. Like, we ended our stream.
Saw Coker, exactly.
Yeah, we ended the stream, and he get a touchdown. You better be glad, man. You understand what the stream would have been like? We would have been online when he got that touchdown.
Man, y'all have been. Should I say y'all would have went viral?
And the thing is, man,
I would have went viral had we been live.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Like, we're talking about what we saw in the game, but you got to keep in mind that they film every single practice, every single training camp practice, no matter who the quarterback is. He and Shada said it a lot on the during his reactions. He's beating his defender. Bro, it doesn't matter if he gets the ball. Like, coaches are paying attention to that, no matter if he gets the ball or not.
And see, Carlo, that's what I'm trying to say on Spaces, is that because y'all not seeing him catch 50-yard bombs, y'all saying he not doing shit. The reality is that's not true. I'm watching. Listen, I was locked in on Coker during 11 on 11 and stuff. I'm watching his releases. I'm watching him get busy, bro. People ain't watching that. They got their eyes elsewhere. I wanted to see this young man go to work.
Yeah.
And I was watching. I saw him, bro. I saw him. I don't know if it was Boodle. Somebody got put on their ass. Somebody's not on the team anymore. Got put on their ass, bro. He fried him up. But it was like a play action pass. So it was no play to Coker. That's not his fault. But guess who saw it? Like Carlos' point. Guess who saw it? The coaches did. And that's what matters.
And it's funny. We went to the I think it was a Saturday. It might have been a Saturday training camp when they were doing one-on-ones, and he did the same route that we saw him do against the Bills one-on-one, straight
cooked him.
And then he did the exact same thing in a game. So I'm just like, look, sometimes when the ball will come your way, great. But Deontay Johnson said it best. You run every route like that, you know the ball's coming to you. And that's how Jalen Coker did it and earned him the initial 53 spot. So
yeah, I'm rooting for the kid, man. So I just think that
it ain't my fault, Dave. It ain't over yet though. Like my man still got a ways to go. He could still end up back on the practice squad. I know we happy for him. It's exciting, but it ain't over yet. We gotta pump the brake. My bad, Dave. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, but as you were saying, it ain't over yet. I think everything aligned, right? And like pre-training camp, I pretty much said that there was no way Terrence Marshall was gonna make this roster. And part of it was because of the fact of what they did in the offseason. Like the actions speak. The actions speak. And so for me, it was like, all right, it's clear. I was like, you're gonna cut one of these young wide receivers, and I don't think you're gonna cut Mingo after 1 year. So you cut the guy that asked for a trade the previous year.
And this is his contract year.
It was like, if you already know he's not going to be part of your future, why are you going to keep him around?
Right.
Like, you feel like Coker's going to be part of your future. You know that Mingo's going to be part of your future. You drafted Leggett. He's going to be part of your future. You're not going to get rid of Thielen. He was your best receiver last year.
Right.
Right? And you traded for Deontay, so you wanted him, obviously.
Right.
So now who's left in the queue? It's TMJ. And I said this months ago. Like, this ain't nothing new. That's on the tape too, Shy.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a little smoke for me.
Just a little bit of a puff, like a poof. Like just a little bit of poof. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's all on the tape, bro. We all been saying it.
Yeah.
When we get in the PNP combine, bro.
Not my knees.
So off of that. Yeah, we a ways from that.
Not
bro.
my knees, bro.
We a ways from that.
I gained too much weight. My knees hurt again. No, not my knees. No, sorry.
What y'all think about TJ Smith not making it?
Bro, that was a surprise for me.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
It was a definite surprise for me. And the fact that PV's still on the for right now. I think that PV is going to be a waiver wire. That's just my prediction. I think that whoever we pick in the waiver wire, I think PV is going to be the one that probably gets the boot.
Facts. I agree.
Yeah,
shout out to Double OK. He said when Steve Smith get a chance to work with Coker, it's over, bro. It's over. Just let him cook. Like, you gotta let him develop. He's not gonna be. I know we're excited for Coker. The man is not gonna be 1,000-yard receiver this year. Like,
we know
stop.
Yeah, he's not gonna be 1,000-yard. He might not always get dressed.
For God's sake,
he might not
even get a jersey. Like, that's not what we're saying. We're saying in year 2, like for sure year 3, the man's gonna be a baller. That's what we're hoping for. So we want to make sure that
it's all about this coaching staff getting the players they want.
Hey, Double OK, I'll own it. See, I will own this because I think the talks of him being a lock was kind of overstated. I did, so that's why I said what I said. I have no problem being wrong with regards to that.
He was definitely a lock.
I doubted the concept of him being a lock. I thought David Moore caused some wrinkles in that, but I don't think most folks had us keeping David Moore in ISM. I don't think. I never felt that was a legitimate scenario, just like I didn't think that TMJ and Coker was a legitimate scenario.
This is another hot take on my part. I could be completely wrong. Just a hot take. I'm thinking David Moore is still not safe.
I think he is.
I think because he knows the system. I think he's safer than ISM. I'll put that out there for you. How about that?
Here you go. Yeah,
I don't agree. I don't agree with that one.
I think, safe, bro. Dave. What you got for ISM, bro?
Nothing.
Leave that man alone, fam.
It's a numbers game, but I don't think we're gonna be out here looking for wide receivers either. Like, I think this is it. I think we're gonna roll with the 7 that we got. I think we're done here. Like, the man said we had the deepest wide. He said that was the deepest position group that we had. That's from the coach's mouth.
Wide receiving core we've ever had here in Carolina since
ever.
I mean,
maybe this deep.
I mean, at one point we had Smitty and Moose.
Deep.
Yeah, we talking about.
We ain't talking about that's top heavy. We talking about the depth.
I mean, Smitty, Moose, Pro.
That starters depth. Keep going. Yeah, we'll see. You gotta put it to the test. We gotta put it to the test.
I mean, because the thing is, nobody. Because the problem is that we ain't got nobody on this roster that's Steve Smith. We ain't got nobody. Do we even have anybody on this roster that's Muhammad Muhammad?
Thielen.
You think so? Okay.
I think Thielen is pushing that.
So that's my point.
But I think, and I said this earlier. I thought Mingo is, Moose is, that's the ceiling for Mingo. If he can get to that, like that's where I want Mingo to be, a solid 2. Like if you can get me that, that's where I want you to be. Deontay, we'll see. He might get Smitty level targets. We'll see if he can convert it. But this is gonna be solid, bro. This is gonna be a solid group. We gonna see.
I think it'd be good. Yeah, I don't know. I think Noah Brown intrigues me a bit. I know he's had some injury issues. I don't know how it is in scheme. I got to look it up and all those different things. But Noah Brown is somebody that intrigues me. KJ Henry intrigues me as well. So we'll see.
They don't know. Nobody is really like. I'm not dying to see anybody. There's no cuts
Not at the
out
wide
there. That's
receiver
like,
position, man.
I'm talking about in general, anywhere. I'm talking.
No,
like
I'm talking
Carl
KJ Henry's defensive end.
Yeah, KJ Henry.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody out there. I'm like, oh, we gotta put in a
Oh
waiver
yeah,
claim.
no.
There's
I think
nobody
it's gotta
like
make
that.
sense. Yeah.
Really?
It's nobody. It's nobody, bro. Nobody. There's nobody out there unless I miss somebody. There's nobody.
I think
there's nobody worth taking. So you're telling me we got the number 1 waiver claim and we shouldn't take advantage of it at all?
No, we're going to take advantage of it.
And we're going to do it. But what I'm saying is that there's nobody that I see that
Or
I am
no.
dying to get.
Yeah.
Or no.
That's the thing.
Or
Like,
no.
these,
very good point.
Yeah.
These are gonna be guys cut off of rosters. So they were cut for a reason, right? That doesn't mean they're not gonna be good anywhere else.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing anybody that's just like, yo, I gotta have it, bro.
I think we got to keep in mind too. We got to remember. I think Dan Morgan might have said this. I can't remember where he said this. It might have been on one of his press conferences. But he said that basically all of the scouts have like a certain amount of teams that they have been scouting this entire time, this entire preseason, and this entire training camp to see who are those particular players who may get cut at that team and how can they benefit us? How do they fit us in a particular scheme? So they got all these lists of players and they're looking to see who got cut and if it really benefits our team. So I think back to the point, Shad, like we may not know these people from a name perspective, but they've been paying attention to every, training camp video, every preseason. And if it makes sense, whether it's not like, we're not going to find particularly a starting caliber person who got cut, because like you said, they have been cut for a reason, but we're talking about depth. We got to keep that in mind. And so, yeah, I think there may be somebody in there. I know there's been a few corners cut. Terrell Edmonds was somebody I'm like, dang, how did he get cut? Right. But I didn't look at, I got to look at
that's a little intriguing. Yeah, it's a little intriguing though. A little intriguing there, but they ain't really, I'm not really dying to, and then we got Michael Jackson or Mike Jackson. So, I mean, I'm not really dying to get a hold of any of these guys, bro. Like, I'm not really, we'll see. Hopefully we get some solid contributors. Maybe not.
Yeah. They said Tim Patrick.
Would you look at this? Now, would you look at this?
Really?
Would you look at this?
Oh man, we could go get him now. We can put him back on. We can throw him on the.
They might do that too. Now that's chess. That's how you trade for a guy. You trade away a guy.
He has some high PFF grades too, by the way. I ain't gonna hold you. He has some high PFF grades.
That would be crazy if they put in a waiver claim to get him back.
Right.
That would be wild.
But that means you got to take somebody off the roster. That means you got to take somebody off the roster.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be practice squad if anything.
Good point.
That is hilarious.
That's
bro.
wild. If that's true, that is wild. I'm trying to see if I.
Damn,
that's crazy. Wow.
Look, man, we ain't never had a GM do some shit like that.
Maybe if that was the plan. Maybe that was the plan the whole time. All right, let's go ahead and fleece them. We know they're gonna cut them, and then I mean, listen, PV, you could drop PV for another linebacker. You know what I mean? It's possible. It's possible.
That's wild. What are your thoughts about 5 safeties, though? I wasn't expecting 5.
Yeah, that was too. I thought we wanted to keep 4.
I thought so
I don't
too.
know, bro.
I thought Jamie Robinson was out of here, guys.
I think Damani forced their hand, bro.
I think so too. I think that, but I think
he
are they
forced the
gonna?
hand.
Can Jamie play nickel?
Yes.
You
He
should.
can.
I'm keeping my mouth shut. Let me shut up.
Well, you thought he
But
was
then
gonna
even with
I was going to
even
ask
with
Kenny.
that,
I was going to ask, can he play well? Is he a capable nickel? Is he keepable? Is he better than the nickels that we already got?
you're not better than Troy Hill.
I'm mad. I'm mad that we let go of Alex Cook. Personally, I like.
Yeah, Nick Scott was balling though. They were
He
bro. That safety, the safety room was tough.
It was.
The
Yeah.
safety room was tough. Let me see. I'm pulling up the corner or the safeties now. Here, let's go through it. Let's quickly go through it and instant react. Well, not instant because it already happened, but I'll get y'all opinions on
Sorry,
what we got.
offense.
Did we grab that super chat from Akash?
I
Let me
don't
get it
know.
real fast.
Go ahead.
Nah, I'll get it. I'll get it real fast.
Entire screen.
And another shout out to Acast for the super chat. An 11-hour PNP stream. Damani and Coker making the squad so far, and we get an appearance from Carlo. It's a good day today. Also, the Twitter Spaces be influenced Dave's judgment. He hating ISM as if he's DJ Moore now. That's fake news. Don't do that to me, man. I don't
Nah,
feel like I
you
don't
do be
appreciate that
hating,
stuff.
bro.
I don't be
You be
hating like
hating.
that, man. I don't be hating like that, man. Y'all be out here trying to create all these false narratives on me. Know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta quit doing that.
Let's go ahead and go through
I
it
gotta quit
again
doing
real quick, just to get y'all opinions on everything. Quarterbacks, we locked in with Bryce and Andy. Anybody disappointed that Jack Plummer didn't get kept?
Nah, because he's gonna make the practice squad. I ain't too worried about it. He'll be that emergency quarterback that you can bring up. So once he clears, he should clear. We'll know tomorrow, right?
Yep,
We
will
shall.
know around lunchtime. Should know. Running backs. Anybody surprised? That is Raheem Blackshear behind. Let me do this.
Moves to the corner. There we go. That works.
Raheem Blackshear. Anybody surprised?
Nah, I'm not
Sheridan
shocked by.
Boone? Nobody disappointed and shocked by Mike Boone?
No, I'm shocked they didn't keep 4. So I'm shocked that Boone didn't make the team. I
think
expect.
Boone, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I expect Sheridan to make the squad. I mean, Boone could make the squad too. I mean, you keep it a buck. But I don't know.
I like Boone. I think he'll be picked up as a practice squad piece. I've been seeing a few things on Twitter, because of the fact that Deontay Foreman got waived. They're like, hey, who's over there as a running backs coach, old friend from last year that may want to come get his guy. So I don't know. I don't see that happening, but I could see Boone making it to the practice squad.
Yeah, Sheridan should definitely be back on the practice squad for sure.
Yeah, Sheridan's going to clear. I think Rashad said earlier, I agree. It was a test to see if he'll clear, and he did when they let him go the first time.
6.
Good call out.
Did I say that?
You did.
Oh, man.
You don't remember because you've been here for so damn long.
Yeah,
but I remember when I listen and pop in occasionally, I remember what a lot of things that were said. Not everything, because 11 hours is a long ass time.
The answer to this question is 6. 6 veterans on the practice squad.
So Boone would be considered the veteran.
Yes,
he counts as a veteran spot, so we got to choose wisely.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yep, 6 veterans. Tight ends. I mean, we're pretty shocked by Jordan Matthews. That's probably the biggest shocker of the day.
Yes,
we could take this injury reserve. I think with that said, he's definitely going to be ready for week 1. He has to be, right? I mean,
no, not necessarily. What now? It just dawned on me. What if they put him on IR just so he can be on the 53, so they can IR him after the 53's been established, and then bring somebody like a Jordan Matthews back if he clears?
They did, but they didn't IR him. He's on the roster.
Oh, they're going, but they could IR him. You said a candidate.
Yeah, that was before. That was early. This was before I knew who was actually on IR. Yeah, this I should have deleted this.
Well, my point is, I thought that there's only a limit of that. You can't IR everybody and keep the roster slot. There's a limit, right?
Yeah, no, it's only 2.
All right, that's my point. So you keep him.
It's only 2 that you can keep, and they won't count against the roster.
So you could potentially, now that he made the 53, you could potentially IR him now, and then
now you could.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Yes,
so you could IR him now, after the waiver clears, and then you can bring
Correct.
another tight end back like a Jordan Matthews. That's my point. If they
You
feel
are
like
right,
it's
yes.
warranted.
What's
my point.
wrong with him again? Do you remember?
I don't even know, bro. Just
me look it up.
disappeared one day, and that was it.
Let me look it
I'm
up.
serious. I don't remember. I have no
I don't
idea what
remember
the injury
either.
was. All right. We'll keep it moving off the tight ends.
Okay. Let's see it.
Interior offensive line, Andrew Ram, undrafted free agent, made it. Cade Mays. I think Cade might be teetering, bro.
Yeah.
He backed up in the corner. Ram done came
I didn't think he
through
was gonna make the
and
roster.
stole
I'll
that
keep it a buck
spot.
with you.
Me too.
I don't think he was gonna make the
Me
roster,
too.
bro.
He might be one of them other ones that they looking at.
I
who's
think
out
so.
there.
10 offensive linemen is a lot. Generally, you see 9. 10 is
Yeah.
above average.
Also, just to put us in there, Ian Thomas hurt his calf. Hopeful for week 1.
But the thing about Cade
I remember
Mays, he can play all 5 positions. I mean, they always talk about versatility.
Can and
effectively. I know, I get it, bro. But I'm just saying the versatility.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The versatility is good.
The versatility is crucial. Because I honestly think that's part of the reason why Rick Lee didn't make the roster, because he don't have the same versatility as some of the other guys that did.
Yeah, I mean, well, Canales did say as well. He was talking about this with Brady Christensen in terms of being like a swing tackle, and he was like, "Hey, you know what? It's very good for him to be as versatile, but I want him to at least be good at least two roles, not all of them."
Yep.
And so I think that's what's going to have to happen with Cade as well. It's like, hey, yeah, you can do all of them, but I want you to at least do 2 of them well, because it's going to be totally different from, a right tackle from a left tackle. You know what I'm saying? In terms of how you have to prepare for it. And so being good at 2 things, whether it's left tackle, left guard, or right tackle, right guard. So we'll see what happens.
Agreed. All right. We'll keep moving. Offensive tackles. So Ricky Lee out of here. Aggie Pride though all day. Could come back to the practice squad. Don't do that. Don't do that, Carlo. I heard that noise you made. I mean,
I said, like I was sad. Like I like Ricky. No, nothing wrong with Ricky.
Yeah. Be careful, man.
No shade to Ricky. The only thing I was gonna say when it happened, I wanted to yell out like Boys in the Hood real quick. Ricky, like it was tough to watch. No, Ricky
he probably will come back on the squad.
He'll be back on the squad for sure.
I'm cool with Aggie Pride. I ain't got no.
Hey, Drew. Somebody said you played like trash in the preseason. The PFF grades beg to differ, sir.
I think he had a couple. He had a couple bad snaps. Overall, though, I thought he was
solid.
Decent.
But the thing is, when it goes back to the discussion we always say, when you bring in Josh Nijman, I mess his name up every time. Yash Nijman.
I don't know how you say last name.
Yeah, but either way, when you bring in Yash, you bring Yash in,
and they paid him too. It was money.
They paid him
it was money
too.
attached to that.
So it was going to be an uphill battle for Ricky to get on the roster.
Also, if we didn't have any guards who can swing to tackle as well, Ricky probably would have stayed on the 53.
Yeah,
my opinion.
Yeah,
but I mean, look, shout out to Ricky. Hopefully he can make it back to the practice squad.
Or if he doesn't, then I mean, somebody picked him up, and that's a beautiful thing too.
True.
I want Aggies in the NFL. Love them to be Panthers, but I want them in the NFL. So,
all right, we'll keep moving. Wide receivers, Terrace Marshall. That's the headline. Out of here. We talked about it at length. Anything else? Mike Strawn, Sam Pinckney. I think both of those guys probably back on the practice squad.
I mean,
any thoughts?
So, how many wide receivers do you expect them to? How many wide receivers typically suit up? 5.
I don't know. I'm feeling 5.
5.
Yeah, not all of them are gonna get jerseys.
No.
Usually, some of them will be inactive.
So then the question becomes, which ones are going to be inactive? I mean, we know. I'm going to assume that the locks are all going to be active. So that means only one of the bubbles will be active. It'll probably be ISM. It'll be the one that's active.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I agree with you there.
Yeah. Unless they decide.
They may change. We'll see. I mean, it's a lot of offensive linemen that could take it too. So we'll see.
All right, we'll keep moving. Defensive ends, LeBron Ray should be on that lock side and move him over. Derek Brown and Ashawn Robinson all have made the roster. Kenny Dyson, Derek McClendon cut. Any thoughts?
I was kind of shocked by McClendon a little bit. but not that much. But it was kind of shot. It's kind of shot they didn't keep. But they play a 3-4, so keeping 3 makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, it was tough to see him clean out. I thought he had a solid preseason. But LeBron Ray, I mean, he had a really good back half of last year. So yeah, no, not a big shock. Not a big shock at all.
All right, keep it moving. Defensive tackles. Shaw Tuttle, Nick Thurman, Jaden Peavy, surprised to me. Jaden Crumedy, everybody else up out of here. TJ Smith, I thought should have gotten a roster spot.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that Peavy made the team.
Me too. I don't know what I'm curious to see his PFF score compared to TJ's, but I just remember from what I saw playing, TJ Smith was making plays.
But then it goes back to, are they both veterans?
Oh yeah, that's another good point.
If Peavy's younger, there might be a lot involved with that one, but I don't know.
Good point. I just don't remember seeing him, at least not having his name called out. That's just me though.
Let me check. I'm looking now. Oh, wrong year. Looking at the grades preseason. Yeah, PV 77 overall grade. Definitely scored higher than TJ, but the snaps. Let me see. Oh yeah, he was definitely higher, but TJ played a lot more. Played in 3 games. You're talking about 80 snaps to 37. So TJ played a lot more, but definitely PV scored a lot higher than TJ. Like a lot. So
yeah,
it makes sense.
The eye in the sky doesn't lie. That's what they say.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right, we'll keep moving.
We got a super chat. We'll run through real fast. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Branson Dyer for the super chat. They kept Raheem hitting all preseason. Seems like a secret weapon they're hiding to me. What y'all think? Nah, no, I don't think so.
Ain't nothing secret about Raheem, bro. We seen it. We seen him.
We seen it, y'all. We seen it. We seen it all.
Agreed.
Synced it all.
Rahimothy.
All right, we'll keep it moving. Did we
Wait, go back. Shout out to Claude and Trellis, man. Alcorn State. Shout out to him for making the roster.
I mean, Dan kind of spoiled it for us last game. Not the last game, but the home preseason game. He said it on the call when he was talking to Smitty and other guy. He basically said that Claudin and Trevin are the linebackers of the future.
Yep. So
he said it, and that's when I knew Claudin's a lot. They see a lot in him. They see him and Trevin as being the next 2 up. So
that's what's up, though. I like Claudin a lot, man. And Trevin, man, the crow that everybody's gonna be eating on that Trevin pick, bro. He looking like he gonna be it, man.
He's solid.
But time will tell.
Yeah,
time will always tell when it comes to this thing.
For sure. But I like the kid.
Agreed.
A lot.
Yeah, I like Trevin for sure, and I'm glad Shirley's not. Hey, we talked about it earlier. We talked about Shaq because this is the final year of Shaq's deal. If Trevin truly steps up and becomes that man, that makes Shaq expendable, which is part of the building the future. So that's gonna be dope. Same with Shirley. I'm not sure how long Jules' deal is, but Jewel does know the system. Yeah, Jewel does know the system, right? And so he could serve as a veteran, but it seems like they're prepping to get Shaq ass up out of here. And I'm just trying to warn y'all now.
we
talked about it earlier. No, I'm trying to prep people because this is we just had this conversation with TMJ. Everybody's shocked. You gotta read the signs on the wall. You gotta read the writing on the wall, bro. So
I think Shaq. I mean, Shaq is taking many pay cuts, but Shaq wants to retire a Panther.
He does. I don't.
So,
I
think they'll honor him with that, but he's going to take a pay cut if it does pan out that way.
Yeah, I think.
So here's the thing: even if you take the pay cut, is that what's best for the Panthers, or is it? Do I need to get my young guys out here and let them play?
So there's a difference. I didn't say he's take a pay cut and you are a guaranteed starter. I think he wants to retire, and Shaq said this in an interview this offseason. He said, "I come in here every single preseason and I play like I got to earn my job, earn my spot." He said, even though I'm a vet on this team, I got to earn my spot. And if he wants to stay here, regardless if he takes a pay cut or not, he knows he has to earn it. He sees the potential in Trevin and knows, like, if I'm going to stay here, I got to earn that spot. I got to earn it. And if the next man beats me out, then that's what it is. But Shaq's a dog. Like, he's going to fight. He's going to fight for it. And if it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? But I think he wants to stay here for sure.
Yeah, I think he wants to stay here too, but let's see what happens. I mean, I like Shaq, bro. It's all respectfully, bro. I like Shaq. I just don't know. You got to prepare. You got to prepare yourself for the future, bro. He sees it. He not stupid.
Exactly.
I mean, he admitted to it. All right. Outside linebackers, pass rushers. Where's the pass rush coming from, Dave? Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Johnson,
Jadeveon Clowney. You just said it. Jadeveon Clowney. You was answering the question.
DJ and Amari Barno are on the pup. We won't see them for at least 4 weeks. Clavon Chason and Iku Leota. Are we done here? Is it over?
No. It's not over.
I pray it's not.
It's not. There's no way. There's no way it's over. Barro's only here because he's on the pup. Let's keep it a buck. Like, that's the only reason why he's still on this roster. But it is not over, ladies and gentlemen. I think if we're going to grab somebody from the waivers, it's going to be here. We have to. We have to. We have to. It's going to be here. This is numero uno right here. Numero uno. Number one.
Agreed.
Not wide receiver, nope. Number one.
I agree. I just don't know. Are you going to get somebody on that waiver claim that's going to be as effective?
I mean,
that's my question.
It's not saying
as effective as who?
I mean, that's what I was going with. That's what I was going with.
I mean, no, as effective as Clowney? No.
So, no. So let me pose my reposition my question. If you put in a waiver claim, the guy that you pick up, in my brain, would have to be better than DJ Johnson, Clavon Chason, or Leota, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so my question is, do y'all know of anybody out there right now better than DJ Johnson? I can only probably name one better than DJ Johnson, Clavon Chason, or Leota. I mean, I'll wait.
It's tough. It's difficult, right? Because we just saw all these names, and I want to go look at the film, PFF, all those different things. But I just remember KJ Henry from Clemson days. And so, like, when I think about him versus what I've seen with DJ Johnson, I'm intrigued. Am I saying that that's the person we should pick? I'm not sure yet. I can't go out on a limb and say that. But with KJ, I am intrigued with that. So KJ Henry will probably be the one I'm like,
Man, y'all calling KJ Henry him, and he just
I didn't say.
cut.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Work. Not you. I'm talking about the chat.
Oh, I'm about to say,
You're not
I ain't
him.
him.
Y'all don't know who him is.
Right.
I've seen a lot of hymns. There's a lot of hymns that were out here in these streets. And they're not on rosters now, so don't give me that. They're hymns.
We looked him up earlier. Like, he all right. I mean, he did play well.
Is he an upgrade? That's the question. If the answer is yes, you go get him.
He played well in the preseason. But when it comes to that regular season, you put his numbers up to somebody we got on the roster right now. I don't know. Like,
I think one thing too.
Is there anybody that knows Evero's scheme that's available?
That's what I was saying.
That's the part I got to figure out.
That's what I was saying. And so that's the question I was asking earlier. Is there a pass rusher that knows his scheme that can step right in and make something happen? Y'all calling him. He had 1 sack last year. He had a total of 10 pressures. You're not him, bro. Sorry. You can't be him, bro. I'm not saying he probably not solid, but is he gonna be better than?
Yeah, I think the only thing.
Let me pull up Chason numbers, because if they looking the same, bro, you're not him, bro.
I'm more concerned about the fact that Wanham's out here. We signed him as one of our free agent guys, and we ain't gonna see him for what, 4 weeks?
How much was Wanham's contract? I need to look that up because I was thinking about that too when I saw it, and I was like, did we get a bargain deal with Wanham? We knew he was hurt, and we're just like, look, we see the potential in Wanham.
I I mean, the fact that we're going to be potentially starting DJ Johnson on one side is very scary to me.
2 years, 2 year, 12 million. 2 year, 12 million. 12
That
million.
ain't bad. Like,
It's not terrible.
yeah, it ain't bad.
No, I think we paid for. Yeah, we paid for what we got.
Yeah.
It's one of them you get what you pay for situations, sir.
Yeah. Sure. He got an average annual salary of $6 million. We're good.
And he's gonna miss what, 4 games minimum?
Yeah.
Or is it 6 games? It's 4 games, right? On the
He'll
pup.
be all right.
4 games.
I'm not tripping over it. Personally.
Yeah, but I and again, this is one where you can actually knock Dan Morgan for this one, right? This is one where do guys take physicals? Like, how do you got to take a physical before you sign? How does this happen? How does an injury situation linger this long and you're not? Because it's not like they told us, okay, he gonna be out for 6 weeks or something.
He did have
like that.
He had a setback. He had a setback.
Yeah,
like stuff like that happens. You know what I'm saying? Where,
okay, you're right. I agree. But setback though, I feel like there should be. Maybe I'm talking best case scenario, and that's not reality. But I feel like you think you would have all the information because my question was he actually training to come back, or was it just like, okay, something happened maybe during another procedure? Like, I would like to know the details, I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And I don't have those details for you. I can only assume, right? But the details would matter. I think that will explain a lot. And I mean, if I'm playing GM, right? If I'm playing GM and I signed somebody, we knew he was okay. We checked his physical and everything. He's coming back and he kind of just has a little setback with rehab or whatnot. Then, okay, that makes sense, right? Or, it's different from having surgery and we realize, oh, this is more than what we thought. Then it's like, then I'm questioning the people who did the physical of like, why didn't you catch that? You know what I mean? So who knows?
I don't know. But this is one thing we can knock for Dan Morgan is this Wanham signing, because maybe he comes back week 6 or whenever he's designated to come back, and then we don't have this problem anymore and we have solid depth. But the goal was not to see a lot of Clavon Chason and DJ Johnson. That was not supposed to happen. And now that is happening, and I'm a little concerned. I
hope they are concerned as much as we are.
Double O Kane says, I follow this man on IG, and I never thought he'd be ready by week 4.
I'm done with y'all, man. You out here IG snooping and figuring out whether or not
hey, listen, bro, that's the T, bro. People dropping the T. You got to pay attention. Cornerbacks. Let's get to these cornerbacks real quick. Nothing really surprising here. I thought this was pretty chalk. Dane Jackson does go to injured reserve, to designated to return, so he'll be back. Everybody else: Shaw Smith, Troy Smith, Wade, Mike Jack, JC Jameson. I thought Jameson would get cut. Any thoughts on this?
Nah, I'm good. I mean, shout out to Willie Drew, Virginia State, but I mean, they let you go, they brought you back. I'm pretty sure they're gonna probably there could have been another little filler for the squad, but we'll see. They did the same thing.
I don't know about that one. He
probably might not make it back around to the squad.
Sheridan showed me something.
He did not. I know. He
So
probably won't make it.
Remember when we were talking about that one training camp play when Coker cooked somebody and
it was him.
It was Willie.
Was that him?
It was him. Oh, it was him. Oh no, it was him. I know. Listen, man. For those who like, I'm not gonna say something that I would like to say on here. I might tell.
Let it fly, Dave.
No. I'm not doing that. No, not doing that. No.
They don't want you to pod, Dave.
Nope, I'm not doing that. I might tell you guys off the record. Let's just say I'm not shocked, and I'll leave it at that. Like, I'm just not shocked. That's the best way to put it.
Okay, I gotta hear more, but I'll let you live on that one.
I'm not shocked.
Branson says Bryce looked ripped in the new presser. I haven't seen the new presser yet. We'll probably run that in a second so we can get a little bit of a break here. Bobby Digital says Dan admitted they knew about the Wanham injury and they took a flyer on him. And Dan, you gotta take this heat when it comes to that.
Hey,
Yep.
you
Unless
gotta
he
take
comes
the
back
heat.
and he balls out of his mind, and then some will be
Desperate times
forgotten, not
call for
all.
desperate measures, though, because think about who was out there though during free agency, based on our cap space.
True. That's a good point.
That's true.
Based on our cap space, we most of our cap space went to Jadeveon.
That's a fact.
So trying to get somebody.
Safeties. Xavier Woods, Jordan Fuller, Sam Franklin is going to injured reserve as well, designated to return. Nick Scott, Damani Richardson, Jamie Robinson.
I'm shocked he made the team.
Thoughts? Jamie
I'm shocked
Robinson
he made the team. Yeah, I'm kind of
It
shocked.
ain't over yet.
We just talked about 5 safeties. That is very true. Look, bro. I like Dallas Cook. I feel bad about that, man. I feel like he knew he had the ball out, and I thought he was doing all right. But man, that safety they were balling, bro. Nick Scott showed out this offseason.
He did.
And Sam Franklin. So that special team help, that matters. That matters, man. But Jamie, we'll see, man. Like that's what we keep on saying. The initial 53, because
that's important.
Some people they aren't safe yet. They are not
That
safe.
is very
yet.
important.
It's gonna be the waiver tomorrow, and then it's gonna be some trades. Because some people are not gonna want some of these people to get to the waiver wire. So it's gonna be interesting.
Facts. We'll see. All right, special teams. We already know. Anybody concerned about Pinero?
Is
he
last
going to
year,
be a liability? Is he going to cost us a game?
Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Oh yeah, he's gonna cost us. Well, no, I ain't gonna say that. That's not fair. I'm not gonna say that. Because I think folks have been beating him up over what happened with the Falcons game eons ago. I'm not gonna do that to him. Because he turned it around after that game. He did. Like, contrary to what folks want to give him credit for, he did.
I think they're gonna hopefully they test his leg in practice, see what he can do, so that he won't have to cost us a game. And then I think it may be similar to what we've done before, where we get in a certain range and we're like, that's not Pinero range. Let's go for it, or let's punt. I don't know. I think it was I don't know if he'll be back. I don't think he's going to get the money he's looking for here, though. Personally,
yeah,
I don't think so.
I don't know. Man, I think y'all gotta hop up off the Stephen Gilmore train, bro. He's not his brother. I see him in the chat. Y'all talking about him in the chat as a waiver claim, bro. He's not his brother, bro. Far from it. He played in one game last year, had 2 snaps in that game. He was good last year in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
A little mid in
like
this
2 or 3
preseason.
picks,
yeah. In this season, it's not the same, right? So I think we're falling in love because that's Stephon Gilmore's brother, and I get it. We think he's gonna be the next Stephon Gilmore.
Guys, just because y'all didn't get Stephon Gilmore doesn't mean you need to go find every sibling of his, man. It's done. Like, it's over. It's done when it's done. Like, we need to stop this.
I saw Stephen Gilmore's name more times in this chat earlier than I wanted to. Like, we
you know what? Maybe the Hornets,
dudes, man.
Well, maybe the Hornets should have went after Michael Jordan's kid. That would have worked out so well for y'all, wouldn't it? Like, stop this, man. Please.
Hey, most of us, let's just keep it up. Most of us didn't even know he was still playing.
I didn't know he had a sibling in the league. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
he balled last year. Last year he balled. He definitely balled last year. But come on, ladies and gentlemen. It's all good. Like, we good on Stephen Gilmore. Like, he's not gonna change the entire landscape of our secondary. Like, I don't think anybody that's the thing I want people to understand.
Rashad,
is that
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what I want to say. Anybody that we get off of the waivers is not changing the landscape of our team, bro.
That's
like,
a fact.
Let's just keep that in mind as we pick up these guys. Yes, they're gonna be dope. It's gonna be cool to get these new players. You might get lucky, but these guys are not going to be changing the entire landscape of the team.
Somebody said if we were going to go after Henderson again, why are we asking silly questions?
That ship is sailed, bro. He's gone, bro.
The train has been derailed.
It's over, bro. That's my guy.
Train has been derailed. There's no conductor. He walked off the job a long time ago. But this is an example of what a bust looks like, guys. Just notice how long
He's
it
a
took
bust.
before we get to that point. He's a bust. Now he's a bust. You know, had 3 different teams, couldn't make it on none of them. He's a bust.
Tough. That's tough.
That's tough. He's a
He's
bust.
a bust, bro.
That's tough.
I agree, and that's coming from the conductor of the CJ train.
He is one
It's
of the
over,
reasons
bro.
why we did not win the division that year. I will never forgive him for that one. That was tough. Like I can't. Like it's just tough. Losing record be damned. That was it, bro. That was it. An interim coach almost pulled the thing that a regular coach couldn't do during the Tepper era. And
Look. Master Grub says the sad thing is, watch us wake up and pick him up tomorrow.
I will be furious.
I just laugh.
Furious.
I would laugh. I would laugh.
Oh my God, I'll be hurt.
That's not gonna happen though. But I would
yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I ain't worried about that. He done. He got his money. He done. He got first round. He got top 10 first round pick money. He's done. Nah, he done.
Hope you saved your chickens.
Yeah, man, he done.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man.
Hope you saved your chickens, because that's man. What was the Keenan Isaac guy? 6'3", corner. I know you looked him up, but I might have missed that. I was at work.
No, that's another one y'all fell in love with. Let me check it out. That I need to debunk.
Somebody said that we got to stop this thing at 12 hours, man.
Who said that?
This is somebody. I don't know how true it is. If you want a video on demand to save for this stream, you can't go over 12 hours. So
I don't need a video on demand. I'm good.
I'm wondering. I mean, that might be like, will it stay on YouTube or stuff like that? I don't know.
Who cares? This ain't about YouTube.
The people.
If you had 12 hours to hop on this stream at some point, bro. Like you got a taste of it. Pause. You know what I mean? All right. So this kid, Keenan Isaac, a very good grade here. 85 overall grade. Very good in coverage, 92.4. In his first game, 76.2. In his second game, 69.6. In his third game, he played a total of 77 snaps, 57 of those in coverage. So solid amount of work. He had 3 tackles. He was only targeted. He's only targeted 2 times.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing.
Right.
He didn't give up any TDs. He did have 1 interception. So of 2 targets, 1 of them was picked. So that's solid. Yeah, that's really it. He locked his man down. They were going away from him. Alabama State day, so he's an HBCU guy.
His profile
is he a game changer?
Crazy.
You've convinced me that there's nobody who's going to come and help us, yo.
I don't know. He's a little intriguing. Coming from Tampa Bay too, he knows the system. Yeah. He's gonna know their guys.
And I'm looking at the Bucs article. It says that the Buccaneers released promising cornerback despite highly productive preseason.
Hell, we said we put what was the adjective?
Stand out.
Somebody the other day? Yeah, stand out. Come on, stop.
DJ wanted to stand out.
Yeah, come on, bro. Stand out, bro. What did you stand on? He's not even standing right now. What are you talking about? Come on, what are we
stand
doing?
on business, right?
You can't not even on business. So what are we talking about? So, but yeah, man. Keenan, that's an intriguing one. I could understand that coming from the division, us picking him up, taking another guy away. He was with Tampa last year, so Canales probably ran into him. Just looking at his numbers last year, very similar. Well, 61 overall. He was targeted 12 times in coverage. Only allowed 5 receptions. No interceptions, but 2 pass breakups. I mean, it's solid preseason.
Yeah.
Performances. Nothing in the regular season.
Worth it. And who you gonna drop?
Nothing in the regular season for last year or obviously this year as the season hasn't started. But are you going to take this promising kid and put him on your active roster? That's the thing. Active.
Key. So I went back and did some research on this whole 12-hour thing that folks were talking about. So I guess if we go over 12 hours, YouTube doesn't keep it. So once it's done, it's done. If we hit over 12 hours, it ain't gonna. There's no way nobody can rewatch it. Yeah, so maybe we should shut this thing down before 12 hours hit.
So what now?
If we hit the 12, if we go over 12 hours, then you can still keep streaming, but YouTube doesn't save it. So it's gone. Like the video's gone. Nobody else you can't go back and watch it again.
Who's gonna go back and watch a 12-hour stream?
You never know, man. We've seen crazy people around here. Oh my God. Appreciate the super chat though.
Go ahead, K.
Okay,
as we close on 12 hours, please like, comment, and subscribe. That's a small price to pay. That's a small price of free to pay for the amount of time and dedication it takes to be consistent with the Panthers content. We appreciate you, PNP, for being locked in with us, man. We appreciate that, Knucklehead K. And Knucklehead K also has another dope. She provided something to that I'm gonna give out. That's gonna be super dope for the free agents. She specifically said free agents and franchise tier. She said F the MVPs. So free agent.
Shout out to her.
So I'm listening, and we're gonna give this thing out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna make that thing happen specifically for the franchise and free agent tier.
Shout out to Knucklehead K. That's dope.
Appreciate that. That's fire. Appreciate
He's
that.
like, forget y'all MVPs for paying all this money. He out here dropping $100.
They already get it's a giveaway item. It's a giveaway item. It's a giveaway item. So yeah, it's dope. It's dope. So we'll get to that when I have time to kind of plan. We have time to plan that out. But
Dave, I hope you. Oh, Dave talking now. That's fire. Shout out to Knucklehead K. You're a real one for that one.
Yeah, facts. MVPs always get stuff. That's a fact. That's true.
Yeah,
that's a fact. It's fair. And because if you're giving it away, then it's up to you. I'm gonna listen to what you said. It's yours, not mine. So if you designate it for who it needs to go to, I'm listening to what you say. It's all that's on you. All good. I have no quarrels with that. All right. Dave says Dave got to do Superman chant, Superman dance, and say "Go Cox" for the 100. I agree.
I agree too.
I'm gonna put it back up there.
I agree.
I'm gonna put it back up there. He talking right now, but yeah, I agree. He got to do the Superman.
You know it. He saw this.
My ex-wife is here, man. Give me 1 second, guys.
Let me. Tell us what's up.
He can't hear you now.
He got happy too.
He was definitely cheesing. Definitely cheesing. Won't even hold you on that.
That's funny. I'm not gonna do it. We'll wait for Dave to come back. But I agree, A-Cash. We should definitely let Dave do the Superman chat dance. Shout out to Big Low. Big Low and Carlo are two different people. Big Low. Shout out to Big Low with the Superman chat dance.
Shout out to Big Low though.
Shout out to Big Low, man. Shout out to Big Low.
Haven't met him yet.
All right. Yeah, he good people. Good people's funny dude too. I'm trying to. What else? Anything else hit the Twitter streets that we need to be concerned about?
You look, man. Low Schefter off the clock right now. I was locked in earlier. Nothing yet. I think right now my assumption is Big Low and Carlos sound like a Nickelodeon sitcom. That's hilarious.
And it would be too if y'all got together.
My assumption right now is that the teams are looking through all the waivers, seeing what makes sense, seeing if they need to do any potential trades, all those different things. So I think we'll probably start to hear stuff later tonight or early in the morning tomorrow. Is there a certain time they have to get the waiver goes through? Do you know?
I do not know, but it's usually 24 hours, but you'll probably start to see it like leak. And so I think there's going to be some news probably come out around noon. People start placing their claims. Usually, so that's not 24 hours for them to clear. That's my fault. That's for them to clear. The claims, the waiver claims can start going in, and I'm assuming that they'll be announced around noon.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's gonna be
So I
interesting to
may
see.
be live. Yeah, I may be live during that time. I may go do a breaking news chat or a breaking news stream.
Yeah.
So we'll
Now,
see.
that'll be interesting to see what happens there. Because keep in mind, no matter how many people we get, we gotta drop that same amount.
You got to drop. Yeah, you got to have a
Gotta drop the same
corresponding
amount.
moves. If we pick up 4 guys off the waiver wire, which I don't anticipate, I see either 1 or 2. We got to drop 2 guys. So it all depends, and we can pick up as many guys as we want to. There's no limit. There's no limit.
Which is, I mean, it's dope to have that opportunity, but at the same time, like I'm looking at the names, I'm like, eh.
Yes.
Now what? I won't lie. You were talking about this earlier.
I think.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I'm saying y'all were talking about it earlier, but I was definitely intrigued by Mechie. That's one
Yeah, I
part.
don't think
If
that
he
was
would have got
happening, bro.
released, if he would have got released, then I'd have been like, yeah, go get him. But now, like Noah Brown, interesting, intriguing, but not as intriguing. Like I'm good with the receivers we got. Claim KJ Henry dropped Jaden Peavy. I think Peavy's gonna be one of the first ones to get cut if we decide to pick somebody up.
Yep.
And then I don't know about I don't know if 5 safety is gonna keep it. You said what now?
No, I think I froze up for a second. I'm back. My bad.
Nah, you good, bro? You've been on here 11 hours.
11-hour stream.
Can
Dog.
we get W's? Can we get W's in the chat for Shad for doing this? 11 hours.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I gotta go like get my contacts juiced up in a second. Once Dave
W's
come
in the
back,
chat, man.
my
W's
contacts
in
are dry, bro.
W's in the chat, bro. That's crazy.
I'm looking at some of the top talent. Obviously, going quarterbacks. Desmond Ridder, Bailey Zappi out there now. Kadarius Toney, Noah Brown, like you just mentioned. Samaje Perine is out there. Denver. Caleb Farley. Y'all mentioned. Lewis
That's crazy.
Seen.
Farley.
That's another one. That's another one that y'all like. I know he dealt with some injuries. Lewis Seen.
Oh, Lewis Seen.
Yeah,
man. He had so much potential. But no, we good on the safeties. We don't need more. We got 5 of them.
Are we?
We got 5.
I mean, no.
We got 5, bro. I mean, he
has
that's not potential, but
my fault. This article has a potential landing spots too. So Terrace Marshall is out here. You want to take a wild guess on where his potential landing spot is?
Bills.
Buffalo Bills. Ding ding ding.
Bills.
Stephon Diggs gone. Gabe Davis gone. You got Keon Coleman. They got Curtis Samuel out there too. Didn't know that.
I mean, Kirko is good for what? 8 games?
Don't do my man like that.
I rock with Kirko though, man, but he just can't stay healthy. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah, none of these. What's interesting is that none of these guys are pegged to be picked up by the Panthers as potential landing spots. And this is an article written by CBS Sports giving the top free agents.
Interesting.
Landon says, for doing this legendary stream shot to shot, man, I appreciate you, man. This is fun, bro. I enjoy myself. This is good stuff.
Somebody called you Shad Sanat earlier, and it was hilarious.
Shad Sanat is funny. That's funny. That's kind of where I got inspired from it. I know I'll be watching Kyle. I don't watch him like actively, but I peep like some of the clips that come out, and that was definitely inspiration. Like I ain't gonna do no sleeping stream or nothing like that, but I mean, like that kind of was the inspiration behind it. So yeah,
that's dope, man. It was dope. Hey, I'll leave Dave alone.
Yeah, Dave, he might be taking care of some business, man. Y'all mind your damn business.
I'm gonna leave Dave alone.
They probably ain't seen it in a while. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Let him cook.
Bro. Hey, man. Never mind. All right, so Caleb Farley is only 25. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I got to change the subject.
Yeah, ain't played a game.
That's crazy. Because he hasn't played one game.
I could be lying on that, but he was,
I
bro.
remember he was hurt. He was hurt when he got drafted. I remember that.
When he got hurt, he slid all the way to like 22.
Mm-hmm.
And bro, he was supposed, if he was healthy, he would have been a top 10 pick. And now, see, I've been scarred by CJ Henderson. I don't even feel comfortable even like talking about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't even feel like, all right, we should go pick this kid up. Yeah, we should do X, Y. I don't feel comfortable with it. I'm lying. He did play regular. He played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Somebody will definitely pick him up. I don't think it's gonna be us though.
5. My apologies. 8 career games. 8 career games.
Yo, I'm gonna cut off the chat, bro. I can't.
What they talking
Can't,
about?
bro. I can't, bro. This is wild, bro.
He did though. He did. Loki had a big smile. Probably not.
Hey, bro. He looked like next Friday. Daddy Craig's here. Like he walked. Boy was happy.
Let me see here.
Yeah.
Yeah. 8 career games in 4 seasons. I'm good, bro.
Nah.
That's a worse move than CJ Henderson.
Yeah. That's worse than JC.
Facts. And y'all want to pair him with JC,
right
complain
there,
about
Aaron.
complain about him, contradict. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, bro. 1000%. That's spot on. Shout out to Aaron, man. Great point. Great point. Fantastic point. Dave's still smiling, bro. God, dog. Damn, the Riz. The Riz is on, bro.
Yo, that's funny.
Cardi, let me. Cardi, I ain't seen Cardi in a minute. Oh, real quick, shout out to B Baker the Great, new Patreon member. We appreciate that.
Shout out.
We appreciate that. I'd like to get to 125 Patreon members. That'd be fire. I don't know where I don't even know where we're at right now.
I need to talk to you about that too.
Yeah, I don't even know where we at right now.
I need you to drop some knowledge. Yo, y'all are funny, yo. Man, so he got the haircut.
He did. He did get a haircut. He said that earlier.
Oh no, it's chestnut checkers now.
Facts.
Where do you think Kadarius Toney goes?
Not Carolina, I can tell you that.
Yeah, right. I hope he's not here, bro.
Me either, bro. Me either. I'm.
You
good
gotta do
off
Superman chat, Dan.
Oh yeah, they've been waiting, Dave.
I'm sorry, man. Like, the ex-missus came in. We had to talk about my son's first day of school tomorrow, and I got him, so we got to make sure everything's on the up and up. All right, for this super chat, right? For that expensive one.
Yeah, they want you to do. You got to do 2.
Right.
We already read it.
Huh?
I said we already read it. Just do the.
Oh no, I know. I was here when you read it, and then that's when. Yeah.
You know you got to do 2 things.
No, I'm not doing the other one. That's a Superman chat. No.
You gotta do both.
You gotta say it.
$100 super chat.
You know what? We're gonna get rid of this stream anyway. So since you're gonna cut it off before the show,
now you gotta let.
Even though I don't think we should. Let me be clear.
Now we gotta restart it because is it still off? Is the stream still off?
I mean, we should restart anyway so we can save it. Because you never know. Somebody might want to come back.
I'll restart it. I don't mind restarting it. But is the stream still off though?
No, I haven't heard nothing about saying that it was off this time. So, all right. Dave got to do Superman chat.
You got to be like, go.
No, I don't do all that. I don't even know how to. I'm gonna keep it above with y'all. I don't know what the chant is. Like, I don't know what it is, but I will say, "Go Cox" for y'all, and then And then we'll go. Shout out. You already did this one too, right? Shout out to Landon for this. All right. All right.
Yeah, I did them all.
All right. So we're gonna make an exit.
No, not now.
All right. We got like 10, 15 minutes.
Let's say I want to take a break.
I'll say, you know what we should. You know what we should do. We should stop at 7. Yeah, dude. Listen, man. When you let me Alex, let me explain something to you, bro. When you're doing parental things, that takes time. It's not. It's fine. Like I said, we ain't Drake B. I ain't Drake B. All right, I ain't Drake. We said this before again. I ain't Drake, yo. I look. I'm good. I don't need a break. I'm good. But we can definitely. I'll say in 5 we shut the stream down and we do start the show and keep it moving and just have some more discussion points and then we can shut it down after that. Look, man, I got kids, bro. What you want to do? Was I going that long? I wasn't going that long, guys. I was like
it
3,
was quite
4
a bit.
He was
it was quite a bit. It was enough. It was enough time. Let's put it that way.
It was enough for people to insinuate here.
Well,
but you good. Like it is what it is, Dave.
Let them.
There you go.
I'll be right back. I gotta fix my contact.
I'm gonna be honest, man. I feel away, man. I told my daughter you can't be just letting anybody in my house.
You weren't expecting it.
No, I knew she had to swing by. I didn't expect it this early.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't expect it this early.
You gotta get that notice.
Yeah, nah. Look, man, I'm an Outcast fan. You got to call before you come.
Hey, big fan.
But then again, I can't. But I can't. But I didn't get a text, so because I'm using my actual phone. I'm not using my other phone that I normally use. So like I'm using my actual phone for the camera, so I can't get called. But I can get texts. I got my text message box up here, but
makes sense. Makes sense. No, that was people were cracking up, man. They were like, "Dang, Dave's gone for a long time."
Jesus Christ! Look, man, I ain't gonna let y'all do that to me, man, because it'll be all over Twitter in like a heartbeat. I know how Panthers Twitter roll.
Hey, we're like, look, man, we definitely not gonna keep this one now.
Yeah, well, we got to get it. I mean, I don't want to lose it.
Yeah,
I know. I mean, that's just my thing. I just don't want to lose. I don't want to lose it because if after 12 hours it disappears, I don't want to lose it.
I'd
rather restart.
I need to look up this guy Siaka.
No, I'm gonna look at the chat, guys, because I know you guys will do it. Yeah, I know what y'all are capable of, man. Yeah, y'all hell, man. Yeah, y'all hell. Y'all hell.
They're going in, Dave. They're going in.
Y'all are hell. Y'all got to do better, man. Y'all got to be a better society around here.
They went in, bro.
Y'all need to be a better society around here. Y'all asked them something though with all the W's. What did y'all ask?
With all the W's? What do you mean?
Yes, somebody got all these W's.
Oh, no. I was just saying W's in the chat for this 12-hour stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, W's, yeah.
More reason why I need to go back and check the tape.
Hey, Dave, I might tell you a joke. But I never tell you a lie. All right. I might tell you a joke, but I literally shot.
You just put W's in the chat for the.
So didn't I say W's in the chat for Shot doing this 12-hour stream, and they started putting W's. That's what happened, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm just messing with you, man. It don't matter, man. The jokes are the jokes.
He thought I said something. Nah, bro. I'll tell you. I won't look. I'll joke in front of you. I won't joke.
Nah, it's funny because I don't know. Like this is probably before your talk. Well, not really. Back when like work emails became a new thing, there was this. It was easier for folks to forget to not log out, and their email inbox would be open. So when I used to work at IBM, that the joke was you would send love letters to the other employees whenever somebody forget to.
Oh,
that's the type of stuff that you happen in work environments, right? So you would send love. So they would type up love letters to other employees. Like that's 2001, guy.
Right, that would never happen.
That ain't gonna ever fly now. You all right, man?
Yeah, my contacts, bro.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting you got contacts, man.
The contacts be tripping, bro. They dry out.
Well, you've been looking at a screen for
I gotta change
11 hours.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
that doesn't help.
It
that
does
doesn't
not.
help.
Yeah.
They said I was crying earlier because Jalen Coker made the roster. I said, nah, bro. I said, nah, we good.
Hey,
That's
bro,
my
I wish
contract's fucked up, bro.
I wish I was watching the stream when you when the 53 came out.
Yeah, I mean that's probably why they want to save it too, so to catch those reactions.
Oh yeah, that's a good
That
point
shit
too.
was funny.
That was a
That
good
shit was
yeah.
funny. They said
I know you was hyped.
they was frying me up because my contacts was tripping, bro.
He was like, Coker made it. He did it.
They was frying me up, bro. It was fun. It was good. It was good times. It was frying me up. It's well deserved. Oh no, and then I was talking about the Cam Newton cleats the day I got the Cam cleat signed. And
Yeah,
my
you
eyes
definitely
were
was
still
crying there.
watering.
You definitely was crying there.
It was frying me up, bro. Nah, it wasn't, man. My contacts, bro.
You were tearing up, bro. It's all right, man.
Nah, I'm good.
Ain't no shame with emotion.
Hey,
I'm not one for two, but two.
I did say two though. I did say two. I did say two.
I figure you
I
would.
promise you. Hey, I'm one with my emotions. Okay, I'm cool with that. But I promise you, I was not crying over the cleats. That happened like almost 10 years ago, bro. I'm not emotionally attached.
Sometimes it comes back, you know.
Ah, man, that's funny, bro.
It's the equivalent. It's a little dusty.
Yeah,
Who
that's
cut
So somebody
onions?
said that earlier.
Who cut onions?
Ah, man, yo, that's funny.
Hey,
That
we're
is
gonna
funny.
analyze the film like we did
Man,
for Jonathan Majors. We're gonna analyze the
Nah,
film.
bro, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
You have to
that.
clip that up.
I gotta see what else I got, man. It's fun. I should have went through all the stuff. I had all the 12-hour stream. I could have went through all the stuff I got signed. I didn't even think about doing all that.
Looks like you gotta do it again sometime.
Bro, I got some some jerseys, some signed jerseys from folks. You were like, man, Shai, why the hell do you
I should give away the Kelvin Benjamin one.
Bro, I got a lot of wild stuff, bro.
I got a Kelvin Benjamin sign.
I got some.
I almost donated it.
You got KB.
I got a Baker jersey in here.
Somebody is probably a Florida State fan.
They ain't a Florida State jersey though. They might be traumatizing folks. Like, he's a Florida State fan. He probably don't want it either.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool. Shout out to KB. Shout out to Jameis, man. They brought us a chip, bro. Dwayne Jarrett. No, I don't. I don't have a Dwayne Jarrett. Don't go back that far. But I might as well do it. Well, I'll wait till the stream comes. But yeah, man, good times. Good times. Training camp back in the day was fun, man. Back in Wofford when it was at Wofford. Y'all remember that? So long ago. Back at Wofford, bro. But I ain't gonna hold you. This training camp is elite, bro. The new training camp setup is elite.
That joint ain't never going back to South Carolina. That joint ain't coming back to Spartanburg, guys. I hate to inform you. It's set up. It's like in VIP. There's a shade. You know what I'm saying? There's a shade on the other side too. There's shade, so you ain't getting freaking beamed in the heat. Nah, it ain't going back. It ain't going back, guys.
Yeah, it's not. It don't need to go.
It's
back,
done.
Bro.
It's done. So
nice. Great experience.
Yeah. Good times. Good times in Spartanburg though. That heat ain't no joke. I'll never forget the first time I when I started working with Rob Brown in the Rob Brown show. Salute to those guys, man, over at the Fan Upstate. I started working with them probably 2 or 3 years ago. I've been on their show every Thursday for about 2 years. Or 2 or 3 years now. And first time I was hanging out with them, it was at Wofford, and they invited me to like the VIP training camp experience where they were like recording live. So I got to sit down, and bro, like they had like Panther legends come up. It was just little me sitting. I'm just sitting. You had Mike Rucker pull up. You had Wesley Walls pull up. You had all these people. I'm like, oh shit, this is kind of crazy. Like, I'm legit chilling. Sir Purr pulled up. It was dope, man. So salute to Rob Brown, man. I love him, man. That was my first experience with like radio and all that. They keep me going every time, so it's fire, man. So salute to them.
Rob's a cool dude, man.
He's real cool dude. Real cool dude.
Absolutely.
I got to meet him at the Saints game.
Yep, that's what.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll be at the next Saints game.
Yeah,
man. That's good time.
Cool.
Yeah, good dude, man. And we taking shots. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but yeah, he was cool as hell, man. Cool dude. Let me see. He said, my man, hey, look, he said I was off today too. Been here since 8 o'clock. was outside cutting the grass. Much appreciation for this. Can I get my MVP win? Listen, the way I can't dictate the way the ball bounces, man. The way the spinner spins, it picks. I mean, so I can't force the win, but may the luck be with you. Is all I can say.
It's better to be lucky than good.
Never be in your favor.
Y'all
It's
gonna
always
watch the presser? Yeah. Once we restarted, I think we could watch the presser.
What's the
Hopefully I have
presser
my
that happened
food by
today?
then. Yeah, they had Bryce and they had Deontay Johnson do a presser. So we could watch that once.
Let's go ahead and restart the. You said you're gonna take her. You would just come back at 8:00.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go to the max, bro. I'm gonna go all the way up to like, push.
No, but that means we're gonna miss it. That is gonna shut down at like 12:01. We need to give
we
it.
got it, bro. We got it, man.
Shot.
Dave, you so scary,
now listen,
bro. Dave, you so scary, bro.
Shot.
Don't be scary.
I'm not scary.
Hey yo, y'all
I
are
got
funny,
it,
yo.
bro.
I'm gonna
be
laugh
scary.
when this thing disappears because it's 12 hours and 2 seconds. It's gonna be the most funniest shit ever.
The scariest Dave ever, bro. Don't be scared.
I'm not the scariest Dave.
I'm now about to get a drink, bro, because you drive me to drink.
You driving you to drink? What you drinking? What you drinking? I got Uncle Nearest right here. Because we can't. We definitely can't do Jack Daniels no more.
You're gonna fall asleep.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna fall asleep.
Nah. If I ain't fall asleep now, I ain't gonna fall asleep.
If anybody should fall asleep, it should be me.
Dog, you only been up since 8:00. I've been up since 5:30, man. You be all right?
I've been streaming since 8 o'clock. There's a difference. There's a big difference. Trust me, my eyes hurt. But it's all good.
Yo,
man.
you already were crying, so we know, man.
It's
Your eyes in intense
stream,
pain,
bro. We locked in a chat. We locked in.
Hey, Dave, don't argue with him again. He gonna cry. Stop. Don't argue,
man. We don't need no more tears, man.
Ew,
I don't
bro.
need no more
Don't
tears
do
in my
it.
life.
You get too emotional, cuz.
Yeah, man. We locked in, bro. We locked in. It's good. Yeah. Shout out to everybody. Post it. And listen, before we shut this 12-hour joint down, I gotta send a shout out to everybody that had the alerts rolling. I didn't miss shit. Okay. I mean, y'all had everything y'all was doing. And guess what, bro? There was no fake news. I'm proud of y'all, man.
Yes.
I'm proud. Yeah, salute to y'all. There was no fake news. Y'all followed the rules. We didn't have any trolls in here talking about XYZ happened and none of that happened. That's super dope, man. That is dope. And this was fun. We gotta do it again. I like the marathon stream. I like the marathon stream. It was definitely fun.
I enjoyed being Low Schefter, bro. It was a good time.
Yep, good stuff. Let me I gotta respond to this text. Let me see. I do dance tomorrow, so
you dance, dad returns.
No, not I gotta take the kids to dance, not me actually dancing.
Oh, okay.
You say you retired for the season? You got
no,
your
I'm not
trophy,
retired, bro. I'm not retired.
I said for the season.
Oh, for the season, yeah. Now, as long as my girl's dancing, I'm dancing, bro.
Love it.
We lit.
Dang. The Colts cut their 7th, 6th, and one of their 5th round picks.
You want to talk
but
about
they
that?
had mad picks, did they not?
They had
Didn't
a lot
they have
of picks,
like
though.
a million picks? Yeah, they had a lot of picks. So that's what it is.
That is true. I forgot about that.
Oh man.
Coke. I like Coke boys more than Coke heads.
Coke boys.
Coke boys might be the one.
Man, yo, can we
Might
come
give
up
me
with
Coke heads, bro? I like
They give me snowfall vibes. I like,
yeah, man. Like,
like
if you watch that,
I like it. I kind of like it. I ain't gonna hold you.
Oh,
yeah, I might have to get a
Franklin
Coke
Saint.
boy shirt made.
Franklin Saint.
Put that on a shirt. Put 18 on
Legend.
the back of it.
A legend.
Let me say Coke heads better now. I like Coke boys.
Nah, Coke boys is better, but for the purposes of me not being talking about those drugs. Let me see. All right. My email is crazy. I check my email a lot. I got like 130 emails to go through. It's too many. That's messing with my anxiety, bro. I can't stand all these bubbles on my phone. 130 is crazy.
Yeah, that's nasty work.
It is. It's killing me. That's because I've been on this stream all day, bro. Been streaming all day long, bro. All day long.
That's one for the books.
Views from the practice. Who was at practice today? Y'all better not tell me y'all had Jordan